everybody, this is Keith here of Euphoria Pictures. Welcome back to my channel and welcome back to Friday Night Live at the movies. So, once again, I have been joined again by the usual suspects, so I'm going to do introduction first. And we're going to do something a little different here today with this stream because we spoke about it on the last stream, how we never really threw many comments. So we said, you know what, we're going to make a good go with them today. So we're not going to be talking about anything that we've watched recently or all that. All we're going to do is just answer comments. And fingers crossed, we can get through at least 10 of them this time. We'll see how it goes. So, yes, up first, I'm joined once again by John, a.k.a. Mondo Channelvic Movies. Thanks again, John.
No problem, Keith. Thanks for having me. It's great.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Of course, we have the returning Conor Gray as well. Thanks again, Conor.
Gentlemen, how are we? Thanks for having me here, and I hope everybody's keeping well.
Doing good, doing good. And then, of course, we have Steve Court from Disc Till Dawn. So thanks again, Steve, for joining us.
No, pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me back, Keith.
So, look, it goes without saying, the few people that are watching at the moment, if you haven't already subscribed to John and Steve, the links are in the description for their YouTube channels. And if you could go on over and throw them a sub. And we're hoping someday we can add Conor to that list whenever he decides to get off his fucking ass and start a YouTube channel. Any time with that coming soon, Conor?
Well, listen, Sinead's returning to work next month, with the Navy, and I'll be left with 2 kids under 3, mate. So I'll see how I go.
I hope so, mate. I hope so. I think you'll do well.
Yeah, I definitely want to. And I got a lot of ideas, and I know I've got you guys to lean on, and I have got a lot of ideas, and I've made a lot of progress in getting everything ready, but it's just getting that next step done,
Absolutely. I know. I get it. Look, it can't be forced on you. It's one of those things you have to do yourself. All we can do is show encouragement.
No, 100%.
Yeah. Right. So with that said, I'm just going to jump right into the comments and get this going. So we got David Punton, of course, as per usual, saying Spider-Man tonight, lads, behind the scenes lady. So just wanted to say, have a great night, and I look forward to catching up on the weekend. You all look great in the marble, by the way. Brilliant thumbnail. Yeah, John, you were asking about that. Was that AI? It's not. It's just something that I created on my phone. Yeah, it was just, I took the picture that we had, and there was filters that I had on my phone, and one of them was a marble. And I just thought, because Odyssey was out in the last couple of weeks, just do it for this thumbnail. So
that looks really good, actually.
Yeah, it looks cool.
I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it looked pretty cool. No, I'm not going to talk about Spider-Man here because Mac Chats he has left a comment as well. I'll get to it now in a second. He says, "Hey, lads, I hope you're all well on this grand Friday night and the final day of July in the year of our Lord 2026."
It's I tell you what, it's actually August where I am. It's the 1st of August.
Yeah, so I keep forgetting that.
Don't tell us what happens, Conor. Don't spoil it for us.
I'll give you the lottery numbers.
Yeah, I was going to just say that, yeah. He also says, traveling home from seeing Spider-Man wasn't bad. Consistent like the others. Recommend it if you like that sort of thing. John, you have seen it, haven't you? So, we get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, we saw it. My son saw it when it came out, which would have been last night. Was it last night? Last night, the night before. No, it was Wednesday. It was brilliant. But I'm going to say that, the one with multiverse is, I don't think anything's going to top that ever, in my opinion. Yeah. So for me, this come close. This is probably the closest one that's come near to that one for the other ones. And I think it's a pretty good story, actually. I wondered how they would, face the things that they ended with on the last one. I thought how they're going to address that, but they did it really well. I think it was a great film, and it was The Punisher was brilliant in that. I think it was a great addition to the whole mix. No, I thought it was really good, very entertaining. Great special effects, obviously.
I was kind of curious to see how The Punisher fits into that because, look, I don't watch TV shows or anything like that, but isn't The Punisher not like an R-rated TV show?
Yeah. Well, he is, but without any spoilers, Spider-Man is sort of like he's on top of that, basically. But there's a lot more swearing, but not bad swearing in this one than most of the Spider-Man films. But he's got that air about him, but he's not full on like he usually is, But no, it's dead entertaining. We had a blast. I'm going to go back and see it with Deborah tomorrow, 9:25. That's where we're going tomorrow morning. So she's up for seeing it. But it was actually full. The cinema was full.
Wow.
It wasn't a seating house, which I couldn't believe. That's a first for me for a long time. And everybody really enjoyed it. there was a lot of young 20-year-olds in there, but everybody was getting into it. So, yeah. Really good.
Brilliant stuff. Conor, you've seen it as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I went and saw it Thursday when it opened here in Australia. When I got back from, I actually got back from Melbourne from seeing another movie, and I came in, kissed the kids, shoved dinner in me, had a shower, and went back out again. And a bit like John, I was quite surprised actually. The cinema in my small local town here, they did it in the main auditorium, and it was 300 tickets, and it was sold out.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Which was absolutely bonkers. In fact, last night on their Facebook page, they're putting on an extra 4 shows over the next few nights at 11 p.m. at night to try and get more people want to see it, and not get spoilers. But a bit like John, I loved it. I had a lot of fun with it. I'm the opposite to John in the sense that I actually quite liked it not being in that big Marvel universe and stuff like that, because some of that kind of winds me up at times, because like I've said before, I feel like you've got to watch a bit of this to get a bit of that, to watch 2 seconds of that to watch this, or you're completely lost, or people look at you like you're an alien. And so for me, I liked that it really dealt with the story from the last one. It didn't do the usual stuff where that, like John said, where they kind of whitewash over it a bit and kind of create something else. They really followed it through. I thought Tom Holland was excellent in it. He was fun.
Yeah.
I thought the Punisher's addition to it was, it really, his kind of menacing, pessimistic attitude on life is such an opposite to the way Spider-Man is a bit of a goody two-shoes and a positive attitude. So they really played well off each other, and I wouldn't mind seeing more of it. But I had a lot of fun. And because they released an episode of The Punisher recently, I think about 2 months ago, that kind of bridges that gap. It's a special, just a 1 hour special. And you can watch it on the Disney app or whatever, but it kind of bridges that gap a little bit. But I have to say, I enjoyed it tremendously. I really did. And I felt it was even a little bit dark in a few places, and a bit emotional, and it had a bit of everything. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Right. It's great to hear that because it was a great trilogy up to that point. For me, I think David summed it up perfectly. It's so consistently good. And it sounds like it does continue with that 4th one. So that's great news. Steve,
I'll tell you, if you play the video games on PlayStation 4 and 5, you're in for a treat, because it's watching some of the web scenes where he's flying through New York. It's some of the best I've ever seen in a Spider-Man movie, and it just took me back to the video game. It was really well done.
Wow. Well, that's music, my ears. It is. Steve, did you go to see it yourself? No,
Haven't seen it as yet. It might be the one that tempts me back to Marvel. The last one that I saw at the cinema was No Way Home.
Yeah. And what was your feelings towards that movie, just out of curiosity?
Loved it. Amazing. Really, really good. Probably my favorite of the Marvel films. That or Infinity War, I think, is really close.
Very good.
As Conor was saying there, it's just got, like Star Wars, Disney have got hold of it, and it's just a money making machine. They're churning everything out. However, I did watch both series of The Punisher. I watched those a few years back while I was at sea, and I thought it was really good. I thought John Bernthal is excellent as the Punisher. So when I saw the trailer of it and saw him in there, I thought, how are they going to make this work? Because Punisher's pretty hardcore.
I was thinking that. Yeah,
literally, he takes no prisoners, and John Bernthal's great in it. That short is actually really quite good as well, isn't it, Conor? The one that's on Disney, the one shot that's up there.
I watched it. I actually took a copy of it, downloaded on my iPad again, Steve, when I went away to Melbourne overnight, just to recap. And it is fun, and it bridges it really well. And some of the things they mention about how they cross paths in the movie is relevant to seeing that. So it doesn't stop you from enjoying it if you don't see it, but if you have seen it, it just adds
gives you that little bit extra. So I may well give that a go. And like Conor was saying there, so it seems to be scaled down the number of characters in this, because when you get into the multiverse things, and it's the same. Is it Avengers Doomsday is the next Avengers film out? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Seeing the trailer for that, you're watching it and just going, I'm going to be sat there the whole time going, oh, I wonder if so-and-so pops up. I'm waiting for this character and that character have their 3 minutes and a one-liner, and then it's kind of gotten too big. You could do that in a comic book, in a panel when you're reading it, and it's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit more difficult, I think, in a live action thing. But I wondered how they were going to do that in Infinity War.
Yeah, of
Even in
course.
Civil War, when that was the first one, wasn't it, that started to
Yeah.
bring quite a few people together.
Absolutely.
That was just bloody brilliant. And I thought Infinity War was really, really good. So I'm sure that they can do it, but I don't know. I'll stick with the Spider. I think the Spider-Man is a really strong series of films in the Marvel universe. Maybe Far From Home, I thought is probably. I think you mentioned it in your video from, was it last week? Whenever it was put out, Keith. It's probably not as good as Homecoming, and certainly not as good as No Way Home, but it's still a good time. It's a strong trilogy. So yeah, I'll go back to this one. Yeah,
I think the reason why I love No Way Home as much as I did is because for me, every time I watched that movie, it just gave closure to the two Spider-Mans before Tom Holland, which that they desperately needed that one movie to close out their journeys, because people could say, oh, you could look at the third, Tobey Maguire movie, and you can treat that as, oh, look, it felt like it was final, but it wasn't. There was meant to be a fourth movie. Sam Raimi was meant to direct it, and then it fell apart. So, but particularly Andrew Garfield, he needed some closure, and he got it with that movie, I think.
Yeah,
which I love. So, from what I've been hearing about Brand New Day, it just sounds like he's gone back to his, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. It's that kind of thing.
That's what I felt. Yeah.
Yeah, back to kind of like Homecoming.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. David also went on. We knew that this was going to get brought up. I didn't think it'd get brought up so early. He said, I also seen the Odyssey last week and I liked it a lot. It's Git Nolan's, so you get your movies work with him always. Might catch it again next week. And the IFI Dublin, they're showing it in 70mm print. So I haven't seen it yet. I'm hoping to go and see it. I'm just waiting for all this shit to die down. Not only that, over here, the IMAX cinema that's close to us in Blanchardstown, it's actually booked out. It's booked out all last week. It's been booked out all this week. So we're just waiting for that to come available, and then we'll probably go. So, John, have you went to see the Odyssey? I don't think you have you?
I haven't, but it's the same thing because Deborah said that she wanted to see Spider-Man in IMAX. And I says, oh, yeah, no problem. Because obviously we've got the IMAX and it seems to get shared out when there's big films come out together. So she said, oh, there's no IMAX with Spider-Man. I goes, what do you mean? She says, it's all Odyssey. So I went to there with my son. I said, are we seeing this in IMAX? He said, no. I says, I couldn't get it in IMAX. And I was in work today. There was a lad sitting behind us called Raymond, and he said he's going to see Spider-Man. And the last sitting next to us, she'd seen it. She loved it. And I said, oh, you're in for a treat there. And he said, yeah. He says, but I can't see it in IMAX because the Odeon where we're going to go, it says it's booked out, like I say, Keith. They said they booked the whole thing. The Odyssey people have booked the whole thing. So nobody can get away from the fact if you go and see it, you're going to see it in IMAX. I mean, quite right, because when we see it, we're going to want to see it in IMAX for the fact it's the first film ever to be shot fully in IMAX. Want that experience. So we will go and see it, but we're going to get Spider-Man out of the way. And then probably next week we'll go back to see Odyssey. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, hopefully, I hope that this might be the start, fingers crossed now, of seeing more of these movies shot entirely in IMAX, because I think the rigs that they use for it are considerably smaller, lighter. They're very quiet, apparently, more importantly as well, because that was the biggest issue when it came to IMAX. They're so loud, the cameras. So apparently they've addressed all of that. So I'm kind of hoping now that they've made it easier for directors that we'll see more of this in the future. Conor, we know you've seen it a few times. So do you want to share your thoughts on that one?
Well, obviously, I think everybody knows my bit of a rant the last time about it, so for me, it's a bit of a 180 because a 360, I guess, and 180 just because 180. Sorry, is that I had a preconception about it that I kind of jumped on some of the bandwagon, and which is not something I usually do, but I did. I went and saw it opening night here in my local town. I was blown away by it, right? Absolutely blown away by it. So straight away, I wanted to watch it in IMAX, and I worked out there's only one IMAX cinema in the whole Southern Hemisphere, which is crazy. That can show 70mm movies, and that's in Melbourne City, which is about a 7-hour round trip for me. So I went down there Wednesday morning. There's only 3 of them in the UK that can actually show them as well. Wow, yeah. It's only one in the whole Southern Hemisphere. So I drove down Wednesday morning, stayed over Wednesday night, did a bit of comic shopping and movie shopping, and I went and saw it. It was completely sold out. It sold out till the end of September. And coincidentally, I'll just tell you, it's getting so crazy with the IMAX in Melbourne that the police had to get involved because the people have been setting up false websites, selling tickets, and then getting everyone's credit card details and ripping people. So that actually happened. So big signs were up
scalpers for cinema tickets now. Jesus.
Crazy. But what I can tell you is, the movie I'm going to have to say it's become one of my favorite movies of all time so far. And that's nuts to say, particularly taking into consideration my view a few weeks ago. And secondly, seeing it in 70mm was just breathtaking. It's a movie I'll think about. It has everything from love, family, honor, regret, harmony, loyalty, courage, everything. Some of the scenes in it are just wow, So yeah, I highly recommend it, and I hope everybody gets to enjoy it. And in that format, or as close as, because I think you won't be disappointed. It'll be whatever kind of edition they announce for people who collect home media. I'll be all over it for sure.
Yeah, because it'll be one of those things, I think, when it does come out. Because if I remember correctly, you can correct me if I'm wrong when I say this, but I think when Oppenheimer came out on 4K, I think it was actually just the standard release, and there was a steelbook edition, and they were just selling out like crazy. It was very hard to get a release of it, and that's so. It's crazy to think that continues onto physical media as well in terms of Christopher Nolan. That everybody just wants to be desperately own his movies, but
it's good.
Yeah, it's great, Conor. It's great that you enjoyed it as much as you did.
Some people did say to me that, like, I spoke to some of my family and cousins and mates, and some of them said the American accents took them out of it and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that any of the stuff that anyone's saying is not true, because everybody has their own opinion on what they enjoy and don't enjoy. But I can tell you, any misconceptions I had that were, to be honest, based on clickbait and false stuff, and I have to admit that now because I jumped on the bandwagon a bit. I can tell you, I was eating a lot of humble pie because I was ready to be the first one to jump all over that and say what a pile of BS. But it does everything about those kind of movies and Greek mythology justice. It's just, you feel like you're on that journey with them, particularly in the 70mm. I felt like I was in that boat with them at times. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that I was going to feel that way when I do. When I watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy, when I finish watching it, I'm actually exhausted come the ending of it, because I feel like I've been on that journey with them, and I kind of got the impression that the Odyssey was going to be something similar. So I cannot wait to check it out. Steve, I know you haven't seen it yourself, but are you interested? Oh, you have seen it?
Yeah, I saw it when I was away, because on the day that our flight was delayed, we had an extra day to kick around. So
shit! Sorry.
Of us, we went to the cinema. I couldn't get an IMAX showing, unfortunately.
Okay.
And you were just saying, what was three IMAX cinemas in the UK? Where I am, the closest one is is in London. So I know it's only an hour and a half away, but I'm desperate to see this in IMAX because, again, as John just said, it's the first film that's shot entirely in IMAX.
Yeah.
And as the comments sort of say there, every pound note is on that screen.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that I really do like about Christopher Nolan, and I'm going to be honest, I don't like all of his films.
No, I agree. Yeah, I'm saying.
I was slightly disappointed in Dunkirk.
I was. I
wanted more from it a little bit and stuff like that. But what I like about him, he's kind of that old-fashioned filmmaker. He likes to shoot on film. He loves everything being in camera. He's a big, practical guy.
Yeah.
And for us, he loves physical media.
Yeah.
That's good, isn't it?
Everyone must have seen that clip of him going, it's so important because the physical media, the Blu-ray, the 4K, that is the only way you are going to see it how I want you to see it.
Absolutely.
Right? I've controlled everything. I've controlled the sound levels, the color balance, everything.
Yeah.
The compression, there's no compression on it, all of that. So you've got to love the guy for that. if when this comes out, it doesn't come out in a Trojan Horse edition, we need to punch somebody in the dick because you know.
I like that idea. Yeah.
But it is watching that, like Conor said, it's got a little bit of everything. And Conor, I think it was I sent a text to you the other day, or it was on the group. There's some sequences in the Odyssey. I desperately want to see Christopher Nolan direct a horror film because there's a couple of sequences in the Odyssey.
It took me back a bit, some of those scenes.
That will have you squirming.
Yeah.
Wow.
He knows how to do unsettling and how to do stuff like that. And, you know, Samantha Morton, the sequence with her is jaw-dropping.
Yeah.
Wow.
But there's some great performances there. It's a great cat. John Bernthal again is in that.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that I think my wife's out, so I can say the second love of my life, Mia Goth, is in it. Lupita Nyong'o. I mean, you know, she's great as Helena Troy. It's just a really good cat. It's just really good filmmaking.
There was someone in that movie. I see when I checked the cast, and I don't know why. I just was very surprised to see his name in there. Now, something's telling me it's not going to be a huge role, and you can let me know. But do you know John Lewinsky? What's his name? John
Leguizamo. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah. I just
He's
seen his name,
brilliant.
and I was like, "Oh, is he in the much?"
Yeah, he's got quite a substantial role, and he is because
he's actually quite good.
He's normally quite charismatic, and he's a funny guy as well.
Yeah.
If you hear him interviewed, hear him talking about Steven Seagal, it's brilliant. But he's really, really good at it, and
that's
quite
great.
subtle. And one thing we're talking about practical stuff, and I was looking at that thinking, how the hell can Cyclops be practical? There's no way. Apparently, it was a 60-foot animatronic.
Really? Are you serious? Yeah,
obviously, there's got to be some augmentation with CGI, but it was a practical thing on set. And that sequence as well, you just like the design of it is great.
Yeah.
It's done really well.
The other thing I wanted to mention as well was they did have a bit of a 10-minute snippet of the new June 3 movie in IMAX 70mm.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. Nice. Oh, wow.
It's a Christopher Nolan kind of gift to you for coming to watch it in 70mm. Here's a 10-minute.
Is that the
maybe it was like 5 or 6 minutes sneak preview of the new June 3 movie. It was of a ship landing and like a build up to a battle or something. But that was pretty epic as well. And I just wanted to mention that.
This is all encouraging as well. And you were saying, Spider-Man 300 seats sold out. It's good that people are going back to the cinema, because I do feel sort of post-COVID, which was 6 years ago, we still haven't got out of that.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah,
you're kind
these
of
are like
right.
event movies, so it's good.
I honestly thought up to basically. You know what? I'm going to throw in Project Hail Mary in there as well because by God, no one seen, never thought that movie would make the money that it ended up making. But I think up to after that, I think it was all down to horror. Horror was basically keeping cinema alive at the moment. It was, and none of us thought that would ever.
How many times over the last 30 years, right? How many times over the last 30 years has that been the case?
Yeah, but when you see the likes of like Backrooms and what's it called, Obsession. When you see them, like both movies, like one of them made nearly over 300 million worldwide. The other one made it's actually on its way to 500 million. No one kind of expected these movies to make that kind of money. And
especially
then all
when you've got Obsession that was made for £6 and a couple of bits of sticky tape and coke cans. It's amazing.
Yeah, and it kept me on the edge of my seat. Such a fun movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, Odyssey, I think we all knew it now. I think, like, I'm just looking at the sales figures on it. It's literally just going to pass $1 billion in the next week or two. God knows what it's going to make come the end of it. But
how crazy is it, Keith, that when I got to the Odyssey cinema here in Melbourne after the bit of a hike to get there, that all these signs were up and all these Victorian police and Australian Federal Police signs advising about these false IMAX websites being created and shut down in 4 or 5 days. But by then they had got $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 per webpage. And then, you know what I mean? And people thought, oh, great, I can get tickets. They've done extra movies. And A lot of
Yeah.
people got ripped off.
Unfucking real. Unbelievable. Right, we'll move on. We've got Collector Adam here saying, good evening, Keith, John, Steve, Connor, Ellen, and everyone in the chat. Hope you're all doing well. Here's to another great stream in good company. Learn the love of physical media. Absolutely, Adam, and thanks again, mate. Once again for stopping by. Matt Katz went on to say he caught the new Evil Dead. I liked it, but didn't love it. It hasn't broke the series' consistent stride. I just like it less than others. Any of you seen it and what your thoughts? I think that is the perfect way to sum that movie up. David. John, did you go see it? Yes, you did. Of course.
Yeah.
We spoke about it.
Yeah, I wanted to see it again. I don't think I'll get to see it in the cinema, unfortunately, because I wanted to just have that second viewing because I really enjoyed it. I thought the start didn't really sort of start off well for me, but I went back and I've read all about it and what the start actually meant and who it was and that type of thing. So I want to see it again because I was thinking until they sort of went to the house, I thought this is not really doing it for me, but then it picked up for the rest of the film. But I think when I go back and watch it again with a bit of a fresh eyes, I'm going to go and enjoy most of it. So I can't wait to see it again. I did enjoy it. I thought it was good. I understand exactly what you're saying there, but I think it'll jump. As you say, Keith, these ones have got a habit of jumping up.
They do.
When you don't write it off, but you sort of say, right, that's definitely going to stay in that part. You go back to it and you go, you know what, that's jumping up a couple of spaces. It's a weird franchise because it does that with all the different. I've had that experience with all the different films, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a few comments out there, and there was people saying, "Oh, it's a horrible movie. It doesn't feel like an Evil Dead movie." And I'm like, "What fucking movie did you go and see?" And all because once that kicks off, it's of course it's an Evil Dead. Jesus Christ, they're trapped inside a house. There's fucking deadites outside, and there's a deadite in the basement. You can't get any more fucking Evil Dead than that, you know. It's I'm just I'm bemused by what I can see and what people see differently. I just think it's odd. Conor, you didn't go see it, did you?
I really wanted to, Keith, but unfortunately, we had the kids were sick and stuff, and a few other things going on, and it did very well in my local cinema, and I didn't end up getting to see it, but I will be seeing it once it starts streaming on one of the platforms. I'll grab it, and a couple of my friends saw it, and I think pretty much one or two of them are really big Evil Dead fans, a lot more than I am. I don't mind the series, but if I was going to the shelf to grab some movies, they wouldn't be my first goal. But I still appreciate what they are, a little bit like Hellraiser. But every one of them said exactly, what Mac Chats have said and what you've said. That it wasn't the best, but they had a lot of fun with it, and it had the elements that they wanted in it. So that was positive enough for me to say, okay, I'll go to the cinema to see it, but it never ended up eventuating. But yeah, like I say, I'll watch it on either one of the streaming apps, and I'll definitely pick it up on physical when it comes out to add to the collection.
Right. Okay. Absolutely. What about yourself, Steve? You never got to see it either, did you?
Sadly, not seen it in the cinema. Definitely will, though. Like Max Chat's comment there, like you boys have said, the feedback that I've generally got is, yeah, I like it, but don't love it. It's not quite an Evil Dead film, how I see an Evil Dead film. But look, it's going to be good. And I watched your ranking video, John, the other day. First of all, I thought he's tapped here. He's got a top 8, and there hasn't been 8 films yet. And then I thought, wait a minute, you might have Ash versus the Evil Dead in there. Yeah, just for a second, I thought you were losing it, pal.
Yeah.
But it was interesting seeing your ranking on there. Keith, I've spoken to you about Evil Dead 2013, the fact that you've seen it once. I think, and this was really interesting from your video as well, John, actually. I think I've seen the R-rated cut. So I haven't seen the unrated version, but I've just picked that up on 4K.
No.
So I want to give it another
It's
go.
a different experience. It really is. I think it's. I mean, when Mikey told us about it, I was adamant that says I don't want to see it again. I said I thought it was I thought it was garbage, and I'm not going to go there. Why spoil it? He said just try it, see what you think. I put it on, and I'm amazed at how good and different it is of the same film. You'll love it. I'll be amazed if you don't like it.
I want to do because I still haven't watched the 4K of the 45th anniversary first film. Evil Dead. So I want to watch that this weekend and the remake. The thing that I got from the remake, what I like about Evil Dead is there's always that humor through it. And I will remember the very first time that I watched Evil Dead 2 on VHS. I was only a teenager, and we only had a video downstairs, so I'd watch it when everyone's gone to bed, and I would have headphones on plugged into the TV.
Yeah.
And my dad came downstairs because he thought I was in pain because I was laughing so much at the possessed hand bit in Evil Dead 2. I was absolutely roaring with laughter. And it was that sort of thing that was missing for me from the remake. So I don't know if it seemed to be quite a serious film, and I like the kind of dark humor, the typical Sam Raimi stuff that runs through the Evil Dead. And that's what I got from Evil Dead Rise. I thought that the main girl who plays the main Deadite in that, I thought she was great.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And I thought there was just that little bit of dark, cruel, sick humor in there. It was coming back in, and I thought, okay, that's the Evil Dead to me. That's what I like.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm absolutely up for this. I hear it's pretty full on with the blood and thunder. So that's pretty good. So yeah, I'm looking for. I'm pretty sure it won't be too long until it comes out.
No.
Certainly streaming anyway.
It's already. I'm almost certain. I think I'd seen something only yesterday that I think it's coming. It's going on to streaming now at the. It's either this weekend or next weekend. It is.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
almost certain I heard that. So, yeah. Look, I can't say any more than what I said to when I left in the WhatsApp group. It's my worst Evil Dead movie, but I still really liked it.
Good.
I really enjoyed it. I had a great time with it. I spoke to John about this as well. So it'd be interesting to see your take on it, Steve, because there was people saying that it was very funny. So I turned around to John and I said, I don't think there was one moment in that movie where I laughed. About the grandmother. One or two scenes with the grandmother, but people were making it out to be fucking like Evil Dead 2 kind of humor, and I was like,
oh really?
Yeah, I am definitely not getting that. And I did
find it humorous, and the granny is the funniest thing about it. You don't think that at the start, but obviously as it evolves, it gets really out of, like goes crazy. So she's a great character, and but there's humor in it, but it's nowhere near Evil Dead 2 humor.
Evil Dead ones, yeah.
I think the biggest sin that movie made for me is every highlight in that movie was in the trailers.
Oh no,
I stopped after the first trailer. I've not watched anymore. I generally, I've kind of stopped watching trailers to a certain extent because they are, they're just
especially horror ones.
Money shot after money shot in that.
In terms of cinematography, hands down, the best scene in that movie is the very first trailer to the movie. And I do not, after watching the movie now, I kind of look at it and go, what the fuck why did you have that entire sequence as a trailer? Why? Because I can only imagine the hardships they had to go through to try and do that entire sequence. And then for them to throw it in as a fucking trailer, it's baffling. It's absolutely baffling to me. Kind of like that.
I saw that trailer, and to me, it was being pitched as like a Final Destination film.
Right.
There was kind of you're seeing things, and you're thinking that's got to pay off in a minute, and sure enough, towards the end of the trailer, it kind of did. But
mind you, that fight, the way they sort of fight in a scramble, and they just go crazy and to just throwing each other all over the place, which must have been really hard to set up. There's other fight scenes like that in the movie, though, isn't it? You do see more of them, like skirmishes. So it's not just that one scene, which I was pleased about, because when it kicks off, when they have fights like that, it's madness, isn't it?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like the reason I'm complaining about it is, like I said, that's just that one, because as John mentioned, there is more to it. But it's the fact that if you actually just watch it, it's just one shot. And it's just incredibly done. And to use it as a trailer, it was terrible. It was fucking terrible. As much as and the thing is, I loved the trailer. But the reason why I loved the trailer as much as I did, I was like, I went, holy shit. if they use this segment, this scene in the trailer, what the fuck is the rest of the movie?
What am I going
like?
to see in the film? Yeah.
And nothing lived up to that scene in the trailer for me. No, look, I liked it. I liked it a lot. It's definitely continuing that fantastic run that it's on in the moment. And fingers crossed it'll continue on to Evil Dead Rat that comes out in Is it next year or is it 2028-ish?
I think 28.
28, isn't it? Yeah.
I think it's early 28, yeah.
I don't even understand that because the movie is wrapped. They finished shooting it like a month ago. So why the fuck is it 28 it's coming out? And I think it's early
28, like February 28, Keith, yeah.
I had this. Right, we'll move on. David just went on to say, Jesus, that's 3 times I've been in the flicks this month. That's a lot for me. I have to be careful. People might think I'm being social again. Absolutely, Dave. We got Alan here saying, hope you all are having a cracking night, lads. Great to have you company here at home. As good as it gets. Thanks so much, Alan. I really appreciate
just while you're on that with Alan, bless him, I'm just going to give him a shout out because very kindly he sent me this today.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful.
Look at that.
Oh shit.
So Alan,
that's
thank you
fantastic.
so much, mate.
Someone actually showed. Oh, it's Marty. He bought Marty one as well, didn't he?
Marty's got one as well. So
yeah, I've seen Marty's video.
That's absolutely amazing.
This will keep the Spielberg collection somewhere there, company as well. So, Alan, thank you so much for that, mate. It's really kind.
I just want to tell Alan as well that this isn't an elf outfit. This is from the TV show, one of my favorite Korean television shows. So it's not. I'm not dressed as elf, mate.
Fucking Conor bought the collector's edition of the fucking Bone Temple, and that's what you got with it.
No, it's Squid Games, man. It's, apart from the fluffy thing, it's -2 this morning. I need my onesie on, and it's got a toilet flap on it as well, which is. I
don't suppose you want to show everyone at home what you showed us.
No, you boys have seen it. You don't want to see it. It's got an amazing toilet flap at the back, so like for cold mornings, I can just keep it on and pop it out. It's really good.
We got Slipknot here. I was saying, hi fellas. Which fictional bar in a movie would you like to have a drink in? That's a great question.
What a question.
You know, I'm going to actually, one just instantly just jumped right into me fucking head, and I'm just going to say the After Dark Club in Vamp. A bit of a cheat there because it's not just so much the bar, it's probably the area. I just love the look of that movie, but that bar in particular, that's the bar that inspired, From Dusk Till Dawn.
That was going to be what I was going to say, the Titty Twister.
The Titty Twister. There's something about the Dark Club, it just has a lot of dark corners, it's like if you actually watch Vamp, like there's fucking people being killed in the bar.
Yeah,
and no one's even paying fucking notice of it. It's just dark corners and shady things going on in these dark corners, and I think for me, definitely the After Dark Club. John, what about yourself? Anything comes to mind?
Yes, it would be the bar out of Vamp.
That's the After Dark Club. That's what I was saying.
Oh, is that what you said? Oh, I thought you were talking about Near Dark.
No, After Dark Club.
Right. Anyway, I'll get me coat.
Mention that time difference up in Whitley Bay.
No,
John, are you in Australia or me?
I know, but I didn't hear the near bit. Apart from that, right? I thought I had a really winner there. I'll say my second choice is the Winchester from Shaun the Dead.
That's a good one.
But they've got to be in there. I can't just go in the bar. All the characters from Shaun the Dead have to be in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a very good one. Sorry, John. I was there and I was like, my God, is that fucker just zoned out when I was talking?
I'll have to actually listen now from now on. Clearly, looks out.
Well, I think someone will probably leave it in the comment section. I might be getting it wrong. I think it's called the After Dark Club. I'm hoping I'm right in saying that. It is. I think it is.
Near Dark, the Near Dark, because it's
it's great. Great movie. Conor, what about yourself?
I'd have to say, because every time I watch the movie, I always think, gee, I'd love to be there when that happened. And it was, it's the movie from the Three Amigos, the bar that they go into the first time. and they do the
Yeah.
singing and and then the German guy comes in later. I got 3 friends coming later, and they're not as forgiving as I am. Yeah, I just think that bar,
Yeah,
he
I got it.
and Chevy Chase, they all play off each other so well. That bar scene just looked mentally like fun for me. I was thinking, oh, maybe I'll go for some like spaghetti western Sergio Leone bar, where Clint walks in. But now I think the 3 amigos, and I want to be dressed as the 4th one.
It's doable. It is doable. Steve, what about yourself?
So apart from the titty twister, I will go for the double douche from Roadhouse.
Oh, that's a good
When
one.
it's been done up, we've got Keith David behind the bar there, Jeff Healey playing on the stage, and then there is, that girl as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You saw
let's go there. You got some decent music going on there. You'll have a good drink, and then punch up at the end of the night. So it'll be pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a great movie as well.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah,
that is a great one. Alan, he was just saying, if you could bring back a Hollywood icon from the past for one more film, who would you choose? Having rewatched Boys from Brazil recently, I've got to go Gregory Peck, an absolute legend. Ooh, Jesus. John.
What a good question. What a good question, Alan. What a great question.
It is, mind. It is. And I'm going to go for this. You might say Hollywood icon. You're kidding, aren't you? But he kind of was, in a way, Elvis Presley. And he's going to make a good film. A film he wanted to make. So that he's going to put him out and show the world what he could have done if he wasn't given the worst scripts of all time to read through for 33 films. So that's who I'll say, because I think he would have liked to have done that. But, of course, the Colonel had other ideas for him to, put him on stage 3 times a day. So he had no energy to do anything, and he took him away from Hollywood because he didn't want to mix with anyone and get ideas of his own. So that was another travesty event. But I think if we could just give him a decent film, he was one that he was proud of, because he was only ever proud of King Creole, wasn't he? I think that was it. So anyway, that's me, Elvis.
I
do have a good Elvis in somewhere. You know that, didn't you?
Conor, what about yourself?
I'd have to say, I was thinking of a couple of different movie actors who in the last few years of their life did things that were different from what they had done in their mainstream, and I think of John Houseman, of course, who narrates the beginning of The Fog with the kids on the beach, and I think a little bit of I think I'm pretty sure as well he's in one of my favorite movies with a couple of other old actors. There's the last movie they did, I think, called Ghost Story. They all did, dancing movies and kind of the golden age of Hollywood movies. And then randomly, the last few, year of their life, they did these strange kind of things, and they all did so well. So I think I'd have to say, because I never seen him. I mean, some people might say Rope is a bit that way, but if the late great Jimmy Stewart could be brought back to do something different than what he'd normally done, I think he pulled it off amazingly in Rope. It's one of my favorite Alfred Hitchcock movies because it's all filmed in that one room, and it is a pretty ominous story, and because it's based on a real story as well. And I think seeing Jimmy Stewart come back to do something, but Gregory Peck, I mean, he's amazing in The Boys from Brazil. James Mason was another one that was amazing, and he pulled it off as of course the vampire assistant in Salem's Lot. That he had done everything in Hollywood really, and British television and stage. So it's always nice to see those kind of actors branch out. And it gets back to something I say all the time. Anytime I get to kick Tom Hanks, I'll take it. You never see people like him and DiCaprio taking on roles like that. Or maybe later on in life they will, I don't know. But any opportunity to kick the two of them, I'll take it.
Speaking of fucking kicking,
I like them.
When Ellen hears that, you'll be getting the fucking kicking.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't mean it rudely. I just mean that I like them. But I don't, to me, when I think of amazing actors, right, I think of a guy who can be the CEO of Auschwitz, who can be M in James Bond, and then next minute he's dancing to heavy metal music in a post-apocalyptic world. That to me is
Tom Hanks. Like, a defense to Tom Hanks, right? That's the only thing I will say about it, because he kind of addressed it in an interview on the Graham Norton show.
Okay.
where he turned around and he basically said, "Look, because the way I sound, my voice, everything. Could you imagine me playing, Batman?" He said, and then at the same voice when he did the iconic "I'm Batman," he did it in Woody's voice from Toy Story, and it's it's certain genres, certain roles just don't suit actors, and I just Tom Hanks, I just can't. Even though he did star in a horror movie when he first started, Final Exam, wasn't it? Or something like that was
I
called.
think something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't suit Tom Hanks. DiCaprio on the other hand, now I think a horror could suit him. I think I could see him in Nosferatu, a Wolfman movie.
I would say if Graham Norton had any kahunas, he'd say, "Listen, Tom, if Fred Astaire can pull it off in Ghost Story, you can pull it off in something as well, mate. Stop whitewashing."
Yeah, there you go. That's true as well.
Stop being weak, Tom.
That's fair enough.
And then slap him. Slap him.
Maybe the whole fucking genre doesn't entice him.
Maybe.
That's another thing as well, What about yourself, Steve? Anyone comes to mind?
Well, I've got a couple.
Question.
One being a director that I would like to see make another film. Well, there's two. One would be Stanley Kubrick, see what he would do now.
Absolutely.
And the other would be Sam Peckinpah.
Sam Peckinpah.
I'd love to see him make one more Sam Peckinpah film. Actor-wise, a couple of people that have gone in the recent past. Heath Ledger, I thought he was on the verge of doing some really, really interesting work.
He was too, yeah. Great.
And he was kind of I'll do anything, kind of a fearless actor. So that would be one. One who I think is just unbelievable is Philip Seymour Hoffman as well.
Absolutely.
I thought he was an incredible talent.
Truman.
Going back though, somebody like Robert Shaw, see what he would do.
He could definitely do it.
But one that I've got a huge soft spot for is Oliver Reed. At the time of his passing, when he was doing Gladiator, what could he have gone on to do past that? Because that would have reset it. He wouldn't have been kind of, let's get him on a chat show and get him pissed.
Yeah.
Because he is, I'll die on
eloquently beautiful,
great actor.
Yeah.
There's one that kind of just instantly jumped at me. And funny enough, when you said Heath Ledger, I thought this actor, he always reminded me of Heath Ledger. He did. Heath Ledger always reminded me of him, I should say. And I'm going to say River Phoenix.
River Phoenix.
Yeah. Just to see an adult River Phoenix just do anything today. I just want to see it. I think the trajectory that he was going in, the path that he was going in at the time of his death, I think he would have been. I actually think he would have been icon status. I really do. I think if he was alive today, he'd be up there with all the big ones.
River Phoenix being like one of Tarantino's.
Absolutely.
Break into a role like that.
Yeah. I could see River Phoenix a bit like, in a weird kind of way, DiCaprio, where he'll get to work with every, like if you look at DiCaprio's career, he has worked with every famous director you could think of. Well, I'm going to say modern, not modern, but directors who are alive today. I think he's worked with all the biggest. And I think River Phoenix would have been the exact same. Such a talent. Even when I watched Stand By Me, such a young age,
he breaks your heart in that, doesn't he?
He's such a great role in that. Even the start of The Last Crusade.
Yeah, Indiana Jones. Yeah,
he's got Harrison Ford's mannerisms down perfectly, hasn't he?
It's that kind of thing where I could never envision anyone else playing Indiana Jones, and then I seen River Phoenix do what he did at the start of that, and I'd be like, maybe, maybe fucking be, So. A talent, an absolute talent, and it's one of those what if things, unfortunately.
Great question, that Adam. Well done, mate.
Yeah, fair play on. Thanks again for that.
Cheers, Al.
We've got Art the Clown here just saying good evening, gents. Hope you have a good stream tonight. Well, thank you so much, Art. And we've also got another question. We've got another question here as well from Hector Adam. He says, "What's your thoughts on Arrow's latest releases today? I think they are continuing to smash it with their releases. Several great films and then Enter the Video Store Volume 2 set. Great stuff. John, have you seen that today?
I have, yes, and Enter the Video Store Volume 2. I wasn't expecting that because, well, I have been expecting it for a while, and it just never happened, and I thought I'd actually forgotten all about it, and there it is. But I think I think it's probably one of the best release months to put out in a long time, actually.
Yeah,
and
I'd agree with you, John. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm really interested in. I can't remember what it was, but it was one I was dying to get. I'll have to look it up.
Cujo?
You are?
Cujo?
Not Cujo.
Last Boy Scout?
Future World?
Frighteners?
Not Last Boy Scout.
Future World?
Monster Squad?
Not Monster Squad.
Monster
not
Club.
Future World.
No, it's Squad, isn't it? Monster
yeah,
Club is the
Monster
old...
Squad, Jack.
Yeah.
Future World.
No, there's
Future World?
another one, I'm sure.
Future World.
What the fuck? What else was that? Oh, Frighteners.
Frighteners, that's it. That's
Yeah.
going to be because you know when Frighteners was coming out, and it seemed to be coming out everywhere, bar the UK, in good special editions, 4Ks, and you couldn't get your hands on them.
Yeah,
so the
Keith
fact
got a
that it's
few,
coming out
a
over
nice
here,
one, actually,
that's going to be that's my first one I'm going to get on that because I love that film. I haven't had a DVD for that long, and I've been wanting to upgrade it, but it's been one of them ones. I know the 4K is going to come eventually, so I just held out for it. But it seems like I held out for it forever, so I can't wait to watch it again because I think, as we've talked about before, Michael J. Fox, I didn't rate him at all when he first started off. When he's in Back to the Future, I didn't watch Back to the Future, so it was just like mindless kiddie film. How wrong I was. And then when you kind of go on, I mean, especially Casualties of War, my God.
Needs a 4K. That needs a 4K.
I know. But he had such good, well, he still has in his own way, but he was a real talent. I think there's a fact he started off as a bit of a teeny bopper. He didn't get the credit that he should have had.
Like a sitcom actor, wouldn't he? He was Family Ties and that. Yeah,
that's right. And but The Frighteners is just such a good film, and I'm just long overdue a watch of that. So
I love the one that Michael J. Fox did where he's a concierge. I can't remember the name of that movie. I don't know why I would love that movie. He's like a young concierge in a posh 5-star hotel in New York, and he wants to build his own
concierge,
hotel.
Isn't it?
Isn't
it called Concierge?
Not 100%, but I love that movie. It's a feel good kind of romantic comedy. Yeah. He's like a concierge in this like posh hotel, and there's like all these wealthy men come, and then one guy has this like lady who comes, and his character likes her, and yada yada yada, and he wants to build his own hotel, and he's like the kind of concierge who can get you tickets to the games. And he knows
I've definitely never seen that. I've never seen that from Michael J. Fox. That's something I must check that out.
It's really good, man. Yeah, it's either late 80s or very early 90s, and it's just a lovely kind of romantic comedy. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Is there anything else, John, in that Arrow's releases that is it just Days of Frighteners that's the one that's mainly interesting you?
I probably will scoop up most of them. The Arrows, the video store, it'd be the second one. Well, I don't know when I'm going to get them, but those are the first two that I'll go for. And then I'll kind of probably pick up. What I seem to do with Arrow these days is that I wait till the sale comes out, and usually you can get like the standard one with the slip on, and that'll do me unless I really want the title. The one that I missed was the Mask 4K and the special edition, so I shouldn't have slept on that one. But I think I'll probably go for 90% of the stuff there, which is unusual for me because usually I kind of, there's half of them are no disrespect, the ones putting out, they're just not my cup of tea. And then the ones that I really want to see, I'll go and buy. But usually in a sale, but Frighteners will be day one for me because I've been wanting to see it for a long time again. And you can't go back to the DVD when you know there's a 4K on the horizon, basically.
Yeah. Trek or not, no, it's not secret to my success that Conor was talking about. I have seen that. That's not a hotel. That's a business that he's in.
You might find out what it is there, but yeah, it's a lovely movie, Keith, and it reminds me a little bit of his character in that one where he's like going to be a small country doctor, and he has a
Doc Hollywood. Yeah, it's
a little bit like that. His character, and a really cool movie.
I've just looked it up, Conor. It's the Concierge from 1993. It was also called For Love or Money.
For
Great
Love.
picture.
There we go. Okay. I know the movie, I just never seen it. Right.
Great picture.
Yeah, I'll check that. I'll definitely. You know something?
Really nice romantic comedy.
I think I own the movie. I think I have it in my
Wow.
collection. I must actually watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Conor, what about yourself? What stands out for you in terms of the Arrow releases?
I saw all the releases there, and I'm a bit like John when it comes to Arrow. There's one or two that everything they do in some way appeals to me, which is horrible as a collector because I want to get all of it. But I realize, like we've discussed before, that's not always practical. And but I think personally, when it comes to doing a lot of stuff, they're probably one of the best. I try and wait for their sales as well. And unless it's a movie I really want, I will hold, like Excalibur or whatever. I'll hold off for just the basic with the slipcover. I'm definitely getting Future World because I love that movie and I know it bombed. But any chance to kind of get a background on Dallas after the original Westworld movie, it had piles of money thrown at it. Michael Crichton would have nothing to do with it at the time. They got in what's his name? He was from Easy Rider. They got in some big names in the movie, right? Because obviously Westworld came out of nowhere. It was cheap and it made a lot of money. Like Yul Brynner wouldn't even come back for it, and he was down on his, luck on money. He came back, I think, for a very small cameo, which I think he got paid more for than he did the whole Westworld movie. But there's something about it, and I think it's only ever been released on DVD because I have a DVD, but I don't think it's ever certainly had a Region 4 Blu-ray. If I'm even wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. It's never had any kind of a Blu-ray release. But I'm really excited for that. Really excited for Cujo, and I'll probably wait for a sale. But the Video Store Volume 2, I'll definitely grab as well because a little bit like the Umbrella Full Moon sets. When you look at the art on them and the covers, it just brings you back to that late 80s, mid 80s, early 90s kind of trip into the VHS store on a Friday night where you spent 5 hours walking around before you pick the same movie that you've hired 17 times before.
That's true.
That's fair enough. Now, before I let Steve talk about, because I know exactly what his number one is. The proof is in the pudding here because me and Steve done a stream together. It was probably summer last year, and Steve made a prediction for an Arrow video release. He said it will come someday, and that title now has finally been announced. And I'm sure, Steve, it's your number one pick out of the bunch that got announced today.
Well, I mean, it would be released in a month that is a bumper month, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Which follows another good month because we've got Misery coming as well from Arrow in September. So the October ones, the one Keith's talking about is of course The Last Boy Scout, which thank God. Here we go then. If I can look into my crystal ball again or my magic 8 ball, as part of the Warner's deal, Arrow, let's get a 4K of New Jack City, please.
New Jack.
That would be awesome. But yeah, it's a great month. This is one of my favorite Arrow sets of all time, anyway.
Yeah.
We
won't be making that same mistake fucking twice. I can tell you. We were late getting them.
Already pre-ordered volume 2. A little bit disappointed there's no horror titles in there, but they've gone down an action route. Quite comfortable with that because it's exactly as Conor said. This and the Umbrella Full Moon titles, you're looking at them, and if you're describing those films to people, they're shit.
Not shit.
but they're the best kind of shit films, and I love them all, and they're brilliant, and it's never a wasted Friday night. So video.
They don't try and be anything other than they are, and I think
know exactly what they are.
In a world, particularly today, where everything is engineered and geared to be bigger and better than it is, or trying to be something other than it is. Sometimes it's relieving and refreshing to put something on that's complete bollock.
This goes. You know what? We're trash. We know we're trash. Yeah. You love it. We love it. Enjoy it. Sit back and relax. It's great.
Yeah.
So I've ordered the Last Boy Scout, obviously, Enter the Video Store Volume 2. I've ordered Monster Squad, and I've also ordered. What else did I order? What else did I order? Cujo, of course, which blew me away that they were doing that. I think was it Kino who did the 4K in that in the US?
Yeah.
think
Kino
it
did-
was
Kino
surprised
did
that one, so.
was and Cujo, I think, yeah.
So looking forward to that. I haven't ordered Future World. I may get that, and Frighteners I may do now. Paul over at Brum Horror was talking about that because he loves the film and so does Rach. But they've got that. I think it's a German release.
The Turbine,
which
yeah.
is,
Turbine.
Is it 4 or 6 discs?
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
monstrous set. And
Yeah.
so for Arrow to be putting out like the slip edition, it's slightly disappointing. But what I feel, I will pick. Of course, I'll pick it up. Of course, I'll pick it up.
Yeah. I'm with Paul and Rach in that camp. Frighteners, I love the movie so much. I have the Turbine release. The transfer is astonishing on it.
I've never seen
got
it,
a-
so you
got
got
a
to watch
Dolby
for me.
It's got a Dolby Atmos soundtrack as well on it as well. It's got all the bells and whistles. Like you said, Steve, it's like a five disc set. I think it's something like along them lines. It's a colossal release. And when you stack it up against Arrow, it just makes no sense to me to buy it. Put it that way. As much as I love the movie, but
Yeah.
anyone that doesn't have the Turbine release,
I've never even seen it,
fucking
Keith, so for me, it's going to be a buy. Yeah,
it's going to be. It's
What a film.
it's so good. It's
And
so
I
goddamn
think
good.
about it.
It's-
I don't know if there's comments of it coming up, but when I think of Arrow, a lot of people knock Arrow. It's easy to do that because they were one of the first to do this kind of. They kind of set the blueprint for what a collector's edition would be with the hard box, the book, the poster, the cards, and all of that. But the one C word that I think of with Arrow is consistent because they are. Their transfers, when they do them, you can guarantee they're going to be in the top 5% of transfers. That
Absolutely.
And they can. I know that people have sort of said, "Oh, they've lost their way and they've sold out. Look at all the films they're doing, the commercial war and things." You've got to do that to keep the money coming in. You can't you cannot just be releasing obscure films. You can't go to do some sort of claymation or stop motion film from Mexico in the 70s about the history of steam trains. That's not going to pay the bills.
Absolutely.
So I think that Arrow have had a storming year. Really, really good. Salem's Lot is still one of my top releases of the year. I was blown away when I watched that. So pleased when they put the Fat Boy edition out. So fair play. Arrow have had an absolutely cracking year so far. This is one of their most stacked months. Let's see what else I've got for us.
I think that's the only disappointment. That's the argument I would have with this month's today's announcements is the fact that none of them are getting the limited box treatment, which is shocking when you think about the movies that they're bringing out.
Have you noticed that over the last couple of months with Arrow though, the number of fat boxes has come down?
Yeah, I'm just starting to
consistently.
get a little concerned about it. I am getting a little concerned at it.
What did I get recently? I got To Live and Die in LA. And that's actually a really good package inside. There was more in that. That could have been a fat box with the additional stuff. The only thing that was missing really is a more substantial book and the case. But it was that month, the one with Falling Down and Soylent Green and all of that.
I thought Blue Thunder getting that big release it did. It was such a blockbuster 80s movie. I I thought that got something.
But they're all the slip editions. I don't know whether it's kind of cost-cutting exercise or whatever, but the number of fat boxes has definitely gone down, hasn't it?
They have. But look, I don't want to downplay their standard. Well, if you want to call them standard releases, they're fucking fantastic.
Look at Scream Factory. That's all they did.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that's true. So look, Frighteners, I will kind of just leave it. I probably might pick it up if I can get it on the cheap. I will do that. Just solely on just to see what Arrow can bring to the table.
Add it to the collection.
Cujo. Now, me and Ellen watched Cujo. I have that lovely Eureka release of Cujo. That hard box edition that they brought out all those years back.
Wow. Okay.
I watched it again when I bought that release, and I thought the movie it didn't hold up at all well for me. To the point that when Kino announced their release of it, I had no interest in picking up on 4K. But then when Arrow got kind of announced it today, I was kind of going, maybe it's time for me to dive back into Cujo again and see how I feel about it. hopefully feel differently. So I will pick that one up. The big one for me is Steve's one as well. The Last Boy Scout. I have to tell you, I love Shane Black. I love Shane Black so much. You're watching a Shane Black movie because of the dialogue that comes out and some of the witty lines that people say. And Last Boy Scout is probably his best in terms of dialogue, I think.
Yeah.
Some of the things that comes out of Bruce Willis in that movie is just absolutely fucking epic.
I think it's really odd that film had such a troubled production. There was so much going on because like egos were going wild, and apparently Bruce Willis didn't get on with anybody really. But you wouldn't think it from that because him and Damon Wayans on screen are great.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just such a fucking great movie.
It's funny.
Harris, a very young Daniel Harris, if I remember correctly, in there as well.
Oh yeah, that was the first film I remember seeing her in after I'd seen Halloween 4. Yeah.
And 4, yeah, that's right. So yeah, look, it's a wonderful month for Arrow, and they're just from fucking fire. Still waiting for one of my anticipated releases of the year with Identity, which is September, I think, isn't it?
September in the US, isn't
September.
it?
Yeah, I ordered that as well. Yeah,
I think that's a huge deal because, believe it or not, to get the Blu-ray of that movie, it's almost impossible. It's completely out of print. It's a very hard movie to get hold of. So to see that getting the 4K treatment is just I cannot tell you how much I love that movie.
I'll be picking that one up as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So right, we'll move on. He just said we got Sol here saying hi guys and everyone in the chat. Hope you're all well.
Sol.
We've also got Gary the Blu-ray addict here saying hello.
Gary.
It's great to see you for you back. Thanks again, Gary. Really appreciate it.
Really good guy, Gary. Got a lot of time for him.
Oh, of course. Now, the only problem I have with fucking him is he has a habit of spending your fucking money. Fucking shit that he puts up on his Instagram page. It's unreal.
Yeah, definitely. If people in the chat are not following Gary on Instagram, go and see it. Yeah.
What would I do?
Thank us and hate us later.
Just give me 1 hour in that man's collection. I would fucking love it. Because I can imagine what it's like. Gary just went on to say, what's the best 3 films you all have seen so far this year? John, what's your 3 to stand out for you? I haven't really watched much.
Quick look through my things. See if there's anything that pops
Conor,
out.
do you have any in mind? I'll go back to John while he's looking.
Well, I'm going to have to say first off, Odyssey.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not just because it's fresh in my mind and I just saw it. I actually I think because I've had such a bit of a revelation with it from my thoughts and ideas and perceptions to then seeing it and kind of thinking about movies from different generations that I think in maybe like 50, 60, 70, 100 years from now, long after we're all gone, that people will still talk about. And I think, you think about Lawrence of Arabia or The Bridge on the River Kwai or, those kind of movies, right? And epic movies, whether you think they are or they're not, certainly you can appreciate epicness about them in some capacity, either how they were made or how long they are or the story. So yeah, that one for sure. What else now I think is really, there's another movie and I'm really a bit peed off because I'm trying to remember it. And it's an Arrow release that I got this year of a Japanese movie about a boy band who find VHS tapes of girls sending them messages to say how beautiful they are and they love them, and they kind of mock some of the tapes and then anyways to their own detriment. And I can't remember. It got a Blu-ray release through Arrow, but I had seen it before and I can't remember the name of it, but that would be my second one. And I will come back to me in a minute because we spoke about it a few months ago in a stream, and I really liked the movie. And Arrow did a lovely slipcover Blu-ray release of it. And basically there's a boy band and kind of they're becoming popular, but they find all these VHS tapes from a boy band from the 80s. And in there is like some, the old tapes we had back in the day in the rock boxes. And that's pretty good. And I know it's a movie that came out late last year, but I only saw it early this year. And I have to mention Flow, the animated movie with the cat.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, I really thought that Belgian movie was beautiful. There's no speaking in it. at all. It's about a cat who there's a massive storm comes through this. I don't know if it's like a rainforest or a whatever it is. But anyways, he kind of endeavors to maneuver himself through this storm, and along the way he makes friends and enemies and helps other animals kind of escape the storm. And it's a beautiful movie. So they'd kind of be they'd be the three that I jump on. Odyssey, Flow, and I cannot remember the name of the Japanese movie, but it's a Blu-ray release from Arrow this year, and it's really good.
Very good, very good. What about yourself, John? Did you think of your?
Yeah, the ones that are like standing out for us here are Obsession, which is
Very good.
brilliant. Hokum, which
Hokum's good.
I just remind myself about it when I'm looking through what I've watched there, because I would have forgotten about it. But looking back on it, it stood out. I thought, that was a really solid film. And then, of course, Elvis. So that was going to obviously go down, because obviously I've seen it 7 times. So it's got to be number one. It'll never not be number one this year. But But Obsession was a revelation, if I'm honest. I wasn't expecting it to be so. It's not unique, but it kind of is. And the sort of dynamics in it really worked for us, and it really was refreshingly different, even though it's kind of a story that's been told many times before. But I just liked that it hadn't been told in this fashion. I don't want to give anything away about the whole thing behind it, but no, I thought it was a cracking film. Really enjoyed it.
Wow.
Love the ending, but not say any more than that.
Absolutely. Steve, what about yourself?
Well, the first one that springs to mind is a film that is more than 50 years old that I saw for the first time this year, which is The Great Silence.
Oh, wow.
That stayed with and has stayed with me. I think that is just it absolutely blew me away. Another one that's not brand new, but is from, I think last year, was Bring Her Back. I watched that and I just thought that was absolutely awesome. But if we're talking this year, Odyssey, I'm going to go with what Conor said. I think that was, again, just one of those things where you sit back and go, it's a proper film, epic filmmaking.
Absolutely.
Obsession as well, like you said, John. I don't think that it is original. I think you're right there. I think there's a lot of kind of if you cross kind of, if you throw Weapons and a few Ty West films into a blender, you'd eventually get Obsession. But I thought it was really, really good. Bone Temple, I like a lot. and yeah, Elvis. When I got on the plane to go away, it was one of the films that was on there. I thought, perfect, I'll give that a watch. It was so good. I watched it again when I came back. I'm not the world's biggest Elvis fan, but my God, that is just superb. And my opinion of Elvis has changed completely.
Yeah, the editing, it was done perfect, wasn't it? How they put it together.
It's just,
and I've, the original footage of most of that stuff, I've seen it a million times, but the fact he's just chosen tiny little bits in it, and he's altered it just enough for it to be different, just different shots, different looks at the camera. It's just,
and it tells a good story as well, the way that it's been put together. And he was a funny guy, wasn't he?
He never stopped clowning around. I went and watched some of his original stuff from 56, 57, and he was on,
right.
That's what's he called? I can't remember, from the American fella. He used to get all the people on.
Ed Sullivan?
Sullivan Show.
Ed Sullivan Show. And I watched the whole thing that he did on the Ed Sullivan Show. I'd never watched the whole thing before. And he's really taken the mick on that whole thing.
Yeah,
he's just pulling faces and stuff.
The waist up, and
I know he had all of this going from. I think a lot of people didn't even really think that of him, but it's I don't know, it just paints him in a perfect picture. If people think that Elvis is kind of trash and he's just kind of
I had the impression, John,
watch that
you'll know better than me, but I had the impression that he was almost like a manufactured almost like a kind of a One Direction thing with the Colonel controlling everything and all of that. And you hearing him talk, and he was talking in there about films, and he goes, the films I've done, I wouldn't really choose to do those. I want to do something that's a really good film. And just the way that he was, the way he controlled his shows, and he was a really tight musician as well.
Yeah, good.
All aspects of the show.
Singer.
It's just terrific. And when you see him, you know, and he's covering Beatles songs, and he's covering this and he's covering that, and it's goosebumps all the time. Goosebumps moments.
Yeah.
I agree. And I think from 69 to 73, that was him being untouchable.
It's great.
His early stuff was good, but this was just.
That's the thing. I used to, because, you know, not to go all Christian Slater in True Romance, Elvis was a good-looking guy, you know, very handsome and all of that. And then where he ended up, he had a figure like mine, which is obviously a very manly figure. But I used to work with a woman who was a massive Elvis fan, and I used to say to her, what is your favorite period of Elvis? Is it, you know, the kind of the rock and roll years, or is it the fat jumpsuit drugged up? And my God, there's some shots in that when you can see that he's not looking well, and then another shots you're thinking, "Why, you're looking really good health and whatnot." But she said, "No, I liked it when he was bigger, because his voice changed, and it was a lot richer and all of that." And I just think, having watched this, I get it. But imagine being in one of those Vegas shows, watching it.
Could you?
I couldn't understand it when you were sort of saying, "Oh, it's brilliant, and I've seen it 6-7 times." I was thinking, yeah, fair play. Maybe you're a massive Elvis fan. I didn't know that about you, but what a film!
Yeah. Absolutely, I need to see. Amazing. I really do.
Amazing.
No, because I was just when that Gary asked that question, I was kind of weird with me this year, because all I could think of was all the movies that were older that I seen for the first time this year. And I don't know if that's a scary thing or not. I don't know if that's a bad thing, that it says that the quality of movies that are coming out today, you know, when I'm thinking about putting my three together, all I'm thinking about is all the big movies that I seen that came out. Like, for instance, Ben-Hur.
I was just about to say, you're going to say Ben-Hur.
Ben-Hur, The Searchers, seen it for the first time this year. From Here to Eternity, seen it for the first time this year. I thought all three of them were fantastic. Go back to that movie, Fright. That early 70s slasher movie, again, thought it was fantastic. Bone Temple is probably the best movie I've seen this year. Ellen did introduce me to a lovely movie. Now, it's not for like, I love romantic comedies. I've spoken about that numerous times. But Ellen, I don't know what the name of the movie is called, but it's Leah Thompson's daughter stars in it. Right. And basically what it's about is she has a relationship with her sister. She's both sisters, they love each other, but the younger sister has cancer. And basically cancer overcomes her, it gets her. Right at the start of the movie. And she's kind of devastated by it. And what's happening is she still rings the sister's phone, even though she's passed away. It's kind of like, you know, therapy for her. It's almost like it's her way of saying that her sister is still alive, that she's able to ring her. And she leaves messages on her phone. And the thing is, because she's dead a while, her number gets passed on to somebody else. And then the man starts kind of falling in love with her, you know, and it was just a lovely, it was doing the rounds. Ellen came across it because there was just a lot of online buzz about it. And she watched it, and she says to me, she was adamant she wanted me to watch it. And it's just a lovely, lovely fucking movie. It's hard. It's hard. Anyone that lost a loved one, lost a brother or lost a sister that they're very close to, you know, you're gonna be heartbroken watching it. But my God, it's very uplifting as well. I can't think of the name of the fucking movie, but it was lovely. But yeah, for me, I think the standout for me so far this year is the Bone Temple, and that's quite a large margin, I might add. By the way, the Bone Temple is up here, and everything else is down here for me at the moment. But having said, sorry, no, I was just going to say, having said that, I haven't seen much. There's still a lot I need to see. You know, so.
Yeah, that's the thing with me, but I think it's interesting to say that, and it just goes to show there's thousands of films out there that we haven't seen, you know, and the fact that you can go back 60, 70, 80 years and films are getting really wonderful presentations now. and are easier to find. Some obscure stuff. That Universal Monsters set that
Umbrella did.
released, with the silent films and stuff on there.
Yeah. Phenomenal.
These are films that are more than 100 years old.
Yeah.
That people are now getting the opportunity to see. So yeah. It's great.
It's a beautiful thing. It is. It's. I don't know what it is. Look, it's not being me being snobberish or anything like that, but because I never want to downplay anything when it comes to Blu-ray or even DVD, because my collection still consists of all of that. But somehow, just sometimes 4K can just open your eyes to a movie, especially when it's done correctly. And there's a comment coming up, funny enough, and I actually just mentioned the movie. It's from Paul from Brumhauer, which he's talking about The Searchers. I'll get that to that now in a second. But it's a movie that I don't know if I ever would have watched if someone didn't get it for me. And now that I got it, it just opened my eyes, and I was like, I need to start. I need to start watching more movies like this. I really do.
I've had that with somebody who's not, well, they are almost a million miles away, but Harvey.
Yep, there we go. That's another one.
A few weeks ago.
We're going to be watching that very soon. We're just waiting to get back into the pod. We haven't been in the pod for a month, and can't wait to see that. It's
one of those ones you put on and you just think, why have I never seen this before?
Yeah. It's, but that's the beauty of it. It's the fact that we're just discovering them. It's a great thing. It is. It's but yeah, like I said, I don't know if that's a good thing as well. Like, I don't know if that's saying a lot about movies that are getting released today, that I'm more fixated on movies that came out 60 years ago than I am so I don't know. Anyway, that's a topic for another time.
That was the movie I was talking about. The Santa Collection. The Santa Collection.
Right.
Just going to put a light on it. It's a bit
really it reminded me, even though it's early 2000s, it reminded me a little bit of the Smile movie. It must have taken a little. It's got that little slight element to it, but it's about a Japanese, they're like a band, like a boy band, and they just happen to be in this radio station waiting to play their latest song, and they find all these old tapes from a previous boy band back in the day. And they kind of take the mickey out of some of the tapes that have come in with girls professing their love for them or tracking their songs and doing their own rendition of them, And anyway, to their own detriment. Very much like The Ring and all that. And like I say, Arrow again, basic and simple little Blu-ray. It doesn't always have to be 4K. And it was a blind buy for me, and I loved it.
So that's the thing with me, and it's probably why I found it hard to kind of say it. And it's probably why I'm thinking of movies that came out last year and years before. And I don't think people realize how strict me and Ellen are to this, but like I have one more month now. I have one more month to watch what I need to watch this year. Because when September starts, we stick to a strict diet of horror pre-Christmas movies and Christmas. And we do not go off it. We do for nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I was actually looking at my phone, and I was looking at what we've watched. And if I go back at the start of the year, it's everything we watched at the start of this year was all the big movies that came out last year. That's when we watched them. We watched them in January, and that's so. So yeah, like I said, I have a 1 month now. 1 month, whatever comes out now, that's it. Everything else is going to be left now until January. So.
I bet if John Carpenter released a new film, you'd change it though.
Oh well, I go to see it in the cinema. I change that. I go to the cinema to see it. But when it comes to being at home, fuck that. But then again, no, Steve, I'll just watch it in fucking October. If it did happen. We got Brumhauer here, Paul and Rach. Evening, guys. I've been looking forward to this all week. Love the streams are back, and we will watch it as much as possible. Work tomorrow. We'll watch the rest tomorrow night. Hope you're all good. Doing great, mate. And thank you so much for stopping by. We got Shrek just saying hey there as well. And Paul just went on to say, this is what I was talking about earlier. Also, Keish, I'm no expert when it comes to transfers, and I haven't seen Ben-Hur 4K yet. But if you can get the Searchers 4K cheap enough, highly recommend it. Blew me away. VistaVision, perfect for 4K.
Yeah.
The Searchers is up there.
Yeah.
Would I put it ahead of Ben-Hur in terms of its transfer? No. I don't think anything's going to outdo Ben-Hur this year. But I have to tell you, Paul, The Searchers is not a million miles away. It's not a million miles away. Look, it's a fucking beautiful movie to look at. And look, I think I spoke to Steve about this before as well.
Is that a John Ford? Is that a John Ford movie?
John Wayne.
Who directs it? Is it John Ford that directs it?
Oh, I don't know now. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I did say to Steve, look, and I'm not going to start. Look, John Wayne, okay.
Oh yeah.
And I don't want to speak bad of him or anything like that. I watched The Searchers, and I completely understand why everybody said it's his best performance, because there's a vengeful side to him in that movie. He's angry, and I get why he's angry because of what happened at the start of the movie. But my God, the man has one level and one level only. For me, you're talking about Tom Hanks and DiCaprio there, Conor, and not being able to appear in horrors and this, that, and the other. But John Wayne, he played
John Wayne, didn't he?
What's that?
He played John Wayne.
He played John Wayne. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't want to take nothing away from him. He's
True Grit, and what was the police movie he did? One of the last ones he did before he died.
McHugh.
Oh, God.
McCune, yeah, and True Grit. He's good in True Grit. But I do agree with you. But again, I suppose it was an era where those kind of movies were were very appealing, weren't they? Across
absolutely. Absolutely.
I think of Jimmy Stewart, how many great actors all did those kind of movies, really. The Westerns, they were such big movies in the 40s and 50s.
Oh, absolutely. I get it. It's just but if you kind of take John Wayne out of, I haven't watched the only movies I've seen by him has been Westerns, but I have a funny feeling
the Green
Berets. I've never seen the Green Berets, but I have a funny feeling he'll be John Wayne in it.
It's very American, yeah.
Yeah. So, no, but again, not taking anything away from The Searchers. It's a fucking wonderful movie, Paul, and the transfer is just.
Is it a John Ford movie?
Yes.
John, okay. John,
he also directed them as a Quiet Man, I think, as well. Yeah.
John, have you ever seen The Searchers yourself? And if so, have you seen it on 4K?
I've probably seen it way back in the day. Can't remember it, but I got it on Blu-ray years ago. Never watched it. Been on my list to do it with it. And I do agree with you. If you see a John Wayne film, you will know he will be exactly the same in all the other ones you watch. And that's, but in a way, it's good. It's a testament to him to be able to do that. Because if you're a one-trick pony and somebody says, I'm a bit like Steven Seagal, you probably think, oh, not again. But with him, he was able to sell everything all the way through. Yeah. And I will say about The Shootist, his last film, that's spectacular. That his acting, he is John Wayne, but it's spectacular. It's best acting for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I do want to see The Searchers. I mean, I do like John Wayne. I wouldn't watch all of his films because it's a bit too John Wayne-y. But I do like the ones that I do like.
Right.
Yeah.
What about yourself, Conor? Have you seen The Searchers, and have you seen that 4K release of it?
I've seen The Searchers, but I've not seen the 4K release. I've seen a lot of John Wayne movies, and with my late father, we grew up watching a lot of John Wayne movies, and Yul Brynner, Jimmy Stewart, all those kind of Hopalong Cassidy and the Lone Ranger. So I've seen a lot of those kind of movies, and I know he did a couple of collaborations with the late great John Huston and not John Huston. Was it John Huston? No, I just said there. Who directed The Quiet Man?
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Who directed The Quiet Man?
Please tell me that's a dog drinking water.
It is. That's what got up. She. I'm in the room where the dog's bowl is, so it's not me. I haven't got dysentery or anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
The Quiet Man's John Ford. Yeah,
John Ford, and of course, I think he did The Searchers as well. Of course, I'm mixing him up with John Huston. Of course, Angelic Huston's father, another great director, and I did a lot of collaborations. And I like the John Wayne movies, and there is a simplicity to them that I and I don't mean there's a simplicity to them as in they're simple. I just like the stories sometimes with those movies that It's good guy, bad guy.
It's
bad thing
black and
happens.
white, isn't it? There's no shades of grey.
You even watch, for all his bravado in his private life, Errol Flynn. Sometimes when you watch him in like movies like Captain Blood, or you watch him play General Custer, or you watch him in any of his other kind of Operation Burma and that, apart from his hair, like different hair designs, the character he's almost the same bloke across all of them. But he's still magnetic. I still think he's magnetic, and I think if I could pick someone from Hollywood to have a night out with from that whole era, I'd want to hang out with Errol Flynn, because he just seemed like a legend.
Absolutely. What about yourself, Steve? Fan of the Searchers?
Not actually seen the Searchers. When I think of the Searchers, I always think of the credits to Movie Drone, because they did like a charcoal drawing of the very famous shot of John Wayne walking through the door. He's framed in a door.
Right, yeah.
That's right, yeah.
But Paul messaged me about Searchers. His dad is a massive John Wayne fan, so he kind of grew up with all of John Wayne's films, particularly Searchers. And I will watch that, and I really want to watch Rio Bravo as well.
Fantastic,
It's Dean Martin in there as well, isn't there?
That's right. That's my first John Wayne movie I watched, and I only watched it last year.
Oh, okay. But John Wayne is just one of those people for me. I've watched him in things. I do like The Longest Day, but I don't like John Wayne in it.
Right.
But I should probably broaden my horizons. But this I will watch.
If I could mention to people who are interested in looking at it, and I really highly recommend this. I like watching old Parkinson interviews on the Parkinson channel on YouTube, and a while ago I looked up a John Wayne interview. It's from the very early 70s, and Parkinson, I think, really, because up until then, John Wayne had not done anything but American chat shows,
right?
And he'd never really been put on the fence about a few things. And Parkinson does. He puts him on the spot a little bit about the MacArthur era and the witch hunting of actors, and actors making their way to Europe to avoid communism and naming names. And Wayne's uncomfortable in the conversation, but he particularly gets uncomfortable when Parkinson brings up High Noon with Gary Cooper.
Okay, yeah.
Because John Wayne didn't like the movie. He said it was
didn't like he did it with the throwing away the badge at the end.
Un-American that he'd throw the badge away. Un-American that he'd walk into a saloon looking for help and no men would help him. And because I think High Noon's an amazing movie. It showed Gary Cooper's again, to me, he wasn't a one-trick pony. He was different in everything he did. And it's an interesting snippet. It's only about a 15-minute interview, but if you get a chance to look it up on Parkinson, it's John Wayne's. He shifts in the seat a few times, and he does get a little bit pushed back when Parkinson talks about. He goes, "I read that you didn't like High Noon," and he goes, "Yeah, it's when he throws the badge and he walks into a saloon with all them men asking for help, and no one. That's un-American. That's not what we do." And I can see he's annoyed in it, and he's ruffled. Yeah. And I thought Parkinson did a really good job of it.
Yeah, good interview, definitely. I like some of the old Dick Cavett shows as well. I thought he was a great.
Dick Cavett was good, and I'll tell you, last Saturday night, I don't know what made me watch it, right? But I've watched it 4 times since. He has Liberace on. I've never seen it before. It's an hour-long interview.
Well,
hour-long interview. It's fantastic.
Something that's just dawned on me as well about that Circus when we watched it. And again, it's probably why I need to revisit it, even though I did enjoy the movie as much as I did. When we watched that movie, we were sitting in a room that was around 33 degrees of heat. So
you could have been there. You could have been in the movie.
It felt like we were fucking there. Yeah, absolutely.
The hell I will.
I was horribly sick during that movie. I was started getting thumping headaches, and I actually thought I was going to start vomiting from the fucking heat. I got that bad. It did, but then it kind of just settled off me. And then all of a sudden I found myself fucking nodding off, and then I was coming back, and yeah, all of that was going on with me during that movie, and I still fucking loved it. So I can only imagine what I'd be like.
You might have been as close to 4D as you can get. You might have been 4-dimensional. You're in the fucking
Absolutely.
Texas desert, brother.
Jesus Christ, man, it was rough. It was rough. I said from that night, I said to Ellen, I'm not going back into that room until we have a fucking air conditioner.
The hell you said to her, to the hell I will.
So we got Ash here saying, "Good evening, you guys. Sorry, I won't be able to join you tonight. I'm out to finally watch the Odyssey. I'll catch up over the weekend. You have a great night. See you on the next one. Thank you so much, Ash. And I."
Oh,
Are we alone in not hearing Keith?
To hell he will.
I
He's
think
gone.
Yeah.
He's gone.
I tell you guys, I watched. Anyone out there is interested, right? Because I watched the Michael J. Fox movie on Liberace, and I didn't mind it. Keith's back.
Michael
Sorry,
Douglas.
but if you get a chance, the Liberace Parkinson interview. It's an hour long. It's I thought it was absolutely fascinating. And Liberace plays at the end. Must have been a Christmas special, and he does every Christmas song that you know, but they're all connected in one tune.
It's funny. Whenever anyone mentions Liberace, I always just think of that Austin Powers line where he just goes, "And I can't believe Liberace was gay."
But I think everybody knew he was, and I didn't try to hide it in a way. But obviously,
it's just fun
because he said it would have ended his career. And whatever. I just think the story's fantastic. And when you read into like the things he did for people, he used to rock up at old people's homes all around America and like buy everyone TV sets and cars. And he talks in this episode about his diagnosis where they told me he had like 5 days to live.
Oh, wow.
And
Really?
It was like in the 60s, right? And he basically rang up his, he says in the interview, he rang up his accountant and said, "How much cash have I got?" And the accountant said at the time, "You got about 1.5 million cash." And he said, a doctor told me I've got like maybe 7 or 8 days to live. And he said, "I'm going to spend it all." And his accountant said, "Well, obviously it's yours. Do what you want." And he did. No, I think I did the accounts on my computer. I think that it'd be equal to spending about 70 million US today. And he spent it in 5 days on his friends and cars and houses. And then he came out because he obviously lived. And they said, "How are you going to make all this money back? You've lost everything." And he said, "I'm going to do half the work and I'm going to charge twice as much."
Twice the money. Yeah. Fair play.
Anyways, if you get a chance, please watch the interview on YouTube with Marcus and Liberace. It's really good, John.
Oh, yeah.
Talks about Elvis. He talks about Elvis. He talks about Tom Jones. Really good.
We got Kyle here just saying, "Big up Keith and guys. I went to see Odyssey. Absolutely loved it. Thought it was brilliant." That's great to hear, Kyle. As you can see, Conor and Steve were very happy with it as well. So he also went on to say, "Also can't wait for Manhunter to be released on 4K. I love that film." You know what? People were, going on about that, how excited they are, and I kind of get it, but I have to tell you this, I was not a fan of it.
Never seen it.
But I am thinking about maybe giving it a shot again on 4K to see how I feel about it. It's been a while, but I do remember seeing it back in the.
I'm going to see if I can stream it somewhere first to watch it, Keith, because I've not seen the movie, and obviously people praise it and stuff. To be honest with you, when I first heard about this, I thought it was a remake of the Rockstar game, Manhunt. The one that got banned. And then I was like, no, it's like, is this some kind of a prequel to Silence of the Lambs or something? Is it in that universe?
Well, it was the first movie to feature Hannibal Lecter, so.
Yeah.
And that's so. John, have you seen it?
Well, that's because the book was Red Dragon, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
Red
right.
Dragon. Well, I think we saw Silence of the Lambs. It was me, Deborah, and her pal. We went and saw it before the hype hit it, and we couldn't believe what we were seeing. We just went to see because it was like the buzz was starting on it, but we didn't get it when, like sometimes you get it's the best film you've ever seen, you go and see it, you don't like it that much. So we saw that and I thought, because I was into reading books at the time, so I think I got the book, Silence of the Lambs, and I found out the Red Dragon was before it. Read the book, absolutely loved it, and then found out there was a film, Manhunter, was Red Dragon. I thought, can't wait to see that. And I've got to say, I watched it, I just didn't like it one bit.
Right.
I just didn't know I don't know why, unless I was just into Silence of the Lambs, but I just thought it just didn't do nothing for me. The book was so good. I will watch it probably again, but I've got a feeling it's it's going to be a film that some people will absolutely love, but it's just, for some reason, it's just not really. I think the book probably spoiled it for us, because sometimes, when you get a really good book and the film's not as or vice versa.
Crossover.
Yeah. So unfortunately, it kind of took a hit for me. But we'll watch it again, and I'm not taking away from it. I thought that some parts of it were good, but it didn't hold up to the book, unfortunately, for me.
It's a bit like Casino Royale, isn't it? Like the original Casino Royale. For me, when I think of Manhunter, it's kind of like it's not seen as part of the James Bond family, but like Manhunter, but it lives in that universe. And just like Manhunter, I wasn't crazy about the original Casino Royale either. But I stand by what I said.
Niven, you mean?
David Niven, now.
Is that the David Niven one?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But I think I might take a shot in that Manhunter again on 4K and see how I feel about it. Steve, have you seen it?
Manhunter?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I saw it, funny enough, second reference of the night to Movie Drone. It was on there. It was after I'd seen Silence of the Lambs. So it was interesting seeing Brian Cox as Hannibal Lecter. Thought it was okay. Have seen it since and thought, actually, I quite like there's something in this. I have ordered the 4K. What I'm really interested to see is there's a different cut on there. So Michael Mann's gone back to it, I think, hasn't he? Because I think it was another one of the. Michael Mann seems to be one of those directors who, in the early part of his directing career, is suffered, the keep.
Yeah, studio interference.
See the 3-hour version of that, but I think there was the same. It was something similar for Manhunter. So I'm interested to see what it comes out like there. It's a Studio Canal release, so usually they do really good releases. So I'm absolutely up for it. I did not like Red Dragon at all.
Right. Okay.
I love Red Dragon.
Didn't like it at all.
No, I mean Brett Ratner. Brett Ratner's a piece of shit anyway, but he's a fucking terrible director as well.
You didn't like Red Dragon? I watched it for the first time with Sinead recently. I can't remember where I got it from, and we absolutely loved it.
Yeah. I just looked at that and think, how the hell with that cast? How can you fuck a film up so badly?
Yeah.
I hated it. But I haven't read Red Dragon. I read Silence of the Lambs and I read Hannibal.
So Steve, you don't like Red Dragon? Is that what you're saying, basically?
Well, I didn't like the film. No, I just thought it was crap. But I read Silence of the Lambs and really liked that, and read Hannibal and thought that was not in character. It was not a good book, not a good film. Although I'll still watch it for Gary Oldman because
absolutely.
But Red Dragon. I should probably read the book, but it's probably very, very different from Manhunter and from the film Red Dragon as well.
It's a great book, honestly, it really is.
We got Jimmy here from Scottish Geek Guide just saying, howdy fellas, how's it going, mate? How are you?
Hello, brother.
How are we doing?
We've got, I think this is Joel, he's saying hello from, I was about to say oregano, and I was like, my God, get me fucking head out. From
Did you have pizza for tea?
Fucking hell. Where the fuck is my head? We got Logan here saying, hey fellas, did you pick up the Imprint When a Stranger Calls remake Blu-ray? Underrated, in my opinion. I have it all thanks to this gentleman down here. Where's my fucking thumb? He's here. Down to fucking Steve. Steve gave it to me as a gift. I haven't actually put out the video yet. Funny enough. The video is done. I just haven't put it out. I love that movie, and I guarantee you, When a Stranger Calls, I guarantee I have a funny feeling that John, have you seen it? The remake of When a Stranger Calls?
Not the remake, no. I love the first. No. I love the original, but I haven't seen the remake.
Yeah, I did not. I didn't like the original at all. Was never a fan of it. I don't know what it was. I think the her being trapped in the house, that aspect of it, I actually really enjoyed. But then when I went from that, I lost kind of interest from it. Where the remake is basically all that. It's in the house. And
the start is the best thing about that film.
But look, I'm not gonna turn around and recommend you to watch it because the movie is fucking universally hated. It really is. But I fucking love it. I love it. It's all about, like, I guarantee you an audience today would watch it and think it's the worst thing ever because they'll call it like a slow build up, that kind of what's it, slow burn. That's what they would call it. It's all a bit
Yeah.
for me, it's building atmosphere. Building atmosphere. Bit like Halloween. It just feels like, even though you don't see it, it just feels like that this killer is getting closer and closer to this girl until it all kicks off. And it's just the way it's shot. It's directed by Simon West, and the house is fucking amazing. It's out in the middle of nowhere. There's a lot of dark corridors in this house. There's a bit of fine art that you don't see in horror movies anymore that featured quite a lot in this movie that I really enjoy. I love it. I absolutely love the movie, but I understand why people wouldn't like it either. But having said that, I'm fucking weird because I wasn't going to say this to you. Because I was embarrassed to say it. But me and Ellen, around 5 nights ago, we were in bed one night and I wanted to knock on something to basically conk me out, to put me to sleep. And I knocked on the Wicker Man. Now, bear with me. The Nicolas Cage one.
Not the bees, not the bees.
So I knocked that on to put me to sleep. I tell you one thing, I watched the whole fucking thing, and my exact words out of my mouth, I said to Ellen, even Ellen didn't fall asleep. Ellen, I just turned to Ellen and I was like, why do people hate that movie? It's not bad.
I hate it. I hate it.
You know that scene, the bit with the bees that you were saying? It wasn't in the version I watched.
It's been taken out of most of the versions that you can stream.
Really?
Different version. Yeah, it basically only exists as a meme now.
Oh, wow. Shit.
But you did still get him dressed as a bear punching a woman in the face.
No, that wasn't in the version I watched. No, it wasn't.
You see, you say something like that, and it sounds like a really disturbing cheese dream, but that was in the film.
That's definitely not in the version I watched. It was basically, the scene where he gets captured. He finally gets captured. Oh no, shit! Wait a minute. No, you're right. No, I'm wrong. The bear scene is in it. Sorry, it is. Yeah, it is. I know.
I can't look at it. Because it shits all over one of my greatest movies of all time, and I winds me up, and because I just don't know what they were thinking. And
I don't know. It's just the setting of the movie. I thought the setting just looked very nice to it. It was just, I don't know. There's something about it. It just. I know it's fucking shocking. I'm not going to even try and fucking defend it. It's just,
don't try and sell it to me.
No, that's definitely our fucking Steve for that matter. But yeah, I don't know. Just got me on a weird fucking night. Anyway, go back to When a Stranger Calls. John, you said you didn't see it. Steve, you did. Conor, you did watch it, did you?
Oh yeah, I seen the original many times, and I seen that one back in the day when it came out in the cinema as well. And I ended up because I had us a copy each, and then Steve took care of you, so I ended up pausing your order, and then I ended up canceling my order, and I'm glad I did because 2 weeks later, JB Hi-Fi had their buy one get one free sale.
Oh shit!
And I picked up the lovely lenticular thing with the cards or whatever it is, the set, and it was like whatever it was, $30, and I got another one free with it, so I was over the moon then. Yeah.
Oh wow! And Steve, did you ever see the remake? No.
Not seen that. Not seen the original. So I
yeah.
do need to change that. John, did you say you've not got it? I thought you got it as one of your imprint deliveries.
When a Stranger Calls.
Yeah.
No, I haven't got that one.
Everything's blurring into one, pal.
Yeah.
No, but it I got to say, from what I saw, the lenticular on that is a lovely cover as well. they do well, don't they? Imprint with all their
lenticulars. The do are so deep, it's unreal.
It's
like the same past the whole, the size of the box.
What was it you showed in that last delivery that you got, John? There was one that again you were going on about the depth of the.
It was.
I feel that with the Invasion of the Body Snatchers one. I think that's
Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura, that was what it is. Yeah.
That's it.
No, I wouldn't mind that Stranger Calls. The Blu-ray of it, by the way, is fucking beautiful. It's a beautiful looking transfer. It is.
I don't know if you can pick that up, but
you would. It'd be very hard to. Hey,
it will be, but it's so when you get it right,
Yeah.
his hand's sticking out. You know, his credit card or whatever, it's like his little thingy card.
Yeah, yeah.
That's sticking right out. His hands, the other hand's right back. And then his legs stick out, and the crocodile he's on, that sticks out. You can't see
Kind
it.
of comes out a bit.
Yeah, right.
But it is deep. And then the Ventura's at the top as well. So
the Bayesian, the body snatchers. Yeah, that's a fucking lovely one.
It's a great film
Great.
as well.
Yeah.
Good version, like the picture quality is good.
Kyle also went on to say he said he's seen Spider-Man last night. He gave it a
It's
knee.
good. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with it.
Good stuff. We got Jesper here just saying, good evening, gentlemen. Nice to see you again. Hope you're enjoying the summer and hope you're all doing well, guys. Please cross your fingers. I will be able to afford some titles from D-Boss people. Okay. I tell you, mate, if you're married or if you have a partner, I would definitely keep it quiet because that's fucking expensive. Very, very expensive, mate.
I came home the last day with 5 new steelbooks, and I had to do the fucking Hollywood shuffle in the door, and them away, you know, hide them away.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Jimmy here saying Spidey came out here on Wednesday today in the States. Yeah, that's going to be
it came out 2 days ago here in Australia.
That's definitely going to knock.
Very Australian.
That's definitely going to knock off Oppenheimer this weekend. No fucking doubt about it. Arctic Clown was just saying, have you seen the box set for Cold Prey trilogy? It's a Norwegian slasher, and what do you think of them?
I have.
I've never seen them there myself. John, have you?
It's a second sight set, isn't it?
I've seen the set.
Hall,
I don't know the movies, but I'm going to buy them.
John Hall loves them. And he told me, he says, I have to get these two. And he's given me, way back when, he gave me copies of the first two. His brother Davey got some copies of it.
Yeah.
I still haven't watched them yet. I've still got them. I can put my hands on them, but I haven't got them. But honestly, he was at the time, I wasn't really aware of Norwegian films, especially like slasher films. It's not Norwegian, I don't think, but obviously Troll Hunter is brilliant. And then you've got the what's the Nazi in the snow? Dead Snow.
Dead Snow.
That's a good
brilliant.
one. Yeah.
And then, but Cold Prey was something that he said, and then I forgot all about it, but I still got them, like I say, in the cupboard. But when I saw the box set, I thought, oh yeah, that's Cold Prey. And I think a lot of people, when you hear about it, you always think about, is it the Liam Neeson film? Which he got one called, not Cold Prey, but it's a bit like that.
No, you're right. He does. It's called
Snow or something. Or
oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's something along them lines. Yeah.
I've got it in 4K. I haven't watched it yet, but you automatically think of that one, and then it was them. So I'm glad it seemed to be like AWOL forever. But I haven't seen it. I've heard good things.
Dead Snow movies are a lot of fun.
Dead Snow, yeah. Oh, great.
They're a lot of fun,
Did you say you didn't see that? You haven't seen them movies, have you?
No, but I've kind of like read about them, and I through like I guess other horror guys that I talk to here and there have mentioned them, you know, through the DVD era, and kind of, you should have a look at these. And I've never really got around to it. And now I think, perfect opportunity. And God willing, you know, like a little bit like yourself, mid to late September, I'll start my October Halloween run-in. And I think that'd be perfect if hopefully get it on board and add it to the list. It's always nice to see horror movies from, different countries, whether it's Nordic countries or German, or for me, obviously, we all know I love Asian stuff and that. And it's just nice to see. Obviously, we all love the American stuff. We grew up in it as bread and butter, but it's nice to open the environment a little bit, you know.
Absolutely. What would you say, Steve? Have you seen them?
I've not seen any of them. I know I was chatting to Paul about it, and he's a big fan of the first one. I think it's kind of ever decreasing returns, but that's not uncommon. I might pick this up. I'm tempted to, because there's something about the Scandinavians. They do dark and bleak really well. Really well. So I'm quite interested in looking at it. And it looks like it's a second sight set, so you know that you get a certain quality from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think this one will sell out quickly, so it'll be kind of on the back burner for me because, well, I've ordered Dead Man Shoes and Name of the Rose, so they should be coming in soon. But they announced Sexy Beast as well.
Oh yeah, I'm getting that.
Yeah, so that'll be a definite purchase. So this one might have to wait, but I think I'd definitely pick it up. It does look really, really interesting to me.
Okay. We got James here just saying, hey guys, I just got Stranger Days. My goodness, season 1 rocks big time. And what a box. When I seen that Stranger Days, I actually thought of the movie that James Cameron.
I thought it was the Catherine Bigelow Strange Days, but that's Stranger Things, I think, that James means.
Oh, Stranger Things. Is that what it? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. James, I'm still waiting to get fucking started. Fucking once me bastard air conditioner comes, I can fucking start making a fucking dent in that collection. But it's great to hear, James, that you're enjoying it and the gamble has paid off for you so far. But yeah, that set is absolutely fucking epic. Did you, John? Sorry, have you seen Stranger Things, John?
Stranger Things, I think I saw it up to season 4, I think, or season 3. We will get back to it, but we just haven't finished it yet. We took a bit of a break for whatever reason.
And what were you like with it up to that point? Were you
really enjoying it? Yeah. Everyone loves it.
Oh wow!
Keith's gone again.
No, I think he's looking through. Oh no, he's gone. His voice is gone,
man. I'm free to saying.
See but not hear you.
I'm free to saying. As I'm saying.
Did you pick up Stranger Things, Connor? Because you're a fan of it, aren't you?
Well, I cancelled it originally because I recently because I told you that I'd spent a lot of money on purchasing. I've got to get this in quickly before Sinead wakes up with the kids and hears me. So obviously I canceled Stranger Things because I bought the Criterion
Kubrick set,
Stanley Kubrick set, which equates to $700 Australian.
I was going to say you're looking well for a man with only half a functioning kidney.
Yeah, so $700 Australian, and I'm buying it. I'm buying that box set for 2 reasons. One is all the documentaries. Secondly, Lolita, because I don't think it's ever been released on Blu-ray, let alone 4K. And I suppose, half of a third reason is the international cut of The Shining, which is, we know it's all nonsense, but I just want to say I've seen it. So yeah, I cancelled my Stranger Things, and then of course Keith got it, I saw it, and other people got it, and I was looking at it, and I obviously seen the show on Netflix, and I've got mixed views about it in a sense that love season 1, season 2 dipped a bit, 3 and 4, 3 was okay, 4 was amazing, and 5 was good. I just felt that they started off at an age, and I just wish it was all made a bit better. All things out of their control, I get it. Doesn't take away from the fact that it's an amazing series, and it's amazing to see Netflix, who are so tight-fisted with some of the great stuff they have. I just felt like it'd be wrong of me to be piping on about physical media and not support it. So I ended up getting it, and I said to Keith in a couple of messages, I actually ended up getting it from Amazon US for cheaper than I originally was going to buy it. And yesterday, even though it's on its way to me now, I saved about $30 Australian. And yesterday I got another $21 US refunded to me from Amazon US because they price match somebody else automatically. So I've ended up saving about $150 for the 4K box set from what I originally had bought it. So.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Happy days. Steve, I know you gave up on it, didn't you?
I watched season 1 and thought it was okay. Started season 2 and completely checked out, and I've never been back. And I don't understand why, because I've said this to you before, Keith. I mean, if you're in this age group that we are, which obviously we're in our prime, but it's in that it's in that era that should be absolute catnip for us. That 80s setting, because we were all kids then, or young teenagers or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's not clicked with me. So I've passed on this box set. What I will say, however, having seen your video, Keith, it does look bloody good. The package they put. The only thing that I didn't like, and you picked it out as well. Why is there always one box that they don't put the uniform design into, and it sticks out like bollocks on a bulldog?
The simple solution, and I said it in so many comments. They just had to print it onto the fucking clear slip. That's it. It would have been the simple. Yeah. I actually thought it was a production error. I actually thought for a second there, I thought they were going to address it and give a kind of replacement slips. Because I don't care what anyone says, but when you're putting that set together, surely when you put everything sitting in it, you know, you have to be looking at it and going, Jesus, that's a bit of a fucking eyesore.
Your eye's drawn to it, isn't it?
It is drawn to it. It is.
Massive.
It is. But like
taking that aside, I think the design of the box and the way they've done it, I think is superb. So fair play to Arrow.
Yeah.
You know, look, I understand. Look, you know, like that video was huge for me. I was not expecting that video to do as well as it did. And I did find myself listening to a lot of shit. You know, like people telling me that, oh my God, after seeing this set, I'm so happy I stuck to the standard one. And then I was like, and I turned around and I always said the same thing. Look, mate, if you're happy with the standard, absolutely happy days. That's all that matters.
Fair play. Be content.
But then I went on to someone's video to look at the standard edition, and it's a black box that has Stranger Things written on it, and then the 5 Amareys are sitting inside the box. And then I've had these people have the audacity to say that their box set is miles better looking than the one that I have. It's like, come on, look, it's not a contest. I'm not in competition with anybody. But let's be realistic here. And there's one clear fucking winner, and it's the fucking deluxe version. It is. It's simple as. It's, you know, I'm
glad I've done it.
You know, if you're calling a black box with the title of the movie artwork, then I don't know. Look, I don't know. But I was kind of
maybe he's colorblind. Maybe he's colorblind.
But that's the kind of shit I was dealing with. You know, some people were saying I was going to buy this set, and then I seen the one was out of place. That's a deal breaker for me. And I was like, God, get fucked. You were never buying the set. And you were never buying it. You know, it's
the reason I'm sitting here smiling and I'm laughing about something is because when Steve started off talking there, he talked about like people of our age and we're in our prime, right? I started thinking about yesterday morning. I dropped Henry off to kindergarten. I don't know why I'm telling the story now, but I've got to tell you quickly why I'm laughing. So basically, dropped Henry off to kindergarten, and as I was driving back down the road in this like residential area, I was thinking about this video game. So I pulled over to check the JB Hi-Fi app to see if it was in, and I was going to go and pick it up in the store around the corner. Did all my business. Yeah, it's not in until next week. I thought, no worries. And I went to pull out, but I indicated, didn't move. And this car went past, a massive big Ford thing. And what caught my eye initially was he had a P, which means a new driver in Australia, and he had an L. He had fucking both on the car. And he gives me this massive beep of the horn, right? And he gives me the fingers out the window and the whole lot. And I thought, what the fuck are you wrong with you? So as I pulled out behind him at the roundabout, I'm getting somewhere. It's getting somewhere. And he kept hitting the brakes and like stopping in front of me. And I've got like dash cams and stuff. But I was thinking when Steve said in your prime, when I drove past him, I pulled alongside his window and I opened mine down. It was a bit of a road rage incident, I guess. I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he said, you nearly hit me when you pulled out, idiot. I said, mate, I indicated, I seen you. I wasn't pulling out. And I said, do you want to pull over and talk about it? And he goes, look at you. You're a fucking old man. Go home to sleep. And I actually thought, and I heard that song in my head. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'll talk with you again. And he was about 22. And I thought, if I got a hold of you, mate, I cave your face in. But when he said, get home, old man, fuck off, I thought, do. I was like tears in my eyes, you know. So he didn't have to punch me. He fucking punched me dead square in the jaw when he said that to me, you know. So when Steve said that because in my head, when I look at myself in the mirror, right, I still see me at fucking 20, you know, and I'm still fucking Jack the Lad. And this bloke obviously saw some old fucking bloke.
I'm sure your 20-year-old fucking version is somewhere under that fucking beard.
He saw this disheveled looking shitbag in the car, beard uncombed, hair everywhere, a fucking beanie half on, and he fucking told me, "Fuck off, old man." And I thought,
I had something similar today. I was chatting to somebody over Teams at work, and we started talking about films, and she said, "Oh no, I prefer kind of old classics." I was like, "Oh, okay, great." It's got jazz. And she said, "Back to the Future and the Goonies," and I just died.
I thought you were saying Gone with the Wind or something.
Again, you're at that stage where somebody goes, "Oh, it was 20 years ago," and I think 20 years ago, the 80s.
Yeah. It's nuts. Right, we'll move on. We got Big J here saying, "Good evening, gents. They're going to start my Stranger Things 4K box set over the weekend. It's a blind buy. Really looking forward to it. Have a good one." So I'm not the only one. There's actually a lot of people that done a blind buy in that collection.
Yeah.
I hope it pays off for all of us. We got Art here saying, "Are you going to get the box set of A Better Tomorrow trilogy?" No, I won't be picking it up. John, is that something that would interest you?
I've got it from Imprint. I got it.
That's right. You did, Jay.
Yeah,
I have it.
It's a steelbook. Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful.
It's a stunning trilogy. It's great.
Yeah.
Which one is it? I think it's the third one. Might look the best out of the three, or the first one maybe, but they all look good. So I can highly recommend it. I mean, the Imprint one, it's absolutely brilliant. But yeah, it'll be. I mean, Arrow are doing some good presentations to them. I can't say that. Their picture covers, the covers on the sleeves are really nice.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I can highly rate it. But I haven't watched it yet, but I have watched them in the past. I haven't watched the third one ever, so I can't wait. I'm sure Deborah watched them because she likes that type of thing, weirdly enough. Yeah. So even though they are quite violent. So it's definitely on the list, quite high on the list, like.
Very good. Conor, did you pick it up and have you watched
up day one, mate? Yeah, I picked up day one here in Australia. Yeah, I watched them all already. I've watched them a few times. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I love the art on the steelbook and stuff. Thought it was really well done. Yeah. And I liked the art. I liked how they did the artwork for the steelbook was separate from. They did this really cool Blu-ray set with it as well. Did you have the one you got, John, that had the Blu-ray set with it?
Yeah.
I liked how they did the separate Blu-ray set with the 4K set with different artwork. It almost looked like a Blu-ray set from like 80s, early 90s. If you could,
you're right.
If
it was pretty good.
Just a nice set, and I loved it. And I thought Imprint did a good. I thought it was pricey. Initially, I was a bit like, "Oh, I'm not going to buy. I think that's a lot. I think I'll wait for a sale." Because it was like $100 and something, like $119, I think, here in Australia initially. And I came home, pondered it for like 8 seconds, and then I rang back JB in town, and she said, "I've actually sold all 6. I've got none left in store." And then she goes, "Oh no, I've got one more." So this from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9:30, when I rang back, they'd sold out basically, including me. They'd sold out the 7 box sets they had in a small, tiny country farming town. So yeah, there's obviously an interest in it.
No, absolutely. Steve, did you pick it up?
Have not, but I do want to pick that up, and I also want to pick up Put It in the Head. But I know I think that's sold out on the Arrow website.
Sold out.
Yeah. And the annoying thing is because I know they're all the same transfer. Because the part of the it's all the Shout Factory transfers.
Yeah.
But I'm going to have to stick to Arrow because otherwise, on the shelf, it's going to look horrible,
mixed matched.
But I do really like the Imprint ones. Obviously, I was in America recently, and I was looking at the Shout Factory copies of Killer and whatnot. We've definitely got the better deals with the Imprints and the
I think so.
Much better sets.
Yeah,
totally. Especially with Imprint doing steelbooks as well. I think they're much better. But I should pick that up. Really.
Right. Okay. We've got our first super thanks of the night from James. It's 200 DKK. Now, not quite sure what that is. I think we did this before. But But whatever. It's always appreciated, James. You're an absolute
gonna look
fucking
to see
gentleman, mate. Thank you
what
so
currency
much.
that is.
That is very fucking kind of you, mate. Is it
Thank you very much,
Denmark?
Matt.
Denmark? Am I right in saying that?
Danish crow.
Danish. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. You're a gentleman, James. Thank you so much, mate.
Is the Danish king his wife? She's Australian, I think, isn't she?
What?
I don't know,
Danish
but that
wife.
equates to about a £20 super. Thanks, Keith.
Oh, that's incredible. That's fucking very nice. Well, thank you
King
so
of
much,
Denmark,
James.
or at least the crown prince. His wife's Australian. He met her at the Olympics in 2000. Yeah, she's from Tasmania.
No, I have a comment here. I'm going to just go off for a second. I want to get myself a drink, but John is going to love this one. And before I go on to John as well, there's something I want to quickly say. But Jasper was just saying, I was also considering to subscribe to Vinegar Syndrome. Getting a package each month is really ideal. Now, before I put John on here, I spoke to John about this at the start before Conor and Steve joined. But I got this parcel sent to me from John. And inside this is 3 fucking epic Vinegar Syndrome releases, which I'm not going to say what they are. But me and John were kind of in shock when it came to this parcel because it's Friday and John sent it on Wednesday, and somehow it managed to get to me that quickly. Yeah, Wednesday, was it, John?
The way it should be.
It was 11:33 on the 29th. That's when I posted it.
Unbelievable. And then it came here.
I thought you wind us up.
It came out like 8 o'clock this morning. And John thought I just found a random box in my house and I just sent a picture to him, taking the piss.
That's not my
and all that. So yeah, it's the fucking real thing. So right, John,
throw this away.
You can throw that away, and I'm gonna let you do a bit of talking here while I just go off for a second. But Jasper, John is the man to talk to here when it comes to Vinegar Syndrome, particularly the membership side. Go ahead, John.
Well, honestly, for me personally, the Vinegar Syndrome put out the stuff that I love, and there's more on there, and there's some stuff you can try, and you can think, right, I like this type of thing, so I might go for that. And they do some great films all around. But the fact is that when you get that package each month, now I think that because I'm a member for the second year, I get a discount, I think of $100. So it ends up that I pay, I think I break it down, but I pay about £95 a month. That's including me postage and packaging. But for £95 a month, when you stack up for the things you're going to get, like as your subscription, you kind of get about the money back with a bit more. Plus, then you get all your free P&P for the other things, and you get all your discounts, 50% off. So it's a gift that keeps on giving. If you want to do it, obviously as well, you've just missed it, but you could have subscribed for the last part of the year. You don't need to subscribe for the full year if you do the last half of it. And for me, I've been thinking about it for years. And when I tried it, I thought, if it doesn't work out for us, I'm just going to ditch it after a year because I signed up for a year. But I couldn't wait to get me next year. And I know that Connor's, you subscribe it as well. And for me, I just feel like it was a no-brainer for me because for some reason, Vinegar Syndrome seemed to put out a lot, not all of them, but a lot of the films that I just love because they're so trashy. And then of course they've got amazing service with them, and also they've got the slip covers and the packaging, which is pretty much second to none. But for me, if you can stump up that price, it is a big ask. But when you break it down, someone said to you, you're going to spend £100 on these amazing titles every month. You wouldn't really think that much of it because you probably spend it anyway. So what was your take on it, Conor?
First off, Vinegar Syndrome's packaging, when they do movies, the niche market that they hold, the discounts you get, the 50% off, some of the movies they do, absolutely phenomenal. I did it for the 12 months, I think, or I think it was 12 months I did it for. And I thought at the end of that time, I'm going to make a decision. And my decision was to not renew was based on two things. I looked at everything I got that year, right? And it was pretty good, and including the 50% off, right? No doubt about it, I got my money value. But would I watch all of those movies again in the next 6 months? The answer for me was no, I wouldn't. I'd watch probably 50, 60% of them. So I opted not to renew for the second year. And I went with Radiance because what they were selling in that Japanese Asian market, Yakuza movies, old Japanese ghost stories, Korean, Chinese ghost stories, and that kind of stuff, and also the other kind of niche 60s, 70s Asian stuff suited what I liked more. So what Radiance make up for, like what Radiance had in what I liked, they certainly don't match in the aesthetics and the quality of what Vinegar Syndrome were offering. Now, there's no denying that. Vinegar Syndrome is amazing, and I've still gone back this year, Tank Girl and a few other movies, and I've still purchased, and I will always. And I'm not saying that at the end of this year, when I do my spreadsheets and I go right, Radiance, last 12 months, Vinegar Syndrome 12 months, that I won't. Next year, I have a feeling that come January, I may look at doing another vinegar subscription again with my Radiance, and maybe cut some corners in other places, because it's honestly lovely to look on the website, see all the movies they're releasing for the year, both of those companies, and then this package comes. And even though you've seen on the website what's coming, to unpackage it with the postage and package that's included, which is a lot when you think I live in Australia, it can nearly be the price of the movie plus more, but that's all included. And then you open it up and you're kind of wowed again. You're like, oh, gee, Mackers, I got these movies that I probably would never normally pick up. So they all have got their ups and downs, their pros and pluses. But even if you did a 6-month subscription, that gives you an idea, and maybe try one or two other companies and then go do a spreadsheet. Definitely that's what I did. Did a spreadsheet, and then at the end, and then I scored movies, and then on the aesthetics of the movie, the quality of the movie, the packaging, and my general interest to rewatch, and how many times I've rewatched it in that period. And then at the end of the year, then I reviewed and went, right, where am I going? What am I doing?
Yeah. I know for me, it was, I thought, because I was seeing people getting Vinegar Syndrome stuff, and I thought, I love the look of their slipcases and then the packaging in the big box sets. And I thought I'd love to get some of them. I looked at the price of them to buy like individually. I bought one and then without the discount, and then the packaging on the top. I thought there's no way on earth I can afford this. So I put it right to the, I thought, well, it's one of them things I would like, but I would just never be able to afford. So when I saw the subscription, I kind of weighed up the pros and cons, a bit like what Conor was saying. I thought this, I had to think about it carefully. I couldn't have just waded into it because it's a big.
I'm the same.
Yeah. So I thought, but I'd spent about 2 years thinking about it, and I didn't jump into it. So when another thing is, don't kill yourself. If you can't afford it, don't do it. But if you can, and it didn't work out, but I'm so glad I did it, because when you get the buzz of it coming through the door, and you've got them all packed up, and the best thing about it, I mean, I've got, which I think, no, it's not here, but I've got it somewhere. That one that it didn't work, did it? The Stephen King one, and so there.
Dark Half.
Yeah. So that one, it's come. This is the second one that's come. Because it's the center's like this one.
I still haven't fucking checked it, John. Sorry.
You want to check it out because it's got a little bit of a fault on it, on the inside. You can see it's just a little bit of a crease. The other one looked like it had a bit of a nick, and that's the first time it's ever happened. So basically, I just said to them, just got in touch and just showed them a picture and just said, look, it's said no problem. It'll be in the box. So I got it in the box, shrink wrapped. Unfortunately, it doesn't work again. But I know for a fact I'll just get in touch and just say, can you just send us a new one? They don't quibble at all. And if you ever got a damaged slip, which I haven't really had, you just say, oh, it was a damaged slip somewhere. And they'll say, right, we'll just send you another one. So they'll never, the customer service with them is brilliant. And I'm not just saying
I've got to say that. And the same with Radiance. They're very personable, John. And like I say, I will, this January, I may end up looking at going back with Vinegar Syndrome alongside Radiance and making cuts in other areas, because I do miss the boxes and I do miss the packages, and they are lovely. And one of the things about Radiance I like is they invited me into there as a member. They invited me into their Discord chat with all other movie lovers, and it's nice being in that. And it'd be nice to see other subscription companies look at something like that, because, and even guys in there that are selling old movies that they want to get rid of, or double ups and stuff like that. It's a really nice community, and yeah, I'd recommend a subscription service to anybody to try it once. And if you don't like it, well, you know, like I said, a spreadsheet's a great way of keeping a tally of how many times, like the quality of the movie, quality of the packaging, how many times you've watched it in that period of your subscription, likelihood to watch it again, and then your cost over that 12-month period. And I, you know, while I have to admit, a lot of the Vinegar Syndrome ones I wouldn't be watching on a regular basis, apart from Deranged. That's a regular family movie here. I would no, Henry loves it, and Forda, she just lights up when she lights up that dinner scene in Deranged. And you know, I just think that I think it's a great thing, John. I think subscriptions are great. I've said to Keith before and Steve, I've been getting onto Umbrella here, man. I've emailed a couple of. I've been getting onto them forever about doing it, and they have said that it's on the table, that they have looked at it, but they're looking at like doing worldwide subscriptions, Australian domestic. Do we just try this? But I think in today's climate, with interest rates and all the other craziness going on, subscription packages, even with Arrow or whatever, of varying levels. I know it can be complicated, but I'm sure, Jesus, you can work it out. I think they're a great way of allowing people to get more access to kind of media, or even a company that maybe purchased from all these different mobs. It could be a business idea, purchases from all these different mobs, and then you do a subscription through them. I don't know. I just think it's a great way if you're watching a few quid and dollars, and we all are, you know, and in this game of collecting, whether it's movies, video games, or whatever, right? When you're feeding family and you're paying your mortgage and you're doing other, you know, taxing the car, you can't get every edition of The Keepers or every edition of Psycho. You got to make decisions, and I think subscriptions are a great way of evening that keel out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
Totally.
We'll move on. I guess we're giving a few more fucking comments. We got Simon here saying, just dropped in to say hi. Unfortunately, I work tonight too late, so I'll have to watch and catch up. Have a great evening to everyone. Have a great time, everyone. Sorry. Thanks again, Simon. And yeah, Simon's the gentleman. He's the one that made all of this happen with me and Ray also. Thanks again, Simon. Thanks for all your help with that Back to the Future release as well. And that video is going to be out Monday.
Can't wait to see that.
It's quite special. Very special, to say the least.
Can't wait to see that, Keith. Yeah.
It's stunning. It's stunning.
Great, Scott. I'm gonna write in your comments, because nobody else will do that. I will be very unique when I write that.
I'm half
great, Scott.
I'm half fucking tempted just to knock off the comments for that fucking video, just for that reason alone. It's already fucking happened in the WhatsApp group with fucking Steve. So
it's right there.
Everything.
It's definitely coming.
Beautiful piece, Keith, and it's so great that they've connected with you on that level. And I think they're just, you know, it just makes me love physical media more when I see such beautiful additions like that. That kind of pay homage to great movie.
I touched upon it because I don't want to say nothing here, because I do be somewhat cryptic in the video as well. I don't show at the start when I'm talking in front of the camera. I don't say what makes this set as unique as it is. But the one thing I do love about it is it's every single aspect of it. You know, when you look into it, the box itself, everything that's inside it, down to the smaller of items, they're all items that you see in the movies. And I think that's the best way to handle goodies when it comes to collector's editions. You know, instead of just throwing, you know, giving you postcards of stills from the movie and just, you know,
whatever,
but to actually have, you know, flyers, you know, the Enchantment Under the Sea dance flyer, it's something that you see directly from the movie.
That's cool.
I think that's the right way to do it. There's a lot of that in that set.
Christ, I hope they don't do that with the Human Centipede set from Umbrella.
Oh my God!
They all sold out.
What?
Are they all sold out? Those sets are
there was only 100 of them. There's 100 of them. So I don't know. I don't know. They're very rare. We got Flix and Pixel here saying, "Evening, fellas. I hope you're all doing great. Conor and Steve's beards are looking extra glorious tonight. Keith, you and John have some cracking catching up to do. Enjoy the stream, lads. Up the Reds. Thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate you stopping by. We got Art here just saying, what movies are you looking forward to getting on Blu-ray? Yeah, I'm gonna just say it quickly here that when it comes to me and the rest of this year, there's only one movie that interests me, and that's Identity. That's the big one for me from here on.
Yeah.
The biggest one of the year was The Burbs, which fucking delivered big time, which I was really happy with. But yeah, for me, as of right now, Identity is the one that's I'm very intrigued about. John, what about yourself? Is there anything that's coming this year?
Well,
How do you excited?
The one I'm most excited about at this moment, simply because I was going to make a video on it, but never got around to it. For me, at this point, the best looking DVD I've got in my collection. I was going to do this months ago, but it was going to be a thing to say, this has got to come out in 4K. If it didn't come out in 4K, it'd be a travesty. And then lo and behold, it's coming out in 4K. So I've kind of missed the boat for that. But anyway, I'll probably talk about that in the video when I do get it. It's the Pink Panther.
Oh,
I mean, I love that film and the series. I hope the other ones get it. But when I saw this, I got the box set for it and I put it on. And I was watching it on a sort of, it wasn't even a 4K telly. It's like a sort of 720 Samsung thing I had. It was on a Blu-ray player and I was watching it and going, I had to look and say, is this a Blu-ray? Because the quality was stunning. So the 4K, if there's anything going off that, should look probably one of the best 4Ks you will ever see if it's done right. I'm so glad that 88 are doing it, and it's probably not going to have any jiggery pokery to it, how big studios might do to smooth it out and whatever. I don't know if the DVD had no grain in it. So for me, on the back of that, that's why I want to see that. Plus, the film is absolutely amazing anyway. So for me, I can't wait to see that one.
Just before I go on to Conor there as well, I put it in the WhatsApp group. But 88 films, and it's fucking the Mothman prophecies. Now, if you watch my video, the German release that I bought of that, I turn around in the video, I actually do say it. I said, I took a gamble on this release because there is absolutely no way this movie is ever getting a wide 4K release. 88 films is absolute bastards. They obviously seen my video.
As soon as I saw that, I thought about you and what you said in that video. You see, when you say things like that, you're like, it comes true, doesn't it?
It's fucking shocking. It's unbelievable. So yeah, I'm all over that fucking release as well. Bastard. Yeah. Anyway, Conor, what's the big one for you?
Well, I was thinking there when John was talking about our last stream that we did of 2025, which was the Christmas stream, and we talked about what movies we would love to see get a 4K release, and we kind of did a round robin. It was one of the last kind of questions somebody asked, and I said I'd love to see Blue Thunder get something, and obviously
there you go.
And if anybody would have asked me a couple of months ago, what would you like to see this year on Blu-ray or 4K or get a nice release, I would have said Future World, particularly with the nice that we got. Yeah. I would love to have seen Future World have two editions, one of them being slightly similar in size and what was in it to the Westworld one, because I would love to have it together. And then even sit the two of them beside my 4K box set, which I have got for you as well, Keith, of the TV series that recently by HBO. And yeah, I think Future World for me. Now listen, it's not a great movie, and I know that, but it's that Delos background story to the company that I loved. I like the kind of little cameo Easter eggs, particularly with Yul Brynner, and he wasn't even well at the time, and stuff like that. I just love the movie. I think it's cool, and I've only ever owned it on DVD, so I'm really excited to get my hands on that.
Absolutely. What would you say, Steve?
Well, for me, it's Second Sight are doing two releases that I'm really looking forward to. Dead Man's Shoes, which should be out anytime now, and Sexy Beast, which is out next month. Really looking forward to those. There's another one that I'm looking forward to. It won't be this year. I'm pretty sure it won't be this year. But The Devils, the new cut of The Devils by Ken Russell.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's going to get a really good 4K showing, but it's the most complete version of that film that we'll ever get. The rest of it is gone. If only there was a YouTube channel out there that had done a video about the Devils.
Oh, you bastard! You were lucky you didn't get fucking ejected. You fucker.
But no, I think just listen to what John was saying, because the only version of the Devils that we've got up until now is a DVD from BFI, and it is a superb. It was one of those ones you put a DVD on, like John was saying. You look at it and you think you would swear it was a Blu-ray. It is that good quality.
Yeah.
It's funny, you go back to some DVDs and you think, Jesus Christ, how did I think this looked good?
Yeah.
But the Devil's DVD is superb, and hopefully we'll get the 4K of this new cut coming. So I'll be really excited about that. But those are the three that I'm really looking forward to.
Actually, there is one more I need to throw in there as well. Actually, I would put this ahead of Identity now that I think of it. Just hit me. But I'm now assuming that we are getting it this year.
Which one?
But Fright Night 2 would have to be in there as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That would be...
Do you know, I've never seen Fright Night 2. So,
I've never seen it.
No.
Oh, like it's an actual direct continuation of the first movie.
I know all the premise to it, and I remember seeing even the VHS box in Gavin's in Westport when I was a kid. I know it, and why I've not seen it, I don't know. But I got that lovely, as part of my Vinegar Syndrome subscription, where I got the discount. I got that lovely documentary they made, John, last year. Remember that? Great to watch.
Oh, I tell you, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that one, because Fright Night 2 is a bit like Halloween 2 to me. I can't watch Fright Night and not watch Part 2.
You've got to watch them back to back.
I have to watch them back to back. No question about it. I am concerned. I am a bit concerned. I am worried that I'm going to miss out on that release.
I was going to say, it's a Synapse release, isn't it? So it's got to it will just appear. There won't be any fanfare. It will just appear and it will sell out really quickly, like Trick or Treat.
I'm worried. I'm worried that I'm not going to get it.
Do you think, though, Keith, in like we look back in some other movies over the last couple of years, I guess maybe we could look at Once Upon a Time in America and say that probably hasn't happened yet. There's probably a highly likelihood within 6 to 12 months afterwards that somebody from Umbrella, Arrow,
absolutely,
whatever.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Everyone was going nuts over the Trick or Treat release, which went really, really quickly. And there's the sub-label. It's kind of Arrow associated, isn't it? There's a new label that's coming out, and the Trick or Treat 4K is coming out on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So,
right.
So it might be a case like that, Connor. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That
somebody
if you
else might
bide your time.
Yeah.
Get it somewhere.
One of the things I missed tremendously about my Vinegar Syndrome subscription, getting to back to that guy's question earlier, is the documentaries. I love picking up some of them. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre one, the one that was on Fright Night and that, and it's made me look at. There was other ones I can't remember, but the Texas Chainsaw Massacre ones I've discussed with Keith, because it's made me look at the original movie in a different way. The documentary, and particularly when they had like psychiatrists and that who like specialize in movies talking about different characters. I look at Leatherface a little bit now and I feel sorry for him a little bit in the original movie.
Yeah.
You know, because he's actually shell-shocked. And they talk about scenes in that documentary I got from Vinegar Syndrome where if you pause them or watch them closely, he's probably never interacted with people before. He's bullied by the uncle or the older brother. He's disillusioned himself and afraid and scared. And I never thought about that before in the movie. But then when I watch it now, and I did watch it again, it's made me appreciate it more. So anyone who hasn't seen that Fright Night documentary, definitely try and watch it, because you look at movies and you see things that you never saw before, or you did see, but you didn't kind of, you didn't think about it and go, I didn't pick that up before.
Don't forget,
Toy Robot is that label. Sorry, Keith. There's been a comment that's been posted. That's the new label.
Toy Robot. Okay. Another thing, kind of, Connor, as well, just to get you a little bit excited about that Fright Night 2 as well, is it's directed by, if I remember correctly, it's directed by Tommy Lee Wallace, isn't it? Who directed a season of
Halloween 3.
Yeah, and that's so. And the You know what he done right with it? What I love about Fright Night 2, and I thought there's no denying this. When you watch Fright Night has this. There's this atmosphere, this certain atmosphere to it, this certain tone to it, and that tone is there. The music is still there. It feels very much like a Fright Night movie. It just has that kind of it does, it continuates, and not only that, but they kind of do it where, it's not so much just one vampire now. It's kind of like the one vampire or the sister, but she has her kind of her right hand men as well. So it's I love it. I'm a big fan of it.
I when I was in Japan last year in Tokyo, I haven't unraveled it yet to get it framed, but I got a Japanese original movie poster.
Okay.
Japanese writing and all that. And
wow.
It's like high tower block, brown building, but the writing's all in Japanese, and I have to get it professionally framed and vacuum sealed. But I don't know if that's a big part of the movie, this like apartment block or something. But anyways, the art is lovely to it, and it looks like a great movie. Why I never saw it, I don't know. I just, we can't see everything, and sometimes we miss things.
Yeah,
Synapse Release has introduced another cover. There's 4 cover variations now. So
that's right. Yeah. I did say,
and the original poster.
And I said this to Carlos, and I mean it. If I have the opportunity, if I do have the opportunity, I'm going to buy all 4 of them. I'm going to buy all 4 if I can. If I can.
Really, for the one movie?
There's 4 variants for the movie out there. There's 4 different artworks. I'm going to buy. If I have the opportunity, I will buy all 4.
You know what? I'm kind of laughing, but then I thought I did that for Pearl and X.
There you go.
I bought all 4.
Yeah, the media box release.
I just told her I bought 1, but I actually bought all 4 of the same movie because the artwork was different.
Because people kind of look at me, they can laugh at me all they want, but like at the end of the day, I buy one-click releases of Mantle Lab, and that's how they're
makes
built.
no difference.
It's the same thing.
So it makes you happy.
Exactly, and that will make me happy.
Sometimes people say to me, you got to be careful, Conor, because you can't take it to the grave. All this stuff.
Yeah, but
I said, no, I bought 60 plots, and it's all coming in a truck, getting dumped in on top of me.
Well, that's what I said to him. I said, my fucking grave is my pod, and that's been buried with me.
Dump me in there.
There's going to be no
Leave me in the games room.
It's just going to be me sitting there on the couch with the remote in my hand and a can of beer in my other, and that's it. Leave me be.
I want the pharaohs of old, Keith.
I want Henry to come home in 40 years with his new bride and come in and say, "Meet my dad," and I'm here all weathered like something out of Creep Show, or the dad or the grandfather out of Texas
Chainsaw.
But in all fairness, go back to what Conor did say there. He's right, and that has been said to me numerous times on my YouTube channel. Whatever. Where people were saying that it's such a waste of money and this, that, and the other, and I was like, and my instant response to them is, do you own a house? Do you own a car? Do you own plates, forks, knives, spoons? It's no different. It's no different. You can't take it with you. It's just people being fucking jealous at the end of the day. So.
Man, I've got friends of mine. No disrespect to them, and maybe 1 or 2 of them might be watching tonight. I've got friends of mine, mate, who would spend a fortnight's wages on a pokey machine in the back of a pub smoking a cigarette. $2,000 gone in 20 minutes on a Bing Bing machine. So whatever, and that's not me to criticize. That's their thing. But listen, don't tell me as a nearly 50-year-old man that I'm wasting my fuck off.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we'll move on. Sebastian, we actually spoke about that earlier, so mate, if you want to just go back over the start of the stream, we kind of covered that. So, and Jimmy was just saying as well that he agreed with you, Conor, about the Spider-Man movie in terms of the
fight scenes. Are like video game. You love it.
No, that's actually got me.
He knows. I don't know if he's aware, but 2 days ago, Spider-Man 2 got a PS5 Pro PSSR free update, along with 4 new seats connected to the movie.
Yeah, I did hear. I seen that you sent me the link to it. I was very surprised by it. Very surprised. I'll go back to it. I will. Arctic Clown was just asking, what's your favorite foreign slasher movies, not including American ones? Oh, John, you're gonna love that one. What stands out for you, mate?
It's funny when you get put in the spot there, your mind goes blank.
I know, I get it, mate. I probably should
I'm
swap
going
you
to have
around
to
and not
say
have you
that
first all the time.
it's obviously going to be Italian. You know, there's loads of Italian slasher films. In fact, to be honest, I mean, going back to Vinegar Syndrome, they put out some of the Fulci Presents films, which aren't Fulci
Yeah.
films, but they're like ones that he sort of put his name to try and get. They were TV movies, I think, although some of them are really extreme. And they put his name on it to kind of sell them, just as a selling point. And I think he's put 2 movies into that section. I think there's 8 of them, and they have all the sort of they shouldn't work, the cheap, the chatty. They made it a time like the late 90s when the Italian like horror was like dying out. It was actually flopping because, like I say, these were like the TV was just taking over. But they're really good. And so for me, if you give me an Italian slasher film, I'll watch it. It's not as if I have to think twice about it, which when I go to some of the American ones are brilliant. But when I think, if I had them all in front of us and said, there's an Italian pile, there's an American pile, what are you going to do? I'll go through the Italian one. I'll probably do the whole lot of them, first. Just something about them. I just think I like the way they look. I think they put a bit more into the way. The American ones always they're great, but they don't take that much care and attention to how they actually look. You know, and do that. So I like that for Italians. So I think that's what sets them apart. I still like the American ones, but for me, it will be Italian ones all the time. I mean, there's other ones. I just can't think of them at the moment.
Yeah. You have a specific?
What?
Do you have a specific favorite?
A specific favorite?
Yeah.
Deep Red.
Deep Red. No, that's why. I think that's why he was asking.
All right.
Well, what is your favorite slasher?
It's a bit like that in Vamp, isn't it? I'm sitting there talking about
that Conor, though. Yeah.
No, sorry, mate. Again, no, don't worry. I get it.
Well, I would say it's hard to pick an Italian one, but I'll go for all the giallo stuff. You know, basically.
Yeah. That would be a kind of tough one to ask.
Even the ones that like the Forgotten Johnny, they're all good in their own way. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. What about yourself, Conor?
Again, it's a niche market, isn't it? And John covered a lot there with the Italians. I guess for me, if I was going to try and say something Australian, there's one called the River. I think it's the Riverboat or the Boat or something. It's a very early 80s. It was made in Queensland. It was in their like band movies for years. It's very graphical, kind of. It's been voted one of the worst Australian movies ever made. John would love it, and it's based on a little bunch of uni kids, and they it's schoolies. So in Australia, schoolies is a big thing. So when you finish your year 12, like your end of high school, you have this thing called the schoolies, and they all go to the Gold Coast, which is like the Las Vegas, but it's like just cheap and tacky version of Las Vegas. And this movie anyway is based on these bunch of kids who go on a small boat on a river, and they get all hacked by this slasher guy. I think that would be one I'd think of. Or and again, what John said, there's an Italian movie. It's set. I think it might be set in America. I don't know what made me watch it one night, but it was called the New York Ripper or something. But it's an Italian movie. And I think because it had the Jack the Ripper connotations, or whatever. It's actually a bloody cracking good picture. Yeah.
Wow. There you go. Yeah, I actually have that, and I still haven't watched it.
Treat yourself.
Yeah, I need to
get. It's not a bad flick, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I really do need to get to it. Steve, what about yourself, mate?
Like John, I immediately turned to Italy. When he was talking about that, I thought he was going to nick the one that immediately came to my mind, but he didn't, so I'm going to say it, which is Mario Bava's A Bay of Blood, which is probably, you could class it as a giallo, but it is also the blueprint for all the death scenes from the first couple of Friday the 13th. It is superb. But not to nick Italy from John, we'll give you Italy, pal. I'll go to France. Not necessarily a slasher film, but part of the French extremity thing is Inside with Beatrice Dalle. I think it's from 2007. Second Sight have got a lovely release out of that. I've mentioned this a few times. That is one of the last films that I can remember watching that genuinely scared me. She is fucking nuts in it. She is terrifying. You imagine a female Michael Myers kind of thing.
I got to stand up and make sure that my flap doesn't open when I stand up.
Do not do that.
I fucking hope it does.
It'll completely put me off my boiled eggs in the morning, mate. But yeah, I would say Inside is an insane film. Again, not necessarily a slasher, but it's got a lot of stalking and slashing in it. Let's just leave it there.
Right, so Conor went to Australia, John went to Italy, you went to France, so I'm going to go to Ireland. Again, not a traditional Irish slasher movie, but I'm going to just throw out Rawhead Rex. I'm going to just throw that in there, and I cannot tell you how much I fucking love that movie. I know it's Clive Barker, and you know it's a very, very, it is an Irish movie. It's an all Irish cast. It's a fucking great watch. It really is. I picked up the Arrow release of it, and I was so concerned about it because it was a movie that we used to have on repeat when I was a young lad, and I was worried what I'd feel about it today. Fucking nothing changed. When I watched it, I fucking loved it, and I was surprised by how much Ellen enjoyed it as well. I was expecting her to turn around and say to me, "Oh, Keith, this is a load of fucking rubbish." But she fucking enjoyed, much like Zombie Flesh Eaters. When I was actually nervous watching that with Ellen.
Yeah, she loved it, didn't she?
She fucking loved it. Yeah, fucking loved it. So not a traditional slasher movie, but Rawhead Rex. Do
you think that resonates with you because the Irish setting and the Irish crew and all of that? Do you think that resonates a bit more?
No. If anything, that'd be a put off.
I'm exactly the same. Exactly the same. Yeah. I'm so glad you said that, because people say that to me all the time about different things, and they go, "You know, I saw something at the weekend, and it was. I think you'd like." I said, "Why would I go for that?" No. Do you know one of my funniest stories about being Irish was I was in the Navy when I was in the Navy. I had an argument with this officer one time about something.
You having an argument with an officer?
I know. Wow. But I'd have an argument in an empty room on my own, as per my road rage story. But you like this one particularly, Steve. And anyways, I had my boss, who was an ex-Royal Navy guy, and he said to me one time, he said, try not to argue with him again, and blah, blah. It basically corrected me. And I said, yeah, no worries. A few days later, I went down to the officers' mess to look for my boss, the English guy, to ask him something. And I said, I asked him the question. As I was walking away, he said to me, "You got a second, Conor?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "How'd you go with that, young army lieutenant? You haven't had another run-in with him or anything? The Australian guy?" I said, "No." I said, "We straightened it out." I said, "I'm all right, sir. It's, it's done and dusted. It's good." He said, "Because, I told him what you lot were like." I said, "What?" He said, "You lot." I said, "Who?" He goes, "Irish people, you're pretty animated." I said, and because that's my sense of humor, I thought if he said that to anybody else, but I just said, "All right, sir." He's the kind of guy that would drink tea and lift his pinky finger, one of those blokes. But I thought anybody else would have grabbed him and said, "What the fuck are you on about?" But when you said that there about why was something, I went into my first Irish pub nearly for I don't know how many years in Melbourne 2 days ago, and I did enjoy it, and I drank a lot and had a good fun. But people say that to me about movies, and the first Irish movie I loved in ages was that Hokum movie that John mentioned earlier. I fucking love that movie.
Yeah.
Is it an Irish movie or?
No, it's
American. I don't know.
Definitely.
No. It's an Irish director and everything. Yeah. So.
Right.
Yeah.
And the one that I sent to you guys before that, there was one that I watched about a home helper that ends up with a woman in the country, and she's like trying to keep fairies out of the house. Jesus, that movie was amazing, boys.
I didn't like it. I'm sorry, I didn't like it. No.
Okay. The setting, I really like the setting.
I have to agree with John. The setting is actually quite brilliant to it. It didn't grab hold of me, and it took too long to grab hold of me. And when it did grab hold of me, I didn't give a shit. You know,
Lost
I
interest.
I lost interest. I did.
I think about
I'm
movies. We've all, and that's
Yeah,
why I like
no.
Shudder. I do my $6 a month to Shudder, which is like next to nothing, £3, and I just love the fact that I can find these kind of innocuous, strange things on there and watch them. And I just found something
The
appealing.
weird thing is,
There was
Conor,
another
though,
great British movie. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but if I don't remember it, I'll forget it. And it was a British movie, and it was like set during the Civil War. It was like another one of those kind of like folk movies, and I found that on Shudder recently. It was like Witches or something, and I can't remember all of it. I think I might have a few beers on me, but that's what I like about Shudder. You find these random movies that are
I get it.
So you thought, Keith, that movie wasn't
Well, the thing is, me and Ellen watched it, and we weren't too crazy about it. But then I kind of said to Ellen, you know what? I kind of understand why Conor sent it to me, though.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of got. I think I seen the parts in it that you thought I might like.
Yeah.
But it just took.
Good.
It just took too long for me to get going. It just. But John is right, though. The setting is fucking compelling to it. John, did you watch it? You enjoyed it?
I think we're mixed up. I think we're mixed up on movies here. I think we're mixed up. No, you guys are talking about.
What did he?
You're thinking about the movie with the lady on the front who was in Game of Thrones, the big tall blonde lady. Is that the one?
No, the one. You know the one where a man appears at her front porch.
No, I'm talking about a different movie, different one.
All right, because the one you sent us is called Oddity.
That's Oddity. That's and I like that movie a lot. So the one I'm talking about is another Irish movie done by an Irish female director. It was done on like €100,000 budget, funded by the government, and it's about a Ukrainian girl who does home help work in rural Ireland, west of Ireland, and she goes to this house, and it's a woman who's petrified of fairies, and everyone thinks she has dementia.
Right. Okay. Right. Actually, I can't say that. I heard it.
And again, you might feel the same way about it, but it was on that streaming app, and it's an Irish movie. It was only made for, I think, £50,000 sterling, so something like that, 60,000. I'll tell you, it was 83 minutes, and it's cool because it's got it just, I don't know. It starts off in Dublin with a self-harm death, and then it ends up then she goes and does home help for this old lady who has dementia in the countryside, and she's afraid of pixies and fairies. And in Irish culture, what fairies are like, they're not all. And that was a cool story, and But Oddity, I'm just glad I got you guys a copy of it. At least you have it, you know.
John, what did you think of it? Did you enjoyed it, but you don't think it was good as Holcomb, did you?
Well, the thing with Holcomb was I thought that was good and I think we're watching it at the cinema. It was a good experience. Some great jump scares as well. There was one that really got us, and I wasn't expecting it at all. It wasn't even the usual loud music. It just happened. I was like, whoa. Oddity was different, but it was kind of like a slow burn. But this one was kind of like more of a horror film with jump scares and a lot busy horror film. Holcomb. Yeah. But Oddity was more slow burn, things going on. The setting was eerie.
Build up.
That whole farmhouse thing that they've got with the door and all that, and the things going on behind the door, and you think, well, that bloke, and you're getting misdirected, red herrings, all that type of thing, and you don't expect it to go the way it went. So even though it was a lot slower. Yeah, but I really enjoyed it. But it was a different experience. I thought Holcomb was more compelling. This one was more of a eerie sort of ghost story in a fashion.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm glad you said that. I've got about 3 Korean television shows for each of you guys that I bought through that bootleg mob on eBay that I've watched over here that won't get in Europe. Yeah. And I know I spoke to Steve and Keith about 2 of them. And John, you won't have seen it either. But I've got 2 or 3 Korean shows for you guys, and I'd be really keen on one stream eventually. When you do watch them, you might bring them up. They're pretty terrifying stuff, I think. And one of them was really amazing. I watched it twice. It's set in a school with an app that gives you.
You were talking about this one there for a while.
Your greatest wish. Pass an exam, go out with your best girl, the nicest girl in the school, get picked for the sports team, get to play baseball for the best team in Tokyo. Whatever you want, this app gives you. But from when you accept the wish and it happens, you have 72 hours, and it's done really well with modern technologies. In like that's the whole love. It's a crossover between The Ring, Smile, with a little bit of dark water in it. I thought it was really cool.
Nice.
And,
Okay.
yeah, looking forward to you guys watching them. And again, you know, these eBay ripoffs, I'm not in any way condoning pirate stuff, right? But when you're sometimes snookered and,
Yeah, I get
and
it.
you really want
I
to
get
own it, and they put a bit of like whatever, I'll
I
pay the few.
I got bootleg releases for Beverly Hills Cop 4, and I've got the one for Salem's Lot remake, and I'm not going to feel bad about it. You fucking tie my hands. I'm going to find a way to get them, and I fucking did. And if you have a problem with it, there's a simple solution: fucking release them. Simple as.
I agree.
So we got Jesper here just saying, which movie franchise would you gentlemen love to get an ultimate collector's edition treatment, and from which label? Oh God, John. I know I'll have to move you in the next stream that we do, John. So you're not the first. Sorry about that. Yeah, do you have one?
Yeah, I have. It's the one that I would like to see done for uniformity. Obviously, all 4Ks, because they're not all in 4Ks apart from the last one. And I'm going to say Vinegar Syndrome because I think they probably could do the best version of it. However, it's not the type of thing they would go for. So I'm going to move it across to Arrow. And I'm going to say Arrow could put out the chunky box set. I don't want to see individual slips sort of things. I want to see a big, I don't know if the big sort of like Hellraiser type thing for Final Destination. The whole lot, 4K, and some of them could look stunning. And
Wow.
they could do a good version of that, couldn't they?
Yeah, you know something. I tell you one thing, that set would sell. That would fucking sell. Big time. My only issue I have with that, John, and I was actually thinking about that the minute I read out the question. There's going to be more Final Destination movies. That's the problem I have with. That's the only problem I have, is because you get to set up the bloodlines, and then all of a sudden, we're bringing out a new Final Destination movie.
It's like Art the Clown. It's like Art the Clown. They're going to keep coming.
They're going to keep coming. So when I read that question, but by the way, John, I would be all over that fucking release. By the way, I would be fucking all over it. I think it's Final Destination. Each movie, it's kind of like, look, it's Final Destination. You can't do much with them, but they're fucking entertaining. They're fun.
Oh yeah,
yeah. And I would love to see it. Imagine that. There's only one movie out in that series on 4K. It's not shocking.
Just the last one.
Movie. The last one.
And the big hits, everybody seems to like them, or like most of them.
Yeah.
If not all of them. Now, I think that, for the whole, I do understand what you're saying. It's not a finished article, even though you would have thought the 5 would have been the ultimate finish.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but they did manage to pull it off with the new one. But I do think that they could make a second box set, so they could just wait for the next 6 to come out.
Would you be against then? Because I actually wouldn't be, right? But would you be against if Arrow did announce it and said, by the way, we're doing the 5, and that's it? Given that the 5, because when you watch the last one, the 5th movie, it comes full circle and it wraps that series up. So I think if Arrow announced and said, oh, look, we're not going to put bloodlines into the set. We're going to do the first 5, the 5 that kind of meshed together, wrapped up perfectly in that 5th movie, and then leave it at that. We're not going to do anything else with it. So
I would definitely get it. I would definitely get it. I know what you're saying about the whole putting the 6th one in. It kind of still does fit in with it, but you couldn't, but you might be able to do it if you wanted to do it. You could kind of just buy yourself on your 4K for the 5th one. Just buy one of them little inserts, that when you have the tray. Just stick the 6th one in, so you've got like a custom made.
In all fairness, John, I actually have two. I have 2 box sets in my collection where they've done something similar to that. Like my James Bond collection that I have on Blu-ray, if you go to the back of it, they actually leave space.
There's an empty.
Yes,
there's an empty space, and they've done it with my Ash versus the Evil Dead. By the way,
Okay, I didn't know that.
The book,
I knew
the
it was one
statue,
movies.
the statue that I have of that, the media book that comes with it, it's the first 2 seasons. But season 3 wasn't out when they put it out, but they left the spaces in there, and they even put down season 3 written on it. Like it's so I was actually covered. So it's they could do something fucking like that if they wanted to. But yeah, I just wanted to quickly just run in mind if I was to pick one movie and a one collection or one series, I'm going in the mindset where this can't be touched anymore, and I'm just going to go with the original Omen trilogy. And I would love to see again. I would love to see Arrow.
Would you have that really good? I call it really good. Would you have the prequel in there as well?
No.
Okay.
No.
And not the first Omen as well.
Really nice Easter egg ending with the picture in the back of the car and the ambassador, and which I think is awesome. Ties it in. You don't think so?
Look, you know what the problem with that movie is? That scene was the best part of that movie. I didn't like it.
I love the movie.
I didn't like it at all. But for me, I just talk about the original trilogy. You know, that's what I want to see. I don't want to see the part 4 in there. I don't want to see the fucking remake in there, and just that original trilogy.
The late great Sam Neill, of course.
The great Sam Neill. That fucking last line in the movie as well. You know,
a good Irishman, as I tell all the Australians and Kiwis. A good Irishman.
So Arrow Video, the Omen trilogy. I'll be all over that. Conor, what about yourself? One series of movies that you would like to see?
I'm going to answer this in 2 ways, Keith, but I'm going to make it quick and not long drawn out. I'm going to say that if I could pick one actor to have a massive box set done, I'd go. What's his name from The Thing?
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell. I'd love to see a big box set with all his movies in there. But if I had to go a movie franchise, I think, and this is a strange one to say because it's had variant releases individually, but including the one that was done recently with David Duchovny and all that, the original one from the 90s, the second one with the guy from Terminator 2. I'd have to say I'd love to see, and the remake recently, I'd love to see a Pet Sematary box set with everything in there, and maybe some cool little trinkets and stuff like that. So I want the original movie that we all know with Fred Gwynne and all that in it. The remake movie with John Lithgow. The second movie with the young kid from Terminator 2. I can't remember his name. I still think it's a good movie. And then I'd like to see the David Duchovny one in there, which I personally like. You said earlier on with the movie now that you kind of, when I watch Pet Sematary now, I have a sequence, and I can't watch The Shining now. I couldn't sit down tonight and say I'm going to just watch The Shining. I have to watch Doctor Sleep straight after.
Yeah. That Pet Sematary Bloodlines was a fucking surprise. I thought it was too. Fuck me. I was expecting a run of the mill piece of shit. But wow.
Sinead and I really liked it, and I'd love to see a little box set for that. And I guess if a great George A. Romero box set with all of his movies in one collector's edition, all of them.
I think everyone would. You know something funny enough? Funny you said that. There's a company in Italy that are releasing one. Well, it's mixed. It's Blu-ray and 4K, but the whole lot is in there. Yeah, it's all in there.
I still buy it.
Yeah. What about yourself, Steve?
Police Academy.
Oh
no, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I was happy as fuck.
Good.
That sounds amazing.
No, I really like them.
No,
yeah.
I was feeling really confident because I'd written a few things down there, and then you pinched the Omen, and I thought I was going to get away with it. Connor's just mentioned George Romero. I would say George Romero's Dead films, just the Dead series from Night until what was the last one they did? Diary. Was that his last one?
No, Survival.
Survival of the Dead. Yeah,
Survival. Yeah.
Those. I would go for those. I think Final Destination's a hell of a shout.
Yeah.
Did I tell you that I finally saw Bloodlines? Saw that. I had such a good time with that.
Oh my god, it's so good, isn't it?
It's so just good. Isn't it good fun?
It's fucking great fun.
So
I stand by. Look, I need to see it again because maybe my emotions got the better of me. But I did, when I reviewed that movie on my channel, I did say that was, I was so against it starting off. I was so against it coming out because I was so happy the way that series wrapped up. But when I watched it, not only did I see a great movie, but I think I seen the best sequel in the series.
Yeah. It's great.
It was fucking, it was great. It was fantastic.
Oh God, it's heartbreaking when you see Tony Todd.
Oh my God. I was bawling. I was fucking bawling when that scene happened.
Handyman.
Yeah, it was tough.
You look at him and just think, bless him. I think that'd be, I think the Final Destination series would be really great because apart from, which is the race car one? Is it Final Destination 4? Which is directed by the same guy who did Final Destination 2, which I think I love Final Destination 2.
I agree.
Final Destination 4 I thought was pretty poor.
It's the worst.
It's certainly the worst one in the series for me.
Yeah.
That's a great shout, John. That is a great shout.
It's just a fun quadrilogy, no? Quintology.
The opening to part 5, the bridge scene, I was like, Jesus Christ, that's very optimistic for a fucking Final Destination movie. It was brilliantly done. It was. I'd be all over that.
Yeah, I think that's good. Most of them have been done. I mean, naturally, we turn towards sort of horror franchises and whatnot. I would like to see Friday the 13th redone, all in 4K.
Yeah.
So many different studios there, isn't there? So many different disagreements and ownership. I know you know all this, and everyone knows that, but because I get asked that all the time. People talk to me about that and say, "I wonder why." And I say, mate, even the video game that came out, to use certain skins in the game, the company ended up doing an email saying we're going to have to knock it on the head because we got to pay 50 different companies to do one thing, and it's like it became a nightmare for them even in the game. And I'm so glad we're doing the Halloween game coming out soon, but they tried their best with Friday the 13th, and it was a fun game, right? But
I mean,
they put out a heartfelt apology saying we got to stop doing it because. Like we're not EA and we're not a big gaming company and we're trying our best, but we're literally paying everybody.
Can I ask you a question? Right, I said to Ellen, I'm very confused by this, and maybe he's going to help me out here. There's a Crystal Lake TV series coming out.
Yeah,
right.
Prequel stuff. Yeah,
it's prequel stuff. I presume we're focusing on Pamela Voorhees.
Correct. That's my understanding. Yeah.
Right.
It's got some good actors in it. I'm not saying that gives it credence.
Yeah, now correct me if I'm wrong here, but according to the movies, prior to the first movie, there was only 2 deaths, and it was the 2 people that were killed at the start of Friday the 13th. Right?
Yeah, the 2 who were trying to shag in.
Yeah. So how the fuck are they going to make this?
No, I don't. I don't think so because when I know what you're saying, but when the young girl meets that lunatic in the fucking town, what's his name?
Crazy Ralph.
Crazy Ralph. He refers to it being closed down for years, and so does the guy mention it because they had a few incidences there. So maybe they're just taking a little bit of lore. Now, I'm not saying that they meant lots of murders and stuff, but Crazy Ralph refers to don't go up there. All this stuff has happened, blah blah blah, and then the truck driver says, "I can't believe you're going up there. It's been closed down for years. Some really crazy stuff happened there over the years." So
but aren't they not referring to the deaths that you see right at the start?
No, there wasn't it a fire or something or other, or there was poison?
That unfolds in front of you. She gets killed when she gets out of the car. Pamela kills her. So I think there must be something before then. No.
The very first scene in Friday the 13th, it goes back. It's something like, what year does it go back to?
1950 something.
It goes back to 50 something.
The boy and the girl up in the barn, and they're having
they get killed and all that. And then I kind of get what you're saying there. You're trying that. Yeah, maybe they are kind of going by the fact that
Well, we've seen 2 murders, but how do we know that night she didn't kill more? We don't know, and no one says specifically at the start of the movie only 2 people were killed. That could have been just the one that we saw in the movie. And I mean, you've got artistic flair, haven't you? Like you have with
Here we go. Sorry, I've just done a quick Google. So we've got Jason dies in 1957.
Right.
He's pushed into the lake and presumably drowns.
Mhm.
The following year, the camp reopens, Pamela returns, and she murders 2 camp counselors. So that's what you're just talking about, Keith.
Yeah.
And then, it tries to reopen it in 1962, but the water supply is deemed bad. So I think that was Pamela trying to poison things to make sure that it wasn't opened.
Right.
Again.
As far as I'm concerned,
it takes place between those 2 periods.
Peacock gave us a TV show of fucking The Burbs, so we'll see.
We'll get John Perry started on that.
I want to see it. And I
I
think
liked
you guys
it. I thought it was good.
You thought the TV show The Burbs was good.
Yeah, he said on the last stream. He loved it.
It was the last stream. Don't open that can of worms again.
We never watched it, but we really enjoyed it. It's different to the Burbs. We like the Burbs for what it is. But the TV series, if you kind of think of it as a kind of, I know I'm not going to swear here, Conor, but if you think if it's kind of a reimagining thing.
John, you're not
going to get you, but I kind of enjoyed it.
Anyway. And I'll tell you something. I swallowed humble pie with Odyssey. I ain't swallowing humble pie with fucking The Burbs, man.
Well, I'm not. I'm definitely not going to.
That to me is Star Wars. That to me is Star Wars of comedy.
I'm not going to criticize John because I fucking mentioned earlier that I enjoyed the fucking Wicker Man fucking remake. So,
oh Jesus, I'm getting sick. I've got to get me flap out of the back. I'm feeling sick.
We got Jimmy here saying I saw Odyssey 4 times to compare different formats. I don't know why you've done that, Jimmy. Just watch the 70mm and that's it, because that's the only one to watch. And because the other 3 will never measure up to it.
You can see it in laser. You can see it in 4K laser and at the IMAX. There are a few different formats at IMAX. So if I was him and I had the availability, I would do what he did. But unfortunately, in Sydney, you can see it in all formats except 70mm because Melbourne is the only one that has 70mm capability. So
you haven't watched it in Euphoria Vision yet. That's the big test. Now, Euphoria Vision. No, Jimmy, I've seen your video, Jimmy. Fair play to you, mate. We got Drunken Chug here just saying the multiverse is getting out of hand. Yeah, look, I lost.
Chug's a good gaming mate of mine.
I actually lost interest in that multiverse the minute it fucking started because my issue with it is it's too easy. You know, because you can just bring back whoever you fucking want. That's the biggest issue I have with it. It needs to fucking go, I think. And hopefully after these.
I think you're right there, and it just gets, for me anyway, it just got like all too complicated. And I know Steve touched on it earlier, but like I've chatted to mates of mine when I was working and stuff in the military and that, and lads would say to me, "Oh, you got to see, just make it up. You got to see Punisher 2. Oh, cool. But listen, make sure you watch fucking Superman 6, Batman 9, and then there's a 30-second promo. It's on YouTube. It's hard to find, but it's under this name. And if you don't watch that, it might not make sense, but you still enjoy it. But if you don't, you're pretty much a wanker. And it annoys me. You've got it. And I just I'm not interested. I want to go there and watch a bloke swing around his neighborhood and kick ass. And that's what this latest Spider-Man brought to the table. I just felt like I was back in the 80s a little bit, watching the old 80s animated. You know, he's stopping bank robberies, he's stopping robberies on the street, he's dealing with armed robbers, he's dealing with drug dealers, and it's fun, and he's have witty comments, and they have this fighting samurai scene in it. John, hey, Jesus, man, I'd watch it over and over again. It was just done.
That was good.
I just find it too easy, you know. Like I said, look, Endgame. You know, Tony Stark dies at the end of it, and I was like, oh yeah, he's dead. But there's a multiverse, and in that multiverse, there are thousands of Iron Mans, and he can just come back. You know, they've already kind of touched upon it already with Doomsday, with Captain America,
Rogers coming back,
Steve Rogers coming back. You know, it's just too easy. It's too easy.
I'm just going to flag because it's just popped up on air. Another super thanks from we've got Dave Millage.
Oh shit! I just seen it here now on my phone. Yeah, I'll get to it. If I don't get to it, I will put it up at the end. Sometime.
Disco's a good lad.
A good, unbelievable Dave. He's a good lad. He's actually with all of us. I think, if I remember correctly. He's on your channel as well, John. I think as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Art was just asking, what sort of film would you like to see from Christopher Nolan next? An erotic thriller? No. I don't know. Horror. See, the thing about Christopher Nolan and horror, I know exactly where he's going to go with that. You know, it's going to be, isn't it? It's going to be like I can just see it. It's going to be a Nosferatu, Wolfman type of effort. I think it would be.
I could see him doing like a Jack the Ripper from Hell.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Do you want to know what I think? He's going to do Phantom of the Opera next.
Oh, I tell you what, Mr. Gray, that is a hell of a shout.
It's a whole background story. Disfigured actor, handsome, being set upon by his friends, being disfigured deliberately, forced to live up there. And I think that'd be a great story, you know. And because I was talking to Sinead about it, she said, maybe the Hunchback of Notre Dame. And I thought, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. But then I said,
something like that, or a Jekyll and Hyde. We haven't had Jekyll and Hyde for a long time.
I thought Phantom of the Opera is one of those characters that suits him, because Phantom of the Opera is actually deep down. He's had a shit time and he's been misunderstood, and his intentions are good. I think that'd be something that'd suit him immensely.
I'll tell you what I'd like to see from him, right? I actually would like to see from him what we thought and what it was rumored to be when Tenet came out. Because when the movie Tenet came out from Christopher Nolan, it was rumored that it was going to be kind of like a North by Northwest movie, like a spy thriller kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I would like when I heard that it was going to be like another type of North by Northwest movie,
you were excited.
I was very excited about it, and of course it ended up not being that. So I actually would love to see him just as like kind of
Shakespeare
spy thriller.
Alfred Hitchcock calls it the McLovin. You got to have the McLovin. That's what Shakespeare. That's what Alfred Hitchcock calls it. In all his movies, he has the McLovin. The McLovin. Exterior.
McLovin is in Superbad.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was trying to kind of hold myself.
Alfred Hitchcock's movies, he said that he always brought what he called the McLovin phenomena, which meant that you were focused.
It's not fucking McLovin.
MacGuffin.
What is it?
MacGuffin.
Sorry, MacGuffin.
Yeah,
I thought that was
it's like the suitcase in Pulp
earlier?
Fiction.
Was that the guy you mentioned earlier, Steve, that interviewed him and he talked about that? The American interviewer. A bit like Parkinson. That's what I learned about
Dick Cavett.
Yeah, Dick Cavett had him on for a 2-hour interview, and I watched it ages ago. And that's where I learned all about this thing. And I thought it was such a cool way of putting it. And he seemed like such a charismatic character. I'd love to have met him. Why do you think he never won an Academy Award for Best Director?
Who?
Hitchcock.
Was he any good?
Never heard of him.
What do you think the reason was?
I don't know. Like he definitely deserved one. I don't know. I don't know why he didn't get it.
One?
I think he got like one of the lifetime achievements, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, I think he did. Some, the kind of it looks like you're on your last legs, and we probably should have given you this years ago. So.
Oh no, sorry lads. Michael Wiki just posted up a comment there, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, I want to see that." He said, "I would love to see Christopher Nolan do an authentic version of War of the Worlds." That would be fucking amazing.
See, the reason that I said Jack the Ripper, and it fits into this as well. Look at the Prestige and the world he created there.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
It's that kind of time period, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. What would yourself, John? What would you like to see from him?
I would like to see him do something completely that he's never done before, and it's been something that was done really good at one point. Doesn't really get much done with it now, this type of genre. A really good, and if he did a remake of Vanishing Point, a car chase film.
Oh,
yeah.
Just imagine him doing car chases, and not just one car chase, but it's going to be built around a car chase. Vanishing Point is probably the best car chase.
Imagine a Christopher Nolan duel like movie. Something.
Yeah, You know, that type of thing.
Yeah.
I would love to see how
fuck it, let him remake Smokey and the Bandit.
Yeah.
Or what about? I'm actually excited now. He could remake Westworld.
There you go.
Well, his brother wrote the series, didn't it?
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it was Jonathan Nolan who did the series. But
didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah. I bought Keith. Keith's got the. bought Keith the 4K box set of all the seasons, which is harder than hen's teeth to find now. I got myself one as well. I bought that for Keith about 2 years ago. It's been sitting in the cupboard, and I want him to watch them because I think the first season with Anthony Hopkins is amazing. Second season not too bad, but then you know what? Season 3 and 4, or whatever, is so bonkers and mental that they don't even have it on the streaming app anymore. It's like HBO wants to forget about it.
Right.
Did Anthony Hopkins leave that after, was it 2 series or 1 series? I can't remember.
Basically 1. He's kind of a shadow figure in number 2, but if I say why, it spoils it. But and obviously the great what's his name is in it too. Ed
Harris.
Ed Harris is fantastic in it as the Man in Black, and of course he's been dead for 25-30 years. Yul Brynner, seeing his original mannequin in that season from Westworld was
that was good.
Just the best scene. Do you remember that, John, when they were showing them around, like where they keep all the androids, and then they focus on this one dusty plastic, Keith, and they pull the plastic off, and it's the Yul Brynner from the original movie. It's just such a cool Easter egg.
It was a good touch.
But yeah, I think, and I tell you something, guys. As far as 4K goes, when Keith sees that on his OLED, he's gonna like that TV show is absolutely beautiful, and that first and second season is something epic to watch.
Wow. Look forward to that as well. We got Drunken Chud here saying, "I'm waiting for Robert England, Jimmy Cricket."
That's right. I've seen this premise. Yeah. They're doing basically a kind of a tale. I was talking to Chug about this last night. We were chatting about it. They're doing a bit of a take on Pinocchio, and they're mixing worlds. And Robert England is involved in it. So interesting stuff. It's an early talk. I'm not saying it's going to go ahead. Sounds mental. A bit like the, what's that movie he made where all the races live together? It was a remake of a movie in the deep west, deep south.
He did 2001 Maniacs, didn't he?
That's the one.
Right.
I love that. I love that.
I thought that was really good. Any film in which Eli Roth gets decapitated, I'm all for.
The South will rise again. Yeah.
I seen a movie by Robert England there a couple of months back. It was something that was David Punton sent my way. I can't remember the name of it, but I tell you one thing, it was a very cheap movie. But I actually fucking enjoyed it. I actually really like the setting to it. It's Robert England. He works in a cinema. He does, and he's a projectionist. And he loses his job, and he becomes a bit fucking nuts. He doesn't take to losing his job that well. So he starts killing people in the cinema, and then he's making his own movie while doing it. He's recording everything that he does. And I just the setting to
What's it called? What's it called?
I can't remember what it's fucking called. I honestly can't remember. Hopefully someone might know what I'm talking about and they'll put it up. But it's a very cheap movie. It's a very simple premise to it. I fucking like the setting to it. Just a cinema setting. They kind of this abandoned. It's basically he kills the manager, and then 2 people go to a late showing of a movie, and there are only 2 people in the cinema, and he's kind of hunting them down. He is, and he's trying to make his own movie. It was actually quite good. I'm gonna
look that one up because I'll pass that on to Chug because. I've known Chug for many, many years, right? We play games together, video games, like literally probably 12 or 13 years. He's a Canadian guy that moved to Australia and massive horror fan, right? Like literally, but he is great to talk to because he'll talk about things that you've never heard of in horror movies and mention characters.
Oh, wow.
Know that existed or whatever, we'll talk about it. And he actually just messaged me now because he does night security work in Melbourne City. And he monitors all these like cameras and shit in this business he's in. But yeah, he was watching us on the stream, and he just said to say thanks for mentioning him and answering his questions on that, which is pretty cool. And I just I'm going to find out the name of that movie for him. But you know what? he'll probably text me soon, tell me the name of the movie because he'll have seen it. He knows all honestly, obscure movies. Chug will know about them and he'll tell you about them.
Okay.
And he's a massive fan because we were talking the last day, Keith, about the new Pinhead video game, and I said, "Oh, me and my Keith are really keen on the Halloween one," and he's a massive Hellraiser fan and like knows all the lore and the comics, and it's just I love talking to people like that, you know. Like I'm not a massive Hellraiser fan. When they can tell you about graphic novels that were written maybe even 20 years before the movie and give you this background story and tell you, did you know this? Did you know that? And it makes you interested, you know?
I get it. Yeah, absolutely. Art was just asking, is there any films this year that you're looking forward to seeing in the cinema? Is there anything, John, that's other than Spider-Man tomorrow?
Yeah. Again, I saw a trailer for it, and I like when I see a trailer at a cinema and I haven't got a clue this movie even exists at all. And then you get a bit of surprise on who's in it. I thought they were talking about this in one of the comments earlier on. And I thought it was a Tim Burton film, but I don't think it is because
it's not. It's fucking, before you're saying it's Ty West.
Couldn't believe that, Keith. When you told me that, I thought you were fucking wrong, man.
Yeah.
I thought meant. Because I told Sinead, look at Tim Burton's new movie. He's back with your man.
Yeah.
And
Sorry. Sorry, John.
When I saw it, I thought, and it looked absolutely stunning in the same way that Werewolf does. Werewolf looks like something that shouldn't be shown at a cinema. It seems like a film they found from 100 years ago, and they're going to put it on as like it came one of these things. Oh, I found this old film that's been forgotten about for 100 years. It looks like that type of thing, but it looks like the best looking silent movie I've ever seen. Obviously, it's got Taunton in it, but I'm going to go and see it at the cinema. I just want to see what that looks like on a big screen.
Sorry, John. I got my movie wrong with you. I actually thought you were going somewhere else. That's why I said Ty West. That's Robert Eggers that's directing that. That is.
I thought someone said it was Ty West.
No, I'll tell you why. I thought you were going to talk about Johnny Depp's Ebenezer movie. Yeah, is Ty West.
So that's Ty West. No, Robert Eggers is
Werewolf. Sorry, no, it's just the way when you mentioned Tim Burton, I just instantly, because when I watched the Ebenezer trailer, I said to Ellen, this has to be fucking Tim Burton. But it wasn't. It was Ty West. Sorry, I just thought you were going there, John. Sorry, that Werewolf trailer is fucking amazing.
It just looks so. I just like the look of it. And even if I didn't want to go and see it as a film, which I would want to go and see anyway, it's the look of it that I'm going for. A bit like the Lighthouse. Look at that. It's like something you just don't see, and that makes the film's good anyway, but it makes it look better because of the way it was shot. You know, the light. They use these like crazy lights that they can't use properly, but they did.
I think I put it in the WhatsApp group when I put that trailer in, and I think I basically said, "This movie can live in the same universe as Nosferatu." That's what it fucking felt like. It did, you know. I love the way you said that, John, because I am right there with you. Just a certain look of a movie that alone, could draw you to it. Absolutely, I 100% agree with you. That's a great show, John.
So Keith, I'm going to have to call it quits.
Yeah, John, no problem. You lasted 30 minutes longer than you said you would anyway, so fair play to you,
But
man.
it's because I was up at 4:30 this morning, as I said. I'm not trying to be like a shiny pants here, but I've got 9:30 showing of Spider-Man, and I've been told off the Debs, if I'm asleep in Spider-Man, I'm going to get snorted. So I'm doing it for my own self-preservation.
Yeah, no problem. Fair play to you for going off, John. I probably could have said it yet.
I'm having that much of a good time. I could stay in here for you're probably doing about another 6 hours. So I'm going on a kick, and I'll just get up for it.
Go and have your sleep. Wake up. We'll still be on.
Of course it will.
Come back.
Well, I've really enjoyed
join
this.
Over breakfast.
Exactly. But no,
as always, John, it's lovely to talk to you and stuff. And keep an eye out in the mail this week, because your package, along with Alan's package, is on the way. So I hope to hear that you've I put a few Radiance movies in there for you, and obviously a lot of B-grade Australian movies I showed you that you already know are coming. So I'm excited to hear if you enjoy them and what you think of them. And yeah, look after yourself, and it's great to see you tonight.
Yeah, you too. And it's just a shame I've got to go, but next time I'll make sure I'm not going to the cinema at crazy time in the morning.
No problem at all, John. But thanks again, mate, for coming out. I'm happy that you're here.
But thanks everyone in the chat. It's been a great one as always. I can't wait till the next time we do this.
Happy days, mate.
All the best, mate. Take care.
Yes,
thanks.
I'll speak to you all very soon. So take care, and I'll get a thumbs up off Deborah actually for coming off there because she's sitting out there. So I'll be going, look at me.
That wasn't a thumb, mate. I saw it. It was definitely not.
You're like me. You want that pat on the head. I love the pat on the head, and I'm nearly 50. I love it.
I know. I deserve one. Right, okay.
John. All right, Ron.
See you, mate.
See you now. Toronto.
All the best, John. Take it easy. Thanks again, mate.
Au revoir.
Legend.
Is he actually gone off there?
He's actually done it. I thought he was going to stay.
Yeah, I was actually thinking in my head, right, about like him getting off, and I wanted to say something, but then I didn't because I didn't want to be rude in case he was like, you know, blah blah blah. But you know, when you start talking about things that you love, you get so carried away in it, don't you? And next minute it's like, Jesus, what time is it now? I'm still going on about it. So yeah, he's an absolute legend, and yeah, I've sent him his package now, so hopefully he'll get that, and I sent Alan his. So look forward to hearing what they think, and when they watch the movies. Got John a few crazy, obscure. So back in the day, I don't understand the whole kind of they were in England and Ireland. They referred to them as something banned movies. I can't remember.
Video nasties.
Right. So in Australia, they had the same thing as Ozploitation.
Yeah.
No, I'm not very familiar with the genre.
That.
Apparently there is, and I managed to scrape together about 5 or 6 for John, and some of them are bonkers. One's about an iMac that kills people in Sydney in like the 1980s or something. It's just nonsense. But I know that he would absolutely love it. So
I love it.
Looking forward to hearing that he gets them, and that's the great thing that we all share that love of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Titles that we like and whatever, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So lads, just keep chatting because I lost the comments.
So next month, talking about movies in the cinema. I'm excited because this year is the 45th anniversary of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yes, it is.
And yeah,
the first film I ever saw at the cinema.
My local cinema is doing on Sunday, the 6th of September at 2:00 a gold class promotion event. So it's like the big, massive, flashy seats. And I was thinking to myself, is Henry at 3.5 too young to bring to it? And I thought, you know what? Nah, I'm bringing him. I'm bringing him to see it with me because he's watched it at home with me, and he goes crazy over that opening scene where, you know, Indy's running down and I hate snakes and jumping in. And you know what? I'm going to bring him. And if halfway through he gets to a stage where he's not happy and perhaps disrupting other patrons, we'll go. But I'm bringing him to his first gold class experience and his first big movie where I'm going to hopefully video it and put it on a hard drive so that when he's older and I'm long gone, he can still look at it.
Back on that.
I went and saw that 40, maybe 50 years from now. He'll say, I saw that with my dad, and he can watch it with his son because we talked about iconic movies earlier on, Steve, like that will always stand the test of time, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Indiana Jones, some people might not be one of them, right? But I think it's a movie that people will still watch in 100 years and get excitement, if not more excitement from.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as I say, that was the first film that I saw at the cinema. I was 5 years old.
Yeah.
Had a tough time with the face melting.
My sister Sharon took me in my hometown. Yeah, I was 8 going on 9.
Yeah, fantastic. He'll be fun. He's a tough lad. He'll be fun.
And what's crazy is I don't know if you know this or remember, but I think maybe Empire Strikes Back or something. I think they all come in with, it was the same year or within not long of each other at least.
It was the year before, wasn't it? It was 1980. Right. Then Raiders was 81. Yeah.
Do you know the first movie I saw at the cinema that I can remember that really frightened me? My late brother Robert, God rest him, I think he took me to see my first scary movie, and it was Cobra. When did Cobra come out?
What, the Stallone film? 86.
My brother took me to see that in 86, right? With his girlfriend. He ended up marrying her, Jeanette, great, lovely girl. But he took me to see that, made me sit in front of them. and they were behind me canoodling, and I was I would have been 9 years of age, right? And I told Keith this story when I got Cobra on 4K from Arrow, right?
Yeah,
that scene with I still don't even fucking know what it means. All these businessmen banging fucking bin lids. Like, what's that all about? Remember the scene in Cobra? There's all these blokes in like suits banging bin lids. That fucking petrified the shit out of me. But to this day, I'm still going, why are businessmen banging bin lids?
I tell you, in all fairness, when I watch Cobra, the first thing I actually do say to myself is, thank fuck Stallone left Beverly Hills Cop. That's the first thing I say.
I never knew that till you told me.
Yeah, because I'll tell you one thing, if that's what Beverly Hills Cop was going to be, fuck that. And
you think that's what it would have been, Keith?
There was elements of it, yeah, that would have been Cobra. You definitely wouldn't have had that relationship with fucking, Taggart and Rosewood and all that. That wouldn't have been there. And that, so
I wanted to just ask Steve quickly before we move on, and because I'll forget. You watched Harvey. Obviously, it's a crazy movie. You know the old lady in it who plays the sister. She got an Academy Award for her role. What did you think of the movie? Yeah, she did. Yeah. What did you think of the movie?
I loved it.
I can't wait
Jimmy Stewart is just so engaging.
Magical in it.
He's just so engaging in it.
So glad. And it's a nice. I wouldn't say it's the best looking black and white kind of 4K ever, but it's certainly a nice picture.
It's not shabby.
Yeah.
But Connor, what I liked about it in particular is you look at the background artist when he's talking to Harvey, and they kind of go,
yeah.
And you just
how good is it? And how wholesome and a beautiful movie is it? And how beautiful is he that he could do that after 18 months earlier, captaining B-52 bombers over Germany.
He was doing bombing raids, wasn't he? Yeah, combat missions. Yeah.
You know they told him not to do that movie.
Say again.
He was told not to do that movie by his agent.
Is that right?
Don't do it.
Oh, I think it's wonderful. That's one that I'm definitely.
You look like a simpleton. But then I always remember that line in that movie. Don't go full.
Yeah.
What's that comedy movie?
From Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, don't go full Mong or something. Don't go full whatever.
I don't know if you could say it on YouTube without.
Yeah, I absolutely wouldn't say it.
But it's the R word.
Don't. Or that'll be my video. Yeah,
that makes me think about Jimmy Stewart because Keith, when he was told his agent after the war that he was going to do the movie in the documentary I watched, his agent said, "Do not do that movie. That's going to be career ending for you. You've already been gone for nearly 5 years. You want to try and come back into it. Do not do that movie." And he went ahead and didn't and rejected his agent. Ended up sacking him. Did it. And the lady who plays his sister got Best Academy Award that year.
Wow.
She's very good. She is really good.
She's amazing in it. Because we all know people like that. And I can't wait for Keith to see it because I actually think, that's a big Christmas movie for me, Keith.
Oh, really?
Harvey. It's not even Christmas related.
But I'm a bit like that.
You understand? Like that undertone of respect, love, kindness.
I treat Groundhog Day as a Christmas movie. It's just the setting of it. I love,
Redemption.
I was going to say to you is now I've lost a lot of comments. There's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is just continue.
I can find them, Keith, and I can read them out, but I don't think I can show them.
Yeah, just see if you can find it's that's the last one, Arc, there that I have up at the bottom. The only one I don't know if you can find it because on my phone it won't let me go down. They only let you see so many comments.
Hold on.
To a certain point.
Jiminy Cricket, there we go. Cinema, here we go. So the next one is from. Oh shit! Well, sorry. Here we go. It's from the Beatles. Hi, Keith, John, Steve, and Connor. Hope you guys are all good and watching some good movies.
Okay. How's it going, mate? Thanks again for stopping by.
You know that we are. Disco's back on, so it's Dave Millage. Hi, Keith, Steve, Connor, John, and Ellen. Hope all is great with you guys. I'm listening in while I drive and work. I'm just getting the Odyssey chat. I loved it. Gonna see it on IMAX again.
Oh, fantastic.
I think we've established that that's going to be a good move for you, Davey. I hope you do enjoy it.
John, Steve, before you go on the comments, right? I'll tell you where I can see them from, and just tell me how many comments are in between. If you find a comment from Mac Chats where he talks about the Arrow announcements are pretty good. Mac Chats, just see if you can find that comment.
Yeah, hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ, we've got a load of comments.
Yeah.
We've got a load of comments. One from Max there. Yep, found it. Okay, yeah, we've got a bunch in between. What I'll do is I'll skim through and see if there's any questions.
Yeah, if you could just try and find any questions. If not, then I'll just continue on to Mac Chat's one and then go from there. So if there's anything you can find. Sorry again, everyone that's watching at the moment, 51 people. For some strange reason, when John Perry left, I got kicked out of my own stream. And I've lost all the comments.
He set you up there.
He set me up, I think.
Art the Clan comments, is there talk of a new Nightmare on Elm Street film? I think there is. They're talking about rebooting it in some sort of way.
Did I not hear that someone was a very known director was attached to it? God.
What's that?
A Nightmare on Elm Street, either a remake or a reboot again.
I'm almost certain I heard like it's like a direct. You know, man that's
told me that guy Chug, who's the big Robert Englund expert, the Canadian guy, told me about. He told me about this yesterday when he was talking about the Jiminy Cricket one.
Right,
they're looking at the movie and having Englund included in it. So I don't know how it's going to be done. He said it was only in the early talks, but definitely he said it was something that was being looked at.
You know, I don't want to sound bad here, right? And look, for me, Nightmare on Elm Street is
getting him a wheelchair and all that to bring him in.
That's look. Robert Englund is Nightmare on Elm Street. He is Freddy Krueger. But look, we have to be realistic now. We really do. He can't play the role.
I said that, and he said to me, "But it's all in dreams. You can be anything you want in your dreams."
Yeah, that's fair enough. But what I'm trying to say is, it's like they're trying to hang on to it.
I know.
It's kind of like
I'm just trying to play devil's advocate a little bit.
And then, you know what? It could be I suppose a passing of the torch type thing as well. I suppose you could do that.
It's that thing, isn't it? I think that unlike Jason or Michael Myers, because Freddy Krueger speaks,
absolutely,
it's a performance. It's a different kind of performance, and it is Robert Englund. And when we got the 2010 remake,
it's a personal connection, not an entity. Not an entity or a shadow or a thing. That makes great sense, because when you think of Michael Myers, you can almost go the Thing or a shadow or whatever you want to call him. And the same with that's an amazing point. Yeah,
I get it. I mean, Jackie Earle Haley is a great actor.
Yeah,
he really is. He wasn't a good Freddy Krueger, because
I thought he was okay. Just that, but that's me. I didn't mind him.
I have to agree with Conor on that one as well. I thought he was okay as well.
I thought it was a good movie, mate, and I think the script was a bit whitewashy, and I think he could have gone on to do more and been really good. That's my personal opinion.
See, I think for a lot of us, we're looking at comparing that to Robert Englund's performance, because that's so ingrained in you, because he's done it over.
Yeah.
As Keith said, maybe it could be a passing of the baton.
Yeah, maybe.
Look, it's all about, look, the way I look at it is like it's when I looked at his performance in that movie, I was kind of going, right, what are people expecting from him now? Do they want to see the comedic Freddy Krueger side?
Yeah,
or do you want to see it go back to the original, barely speaking, Freddy Krueger that you see in the first movie?
Scary one, not the one who's on kids' lunchboxes. Yeah,
absolutely. So I thought that's what they were going for with that remake. That's what and I think people were just so used to seeing Freddy being comedic and
funny.
I think that's what they wanted to see. It's even with Evil Dead, and you kind of touched upon it there, Steve. You said it earlier, where when you watched the Evil Dead remake, you said that it was too serious for your liking, where you wanted to see the comedic side of that series. With me, I was delighted that they went back to the horror aspect of Evil Dead. You know, don't get me wrong, I fucking love the comedic side as well, but I like that they went back to that.
No, that makes sense.
And I think that's the way I was with that Nightmare on Elm Street remake. I was like, okay, Freddy Krueger's gone back to being scary again, and all that, you know, and that's why I think I liked them.
But he was probably underserved. It wasn't well directed. It was a very poor script. He was surrounded by people
I
that
thought he was
weren't
good. Though.
great.
I thought he was good. Well, who played Freddy in Jason versus Freddy? Was that
Robert Englund?
Yeah,
that was a bit comedic too, though, wasn't it? The couple of scenes that were.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? I'll tell you one thing,
really funny, you know. Yeah.
Say what you want to say about that movie, but when them two boys go at it, it's fucking epic. It's epic.
I can't help but think, and this Kane Hodder is not my favorite Jason. I'm going to put that out there now, but I think he's very good. That film, I think, with Kane Hodder as Jason, would look a lot better.
Okay, yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that. I get it.
But you know what? Again, apart from kind of the dodgy CGI and the horrible new metal soundtrack, I get a lot out of Freddy vs. Jason.
I'm surprised you didn't mention as well. I always say it to Ellen every time I watch it. One of my biggest payoffs in that movie is to see the fucking death of what's her name? Fucking Destiny's Child. What's it? Kelly Rowland.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh my god, get rid of this bitch quick. It's kind of like horror in that movie is like Paris Hilton in House of Wax.
Oh, House of Wax, yeah.
I'm telling you, I fucking dare you to come over to my house and watch that movie with me. I'm telling you, I will do a backflip every time that bitch gets killed in that movie. I am not kidding. It is the most.
I actually didn't mind that movie. I saw it in the cinema a few times. I actually enjoyed it.
House of Wax.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fucking fantastic. I love it. I fucking love the movie. I do.
You know, and the original Vincent Price, and a lot of people don't remember that the original Vincent Price movie, his helper in it was the late great Charles Bronson.
Oh wow! Okay.
Did you know? Yeah, he was the one who went and he was like his henchman, got the bodies from him and that. Yeah, got the people. So, yeah, it was one of Charles Bronson's very earliest roles.
Wow. Steve, did you find anything else in there in terms of?
Yeah, I'll go through. I just want to mention that Marty's commented, "Evening lads, what do you think of the Arrow releases?" Yeah, all good. Also, I've been picking up Arrow steel books. Imagine that, Marty, with a steel book.
That sounds crazy.
Do you think they'll ever go back to making them? Who knows, mate? Who knows? Body, let me go down.
In all fairness, Steve, I was actually just looking at, when I was actually just kind of putting on my steelbooks and protectors, I was looking at a lot of those Arrow steelbooks. They're not great. They're not amazing. They're a little bland, a lot of them, I found.
Really?
Yeah.
The ones that I've seen, I have to say, look superb, but...
Yeah. I think they, you know what could be... It could be because they all have kind of matte finishes on them. Maybe that's what's kind of job a little bit, you know. But I've seen better. I'll put it that way.
Just going back to about the having a drink in the bar.
I've only just
Sorry, Connor. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. And I want to get. I sent Marty a message if he wants me to grab on the Mummy, because we discussed this. The disparity between prices here in Australia is nuts. But I can pick up the Mummy here for like 15 quid. Steelbook.
That is
deep blue sea,
crazy. When you sent those messages yesterday.
But then fucking $69, $70 for fucking The Untouchables, which I bought. But I'm just saying, I don't understand how
the pricing matrix,
which I think actually not a bad movie, and arguably a nicer steelbook if you like genres and stuff, can be £15, but you want £40 for The Untouchables when you switch the equivalents over. But
I kind of stayed out of that conversation in the WhatsApp group about The Untouchables, because, you know, there were like, you know, I think Alan was there saying that it's overpriced and that, and
nothing's overpriced if you like it. I think
I feel very, very differently about that. That edition.
Have you ordered that one? The Zavvi one.
The Zavvi one. Yeah, the £100 one.
Yeah.
I think that's a great price because that set is as premium gets. That's going to be up
It looks
there with the likes
great.
of Rambo and all that.
I
And
will,
I
I
tell
will say
you-
the steelbook you got, Connor, looks better than the one that's in the set.
Can I
I
tell
agree.
you,
I
had I
agree.
have known about that set that you're talking about now, I would have laid off and not got that steelbook. I'd have waited and got that. That's
Yeah,
how much I think it's better, a
That's
great
them-
edition.
Those
But I'm
premium
very happy with
editions.
the steelbook.
Those
Very
premium
happy with the
editions, editions particularly like that. If you're familiar with Mantelab and Blue Fans and Film Arena and all that,
Mm.
trust me, you're going to spend a hell of a lot more than £100. So I think £100 in that set, considering everything that you get with it, and if it is done in the vein of Rambo and Fifth Element and all that, that is fucking that for me. That's value for money. I think it's great.
Oh, okay.
I
It's a
don't know
great
if you
price.
guys have ever done this because I've done it for quite a few releases and I haven't shared it with you guys in the chat, but I will do. And I'm not promoting AliExpress or anything like that. I'm just saying it's an option for people out there who are perhaps on a tighter budget or
Absolutely.
want to look at different artwork. There's a couple of companies on AliExpress that you can upload pictures of what you want and they'll transfer it to Steelbooks for you for about 12 to 13 pounds. And the more you buy, the less the price drops. I've done it for quite a few video games, and I've just done it for Keith and I for a copy of a number of steelbooks for the original VTV series. And
Back to
they're
Robert
really
Englund
unique,
again.
really
Absolutely.
unique. And so I spoke to this guy for a while because I've been talking to him for a while, and I was not happy, and I was back and forward. And anyways, I finally got what I wanted, and he knows what I want, and sent me some videos. And he's now going to start getting them ready. But they're steel books. So if anybody has the DVD or Blu-ray box set for V miniseries, blah blah blah, these will fit lovely in there. And it's got the original. It's got the the propaganda V artwork on the front with where your friends and all that. I think it looks really cool. But if anybody's interested in steel books, bit short of cash, or trying to look at, I don't know, say for instance you liked the artwork from a 1980s VHS tape. AliExpress is not a bad option. I'm not saying it's
Of course,
whatever.
that's going to get my fucking bank in. Look what's fucking in front of me because of AliExpress. All the Lego stuff that Ellen's done. That's all fucking.
I bought. I think I sent you guys pictures recently. I went on there for a load of video games of mine that I have a collection of, and I wanted slip covers done. And this guy got back to me, man. I paid like $1.50 for these slip covers. Beautiful embossing, the whole lot. And he did every game for me, 24 games, all beautifully. And I thought, what great. And then I got back in touch with him again and said, these V ones I asked. And he's like, yeah, these are a few ideas. So he made like 4 different versions, this Chinese book through AliExpress. Emailed me 4 different videos. What are you thinking? What do you like? And I said, I like the propaganda. I like the propaganda look. And it looks cool, Keith, because it's that almost, without using the word, German word from the 1940s, mixed in with kind of V, kind of propaganda stuff they did. The artwork's amazing.
Okay, that's amazing. That's fucking great.
Because you remember the posters and them that they did the V sign on?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's that.
We're all one universe.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's amazing. Oh wow, that's incredible. Yeah, Steve. Sorry, what have you got there for us?
Going through, and just going to say, Jesper mentioned I'd love a drink in the bar in The Shining, so in the Overlook Hotel.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Marty's going on about a titty twister with Salma Hayek. Did you enjoy The Collector from 2012 with Josh Stewart?
It's a good movie.
That movie scared me a little bit, actually.
Yeah, that's a good movie. That's actually, it's brutal. It's good.
Yeah,
eerie. Yeah, I don't like it.
It's a good movie. I liked it. I had a good time.
That was from Logan. And the Beatles say, not sure if you remember Keith, but back in the day, you recommended a film called Time After Time.
That wasn't me.
Okay.
That was someone else on a stream that mentioned it, I think.
Thanks. Michael J. Fox stuff.
Concierge, Michael J. Fox.
Here's one from Alan Meggs. Wanting to ask Steve and Connor if they've watched The Man Who Laughs Shit on the Umbrella set. I actually found it incredibly moving and has a real emotional punch. I've not watched it yet, Alan, but that is going to be the very first one that I do watch.
Hey, Connor, have you watched it?
Well, I've got the 4K copy of it, Keith.
Yeah.
Well, which I spoke about a couple of times on here with you, and it is a very emotionally charged show because it's about a young man who gets disfigured deliberately, and he's in Royal Connections, and then he ends up being taken in by I guess we would use the word today, freak show, but people who eventually love him for being who he is, and he has this opportunity then to kind of be a voice, and he has to make some certain decisions in it. It's an amazing movie, and of course, it's a very old story in literature as well. But the movie itself, the character, and the gashes he has on his face were eventually the inspiration for the Joker in Batman, and heavily, and he mentions this himself in a few interviews, by the great Australian actor who got the Academy Award for playing the Joker. He leaned a little bit on his design as well.
Okay.
Smile and all that. But yeah, definitely it's a very good movie, and it's in that package, and it's the Blu-ray, and it still looks amazing. So to me, getting 4K wouldn't be. I went through a phase last year, I think, where not a phase, but I wanted to understand about early cinema, particularly pre-Nazi Germany, and a lot of the actors that ended up in America, and how they ended up at Universal Studios creating these great characters that we know today, like Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, Dracula, the Creature from the Black Lagoon, Hunchback of Notre Dame. All those great directors, Paul Lemmy, all those kind of people that created that, right? They did stop motion movies, very early stuff. Some of them from like 1910, 1912 Germany, post-war, pre-war, post-war, right into Nazi Germany, then fled, and then obviously ended up in Hollywood. And some of them went back afterwards and did some great movies, including, I think I spoke to you, Steve, about some of the ones that they did, which were like West Germany, British government-funded movies that were almost the German answer to the Hammer horror movies.
You did mention that, yeah.
Yeah. And so I got interested in them immensely, and that was one of the movies in 4K I picked up. And if Alan really enjoyed it in 4K, I'm going to pick him up the 4K copy, because I can get it pretty cheap here in Australia. Because in Europe it's crazy money, but in Australia it's actually pretty cheap on 4K.
Okay.
And it's worth seeing, because the documentaries on the 4K are amazing. And Paul Lemmy and all these kind of great people, mate, that went to Hollywood and created, like some of these people, right, that fled the silent era, they went on to create I Love Lucy, and which is a heavy influence in that, remember that is it the Burbs? They went to the house with the guy with the wig, the dog. What was his name? And was he in I Love Lucy?
Oh, I wouldn't have a clue.
No, he is. The picture on there is him and Lucy in the house where they put the wig on.
Ricky Ricardo.
The old man in that streets, famously, one of the big characters from I Love Lucy, and he'd been like a recluse for 30 years. His show ended.
Wow.
And then they famously got him back, and a bit of a nod to I Love Lucy in the Burbs is with the wig in the house and they show the picture. But all those kind of shows, guys, that we take for granted now, and how comedies are made, how TV shows are made, like Seinfeld, Friends, all these people that escaped and made things like the movie you just mentioned there, all kind of helped create them. And I'm so glad Alan enjoyed it. Steve enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I desperately tried to get Keith a copy in the last few weeks, because I thought he'd love it. And mate, I as much as I don't mind spending, I'm not giving some scalper 4 times the price for it.
No, I don't, and I wouldn't. No.
I know you wouldn't, and I wouldn't ever do that. I would never put that onus on you where I did it. You knew that. I did reach out to Umbrella, and I'm hoping that they get back to me to say that they can do something for me with at least a copy, because I think Keith would love over Halloween, over even a few years, God willing, we're all alive, that he can go, do you know what? I'll do 2 movies out of that pack every month. I think he'd really enjoy it.
Oh, yeah. And they're short movies as well, so you can cram it.
Yeah, that's great.
Just sticking on this, we've got Kerry saying, any chance Arrow could release Bad Taste, Meet the Feebles, and Brain Dead? On that, I think there's probably more chance Umbrella doing something first.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm pretty sure I've read that Peter Jackson has been spending time doing 4K restorations of his old films. So that would be fantastic.
Oh,
that'd be really good. But God, we do have another a good question here. This is from John Fitzpatrick. Hi, Keith, Connor, John, Steve. With the sad passing of Sam Neill, what's your favourite from him? Mine's The Dish, about Australia's involvement in the Apollo space program.
Oh, wow, that's a question. Steve, do you want to tackle that first? What might be your favorite?
Oh God, do you know what? It's only when something like this happens that you go, oh yeah, it's Sam Neill from Jurassic Park, and then you go, yeah, he was in Event Horizon. Oh, he was in Possession. He was in Omen 3. Yeah. He was great in Peaky Blinders. And on and Dead Calm. You know, on and on and on and on it goes. Wow. I'm going to go with I'm going to be greedy. I'm going to say 2. I'm going to say Possession because it is an early film from him, and it is unlike any Sam Neill performance you've seen. He is absolutely magnificent. And I'm going to go Event Horizon because I just fucking love that film.
You know something, just before we go on to Conor there, you know, I just want to touch upon it because I've been actually watching just a lot of behind the scenes in that Event Horizon movie, and you know the way people are screaming for
like a director's cut kind of thing. Yeah.
Right. So I seen there's a yoke on YouTube where Paul Anderson, sorry.
Yeah.
He describes the scenes. We don't need it. I just came to the realization we don't need the director's cut.
We still get them, but we get them like that.
Absolutely. Now, I think what everyone's talking about is the orgy scene. That's what everyone wants to see. Yeah. Now, the biggest issue I have with that is, and people really need to think about this. How effective is that scene in the movie? Where they just look at the little snippet that they show, and then Lawrence Fishburne goes, "We're leaving."
Yeah,
you show more of that. You're taking something away from that scene.
It's all about their reaction, isn't it? It's the Jaws effect. It's what you don't see.
Exactly. That's the one thing people do not understand. That's exactly what you just said there, Steve. The things that you don't see are more scarier. And that scene, I'm telling you, if you extend that and you make it everything that it was meant to be, because I don't know if people realize what's going on there, but basically the crew they're fucking each other, and they're fucking each other to death.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
Now, you know,
I think that's actually what he says in that interview, isn't it? Paul Anderson said they basically fuck each other to death.
To death, yeah. And they brought even adult stars. They actually got adult actors in to reenact it all. And I just said, you know what? The snippet that they show in the movie, more than enough. It's more than enough. It's effective. So it's a great scene, that, and it's a great movie, and I can see why you would have it there in your top 2, Steve, when it comes to Sam Neill.
Yeah.
What would you say, Conor? Start with Sam Neill.
You know, I'm going to say this now, and I'm actually slightly a little bit teary-eyed about this, right? Because I've never watched an actor that I could say I really I like, I enjoy, I don't think about, move on. I didn't realize the connection I had with Sam Neill as an actor that I did until he passed. And I mean that genuinely. And I've watched so much stuff recently, and some beautiful fan-made tributes on Facebook to him and YouTube and stuff that are really genuinely tear-jerking, right? And I watched his interviews, and one interview in particular, and they asked him about his mother, they asked him about his greatest lesson he ever learned in his life, and he spoke about his mother, you know, and his.
I seen that interview, yeah.
Right, so I won't go on about it, but anyone there, look it up. It's at Sydney University.
Oh, again, and it's very emotional. Yeah.
Sometimes you just need to get on with it, and you know, I can remember when I first immigrated to Australia, and I wasn't doing too well, and I was thinking about going home, and I remember speaking to my dad, and I had a bit of an argument. We hadn't spoken for years, and he said something similar to me, you know. So, you know. Sometimes you just have to fucking get on with it. And I just thought it was nice. And to find out also that he's never had any acting training, that really fascinated me as well.
Wow,
he's not an actor. No, not a trained actor.
Wow.
Fucked university, excuse my French. And that was hence the part of the conversation in the thing that Keith and I are referring to. I will add it again in our chat later. But if anybody's interested, just look up Sam Neill, Sydney University students.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah,
only a couple of years old, and he
Oh,
gets
you
quite
won.
emotional. Actually,
You won. Floored him. He was gone. He was just.
and
He
he
just
was
even said
emotional, and
he
it
he
floored
didn't even
me.
he didn't even know why he was as emotional as he was, but it
And
really knocked him.
I saw a
think
woman.
I started watching that the other night, actually.
Yeah.
Because he starts
Yeah.
going on, wow, what a great question. What a great
Yeah.
question.
Well, watch the rest of it. And there's one done about 8 months ago. He's not looking too well in it. I mean, obviously, he's just come over the chemo, doing well. And this New Zealand interviewer asks him, if you had a wish right, what would it be right now? And he said, to wake up to tomorrow in a world where no one had to worry.
Yeah.
Like, the way he explains it, I'm not doing it justice. He talk like the way he says it is as simple as a bloke in the pub telling you, but it's so beautiful because now that I have little children and that I spent a career in an organization that had to do certain things, what he says in there is amazing. But anyways, I'm tangenting.
Yeah.
That movie that you're talked about with the moon landing, I don't know if you guys know this, but Australia has a military base in the middle of Australia, which is as top secret as Area 51 in Australia. Sorry, in America. It's a joint Australian, American, British military base. And like, even when I was in the military, to get there and you're dropping stuff off or doing things, like, you're left at the 5th gate while someone comes from 50 gates back to get them. It's like very tough. Australia plays a major part in anything to do with things in the moon, but particularly the moon landing. And that was to do with the an Australian satellites were pivotal in broadcasting the famous words, "One small step for man," blah, blah, blah. That's how a lot of it got out. So if you haven't seen the movie, I'd suggest it. Death in Brunswick is one of his first big Australian movies. If you haven't heard of it, it's a classic Australian movie. If I had to say my favorite movie for Sam Neill, it's not a movie, but my best role I ever saw him in was playing one of the most pivotal men in British history that Orson Welles played. But I don't think anyone played him as well as Sam Neill. And it was in a little lost TV show called The Tudors.
Okay.
And he plays he plays Cardinal Wolsey, who of course was the man who got King Henry VIII his marriage to Catherine absolved, and then went on to do other things, became Chancellor of the Exchequer. And now listen, when you watch the movie with Robert Shaw, A Man for All Seasons, that won 14 million Academy Awards, and Cardinal Wolsey's played by the great Orson Welles. He's an amazing in it. But I can tell you, Sam Neill brings something different to it. If you haven't seen it, his Dr. Zhivago is amazing. And last but not least, recently, for any of our younger viewers that are watching tonight, his portrayal as an Irishman born of that Northern Ireland Protestant Ulster Constabulary inspector who goes over to deal with the Peaky Blinders. He's phenomenal in that.
Mr. Shelby, I want those guns.
I want those guns. They are a puss, and they are a malevolent puss in our society. And the way he speaks and does it is great. And if any of you have been taking money in the line of your duty, I don't care from this day forward. We will eradicate them. He is phenomenal in it.
He's great.
Right. And I have ordered Steve and Keith and I a copy of the Wilder People Collector's Edition, which is coming out later on this year.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what, Connor? I was just about to say.
Tell me you've ordered it. So
no. I was going to say
that.
that's a film that I have not seen, but I've heard so many good things. It's got the kid in it from Deadpool 2, hasn't it? The Kiwi actor.
The movie will have you laughing, in tears, hugging someone beside you, and thinking about life. And because the influence of the two of them on each other is majestic. I think the collector's edition is lovely. The 4K hopefully will be lovely. And I hope you guys enjoy it. I think it's going to be a great movie to see in 4K. Wonderful. I love it. And I think Sam Neill is one of those actors too, right? A little bit like some other actors from British and Irish backgrounds, and particularly Australian actors seem to do it more than anybody else, right? And New Zealand actors. They might make it big in America and Hollywood, but they still come back home to do TV stuff. And Sam Neill was the same in Australia. It wouldn't be uncommon to see him on TV here in some random.
He's a big advocate, wasn't he? Yeah,
just did everything, you know.
Well,
you know. Have you guys ever had his wine?
No, not even seen it over here.
So he owns you can buy it in Europe. He had 2 big, massive wineries that he bought over the last 30 years, built it up with his son, and his wines are all over the world, and they're really nice and cheap New Zealand wine, really good. Anyways, that's it. I love the guy. I think he's amazing, and I think he just I could have a beer with him and never feel I'm in awe of him, but not of awe of him. Does that make sense?
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, because even in Event Horizon, when they were looking at the patches on their arms for all the different flags,
The New Zealand.
He changed the New Zealand flag, didn't he? Took the Union Jack off of that.
He did.
And you just think he's forward thinking about what would it be like? And you just think that's really good.
So if I met Tom Hanks, I would be in awe. If I met DiCaprio, I'd be in awe. If I met, Clint Eastwood, I would be in awe. I would still talk and say things and ask things. But if I met Sam Neill, I would be in awe, but not in awe.
I get it.
You feel more comfortable.
He came from exactly where the three of us have come from. No different. And he doesn't. I'm not saying all other people didn't, but the way he is and the way when you see actresses now, all that shit that's going on in Hollywood in the past 30 years, right? Whether you agree with it, disagree with it, think it's right or wrong, right? Name calling, calling people out, and people calling out injustices, whatever. To see actresses today in their 60s, that were young girls at 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, working with him, saying that he was nothing but an amazing man, a gentleman, a kind heart. And even as they got older, they still felt they could pick, like Nicole Kidman said after she did that crazy movie with him on the yacht.
Dead calm.
20 years later, she could still talk to him about anything.
Yeah.
And it never.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think.
We caught,
Sorry,
guys.
I got pretty upset when
we've caught up.
Yeah.
Oh, we've caught up, right?
To where you can see, Keith.
What's your favorite movie you can see?
My favorite movie from him is In the Mouth of Madness. Comfortably my favorite movie by him. And he's directed he started so many incredible movies, but for me, I just think the way he descends into madness during that entire movie,
I've never seen the movie.
You've never said, wow, it's just absolutely.
And I'm so pissed off, Keith, because when I saw the Odyssey on Wednesday night, the Melbourne Horror Society was doing a double showing that night in the Nova Cinema of a triple showing of The Omen 3, Mouth of Madness, and Event Horizon, and all tickets were sold out for 3 nights in a row. And obviously, I was only there for 1 night.
Wow. No, it's he's fantastic in The Mouth of Madness. I think it's a very underrated John Carpenter movie. It's probably for me, it's probably his last great movie. Where it would nearly crack into that kind of top, 6, 7 movies that he done early in his career. But I just love the way Sam Neill handles his character, and he's level-headed so much at the start of it, and then as it's going on, he doesn't believe what's happening to him, and then all of a sudden, the madness just overcomes him, and it's just he does it effortlessly. He's fucking
and
fantastic.
People also Keith forget, he played a great Merlin the Wizard as well,
That's right. He played. That's right. Absolutely. So yeah, look, we'll move on and see what else we can get through here. But Mac Chas was just saying anyway.
Go on there about that. I just really like that guy, and I was really, really genuinely saddened when I saw you.
Yeah, I get it. We all were.
It's one of those things. You see what? Go, Keith.
I was just going to say, Steve, when funny enough, when he passed away, because again, me and Ellen we weren't in the pod, we were in the living room, and we were watching a lot of romantic comedies. But when he passed away, the first movie we watched by him was actually Wimbledon, believe it or not.
Really?
Movies. Yeah. It's he doesn't have a huge role in it, but he's so goddamn good whenever he is there, and we just wanted to watch something.
In history, there's a thing written about when Cardinal Wolsey was dying. He was in Yorkshire. He fled Henry VIII. He thought Henry VIII was going to kill him, and he was still Secretary for State of England. And apparently, in history, it's written that when the Duke of Northampton rocked up and they said they were taking the necklace off him, which they still wear today, that he was no longer Secretary of State because he was dying. And apparently, Wolsey said, "Had I served my God half as well as I serve my king, I wouldn't be afraid of what's coming." And that was the whole dissolution of the Catholic Church, which I'm not getting into, but I'm just saying it's a passage from history. And Orson Welles does a scene amazing in A Man for All Seasons. But if you watch, even look that scene up in The Tudors, when Sam Neill does it, if I serve my God half as well as I serve my king, I wouldn't be afraid of what's coming for me. And I think it sums Cardinal Wolsey up, the son of a butcher. Yes, it sums it up really well. Yeah.
Yeah, so Arrow, Backstretch was just saying Arrow's announcements are pretty good. Monster Squad, Cujo, Last Boy Scout. I've been looking for an upgrade for these titles, so I'll have to have them. Yeah, I have Monster Squad, funny enough, David, on 4K from the Kino Lorber release, but I remember being very underwhelmed by the transfer for it. So hopefully Arrow.
Can I just say on Monster Squad to Mac Chats, that movie has a special place in my heart, right? And I wish I left it there.
And you weren't crazy about it when you revisit it, yeah.
No, I'm not in any way telling another man how to spend his money, but I watched it.
Devastating?
It broke my heart because I was so excited to watch that with Henry. Now I have it for Henry to watch on 4K, and I'll watch it with him, and I'll try and beat. But I can tell you, if I could close my eyes before I saw that movie from Kino Lorber, and I could think back thousands of times I watched that I was so happy and enjoyed it and loved it. Seeing it again at all as an adult, irrespective of 4K, it wasn't a kind revisit. And I'd advise anybody who really loves it and deeply loves it, buy what you want to buy, but be careful what you wish for if you have that kind of emotion for it. Because for me, I don't think I could even watch it again.
But that's the thing; you'll never know, will you? That's the dilemma you have with that. You know, I watched it and I wasn't particularly crazy about it, but that could stem down to the fact that I was so disappointed by its transfer. Like, it kind of ruined my enjoyment of it. So I will definitely be giving Arrow a go and see.
You reckon you'll give it a crack, Steve?
I'll give it a go. Absolutely. Max Jack's also got to say he also said, he said the Arrow video box set a mixed bag, but I do love Dolph Lundgren film Joshua Tree, so that's possibility for me. Anyone thinking of picking these up? Yeah, we were at Max, David. We were talking about it earlier. I think we're all going to be doing it. Fuck it. Like Steve said, they're shit movies, but they're good shit. You know, they are what they are.
It's not shit.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. We got Marky here saying, I was surprised by Remarkable Bright Creatures with Sally Field and Lewis Pullman. I can't say that I've seen that, Marky. Steve, have you seen it yourself?
No, you can't say that I have. Sorry.
What about you, Conor?
That's come out of left field.
What's that one?
The Remarkable Bright Creatures.
What are they saying? What's wrong with them?
No, that's the name of the movie.
I never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Okay.
I haven't seen Sally Field since she was Forrest Gump's mother, or she was in a car with being chased by the sheriff in. Oh no, she was in that one.
This is like being in an old folks' home.
Yeah,
everyone mishearing everything.
Sally Field. I don't know anything about that. What's the I don't know what the remarks are.
No, I'm moving on.
Move on.
Okay. That's what I'm doing. All right. He said, Architect was just asking, is there any films in your collection you haven't watched for years? Steve, look, I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to get myself a drink. But yeah, attack that question in the 2 years. I'll be back in a minute.
The one that immediately springs to mind, and it's a shame because I picked the 4K up last year and I've still not watched it. It's Raging Bull. I got the imprint 4K set. I have not watched that for a long, long time, but I do think that it's possibly one of the best films that has ever been made. And I don't know why I haven't watched it, because I'm pretty sure that the 4K of that black and white photography will be awesome. Also, just looking behind me, I don't know about the films I haven't seen for years, but there's quite a lot in my collection that I'm still waiting to watch. But yeah, Raging Bull is the one that springs to mind for me. What about yourself, Conor?
I think Apocalypse Now.
Oh, really?
I've only seen Apocalypse Now one time in my whole life, right? And that was in the cinema. And I bought it ages ago in 4K.
Wow.
And
which version did you see in the cinema? Was it the redo version or redux?
Crazy like fucking mental redo with everything in it. because I've been listening. Have you been listening to, Martin Sheen has his own podcast now he does. You listen to that?
Does he? Oh,
It's fantastic, man. Fantastic, bro. Can I tell you a movie of Martin Sheen to look out for? Write it down. D-A.
Okay.
Da.
Martin Sheen. Okay.
Yeah, it's about an Irish writer. It's based on a very famous Broadway play. He's an Irish writer, an immigrant, goes to America, lives there, does well, and his dad passes away. His foster dad. He comes back home to bury him. Early 80s Ireland, Dublin. It's a great movie. It's made around where my sister Rose built her house and lives, but she introduced me to the movie. But the movie Da with Martin Neal. But anyways, his podcast is beyond good. I think you'd love it, and particularly when you're driving to and from work. Reflects on movies, and when you go into the podcast, you go down to the bottom to say start from the beginning. Even if you go, you know what, I don't want to hear everything, but I want to look at that Apocalypse Now period, or I want to look at that Departed period. He's got it all, and just chinwagon. He might have different actors on there. Has both his sons on there regularly. Emilio and Charlie, and talks about his Irish connections and his parents and his immigrant upbringing. I don't agree with all of his stuff. But as an actor, I think it's amazing. The movie itself, Apocalypse Now, is so overwhelming when you watch it, right? For me, anyway, that I had such weight on my shoulders watching it about you have to, you must, and you have to see it. So I went there, and I went to the cinema, and it was the biggest edition you could see. I can't even remember what it was called.
Final Cut, I think it is now, yeah.
Yeah, and I think I left the movie Apocalypse Now not even quite knowing what I'd seen. And that's not a criticism. It's a bit like the Deer Hunter. You have to have a few watches of it to really get what's going on. And it doesn't mean you're silly, or it doesn't mean you're because you might look at it different ways. But yeah, I've got the 4K cut of it sitting there for a long time, the director's cut, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And I still have, because do you want to know what I'm a bit afraid? What if I don't like it? What if second viewing I actually decide it's actually poop when do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that, because there's a bunch of films that you sort of watch, and I'm like that with some of the things that I just picked up, like Citizen Kane. And I think I've never seen it. What if I watch it and I think I don't like this? Does that mean that I don't like films, or I don't understand them?
Yeah,
that
there's something wrong with it. Yeah, no, I have that I have that fear all the time with certain big pictures and people mentioning it to me,
But I think for me with Apocalypse Now, give it a go. But I think that there's, like there is with so many things, there's a happy medium between the Redux version and the final cut. If you keep some things from the final cut, but chop some other things out that were in the Redux version, you've got the perfect version of it. But that's just my personal taste. But so I was saying that Raging Bull is one for me.
Wow.
I love that movie. I think Keith the Criterion copy of that.
And I haven't watched it. And Apocalypse Now was Connor's choice. What about yourself?
Look, it's kind of, look, I letterbox everything that I watch. Okay, so when me and Alan came into the house, sorry,
what does letterbox something mean?
No, letterbox means I basically categorize everything I watch. I basically, it tells you, it's this app you go on to where you can review movies on it if you want to. You can give it ratings, and that's it there. Steve has it there.
I've never heard of it.
Basically, what the idea of me doing it is because I like the idea of, if I knock on a movie and I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to go onto Letterboxd and see when the last time I watched this. So I started Letterboxd around 2.5 years ago, and since me and Ellen came back into the house and we started watching a lot of comedies and romantic comedies, I can tell you now the majority of them, they haven't been watched in 3 to 4 years, and we've fucking loved it. We've loved it, and that's why you have to be very careful, because I've seen these collectors and they were saying, if you don't watch that movie all the time, then what's the point having it in your collection? And I says, well, it's there for that when this happens, when I'm in the mood to watch them, that I can watch them. They're not all fucking great movies. Not everything had 10 out of 10s in my collection, and I'm okay with that. I am more than okay with that. I can watch it. I can watch a 5 out of 10 movie and get so much fucking pleasure out of it, and I'm proud to own it in my collection as well. But yeah, it's, if I was to pick one movie now, one standout Jesus. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. God.
No, I get what you're saying, because there's certain films. I mean, I think Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer is a 5-star film.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm going to put that on repeat?
Absolutely not.
Deranged.
You know what, Steve? I said it to you the other day when I messaged you, and I said to you that and I'm fucking so happy that I watched Midsummer again. Because I really enjoyed it. What I did not get with that movie on my first viewing, I fucking get now on my second. And I kind of said to Steve, look, is it a movie that I'm going to watch all the time? Absolutely not. But I said to Steve, but I know you love the movie, and I guarantee you won't watch it all the time either. And it's, you don't have to watch.
Correct.
You don't have to watch movies that you love. There's also that element of, Jesus, if you find a movie that you love and you do keep watching it, you might end up spoiling it for yourself. One movie comes to mind, but funny enough, Independence Day. I can't watch that movie anymore now. I can't, because I watched it so much that I almost resent the movie now.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, that again, that Midsummer, fuck me. Do you know what's amazing about that movie? And I only grasped it on that second viewing. It's how Robert Eggers, he does not hold your hand in that movie.
Ari
He
Aster.
does not. Oh, sorry, Ari Aster. Sorry. He doesn't hold your hand. If you don't see what he wants to, it's not like the camera is going, oh yeah, look, you're meant to look at this thing here.
Look.
You know, yeah, like the big fucking arrow pointing down. There's none of that. He's not holding your hand. If you don't see it, that's your own fucking fault. And that because you're not paying enough attention. And it's only when I watched it that second time, I was on it, I was zoned in, and I started picking up everything that movie was trying to deliver.
Yeah.
And I was not. I told Steve I went to bed that night, and there was fucking noises coming out of this house from every fucking, and I was not sleeping. I was not fucking sleeping.
Yeah.
Movie.
What?
I like that one. That
Midsummer.
Yeah.
So sorry, Conor. I thought you were going to say something. Yeah, no, I
think it's so crazy though that people like. Sometimes you can be like afraid of certain things or afraid of criticizing a little bit. And like it took a lot for me a couple of weeks ago to say that I thought Odyssey would be a load of BS because, you know, blah, blah, blah. And now obviously humble pie. And I'm so happy to say that I got it wrong. And I should have been more objectively minded. But there is movies like that. And I'm so glad that Steve mentioned, you know, what he did, like you know, you think of The Third Man or any of these kind of Orson Welles movies, and people say to you, "Oh, the top one in the whole world," and you go, "Oh yeah, no worries, I've got to watch that." And then I think of that. I'll tell you what I think of recently that really gets in my side of my brain is that DiCaprio movie. I think it's DiCaprio, is it? And it's like an Enigma movie or something. Might be the same director that we're talking about. I can't remember. Jeez, I'm not giving you much here, but it's one of these movies that everyone says, "Oh, you got to watch it like 6 times till you work it out."
Shutter
I
Island.
can't be. Huh? No, Shutter Island. I got with my fucked up mind pretty much straight away. There's another one.
Inception.
No,
Inception. Right.
Inception.
Yeah, I don't even think Christopher Nolan knows what the ending of that means.
Don't get me
Spin
wrong,
that.
right?
Walk away. Cut. Done. Grab me
I
a
feel
beer.
like I've lost brain cells when I watch that, and particularly when people tell me, did you not get it?" And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking of gremlins in blenders, and I'm thinking of, you know, a Slimer running down a corridor. My mind's simple, and sometimes I think they're so complicated, those movies, that. But then again, I can watch A Space Odyssey 2001, and I don't feel overwhelmed because I feel I get the ending of it. You know, everybody's somebody looking at somebody. I get that ending of it, you know, whether you see that or I see that. I see the ending of Space Odyssey 2001 is that to him, he was conquesting something bigger than him. But there's always, you know, we're always an ant an ant to somebody else. There's
2000
there's the scene in
2000
Odyssey where that comes up as well.
2001. Look, I'll sum up 2001 Space Odyssey. Its ending for me. 2001 for me has 100 endings.
Oh, I agree. It has a million. That's just my ending.
It has a never-ending amount of endings because I stand by what I said in my video. Every single time I watch that movie and I watch the ending, I have a different interpretation of it. And I never want to know a definitive answer to it. Someone actually turned around and said to me that
Like the
apparently
Thing.
some fucking stupid fucking real cheap fucking interview got put out where Stanley Kubrick he did sort of talk about it, but it wasn't what you call an official interview. And someone said to me, I was like, I don't know what that shit. And that will fucking ruin that ending for me forever. Fuck that. I don't want it explained.
I see John Carpenter, Keith, on chat shows all the time. Maybe not so much now, but in the last 5-6 years, doesn't do too many now. And the amount of idiots that say to him, "Hey, the ending of The Thing."
Yeah, I'll get fucked. Yeah.
And he says, I know, but I don't want you to know.
But like it's the same shit. I've seen it just recently, where I think Robert Downey Jr. and all that were at Comic-Con and they were being interviewed. And there was the interviewer, and he was there saying, he was asking these questions that he knew was not going to be answered by the cast. And more importantly, what bemused me was, why do you want to know? Why do you want to know? Like, what? Just watch the fucking movie. Shut the fuck up. And I don't get it.
Unfortunately, I know that Joe Rogan's not everyone's cup of tea, right? But a few months ago, and I did speak about this, he did a plethora of interviews where he had a few actors on, from Russell Crowe to a number of others within a very short period. He had Tim Robbins on last week. He spoke very eloquently about Shawshank Redemption, which I really enjoyed. But he spoke to what's the actor that was married to Nicole Kidman, Angelina Jolie for years.
Billy Bob Thornton.
Billy Bob Thornton, and I really enjoyed Billy Bob Thornton because I lost my brother and to murder and stuff, and Billy Bob Thornton lost his brother in a similar circumstances, and he was talking about that, and I really enjoyed the interview. But one of the things Joe Rogan asked him is, like, what's your perception on today, like with movies and all that? And he goes, well, when I went to the cinema as a kid, right? He said, I grew up with nothing, like poor as dirt. And when I went into that cinema with my 50 cents and I got a bag of popcorn and a lolly and I sat on the ground and watched 5 movies in a row and then the CBC News or whatever, he said, I was in awe of that 90 minutes because they all had perfect teeth. They had golden hair. I had something to strive for. There was a bad guy and a good guy, and it was amazing. But he said today, unfortunately, and if I can't believe I forgot about this, and Keith reminded me this in a few of our conversations regarding the Odyssey and my perceptions of it, is he said everyone's a fucking critic now, and there's too much behind the scenes, and everyone wants to know everything about everything. And he said the mystery's gone.
I think it's frightening.
Nice sentiment.
I think it's frightening the way people perceive movies now. I find that because I find there's a lot of hatred out there for Christopher Nolan because he's as talented as he is. Does that make any sense? It's almost. Do you want to know,
Keith, what you've said there is amazing because the critical drinker who I've been watching was criticizing Nolan for everything in this movie. But I want to say this very briefly. He was criticizing everything on the build up to the movie, calling it this, calling it that, calling it the other. Then he said nothing for 2 weeks. Now he's seen the movie. Now he's come out and all fans are saying it's Christopher Nolan's fault for not coming back to them to say, well, actually, the Queen's only going to be in it for 2 minutes and the Ellen Page is only going to be 90 seconds. It's his fault for ramping it up. And you know what? Now I realize, no, you ramped it up and he just chose to do the best thing, which is.
Yeah, and what made me laugh about the whole Elliot Page thing, and you know what I'm going to say? I'm actually going to just say this, and then we're moving on from this, by the way. But what made me laugh, and I did not know about this at the time, but when the big complaint that people had about Elliot Page is because it was apparently rumored that he was going to be playing Achilles. And that's the character that Brad Pitt played in Troy. And apparently there was a huge uproar about it. And this is what made me laugh about it. All these people going onto their fucking streams, their videos.
Yeah, you told me.
How fucking stupid do you fucking look now? Because he's not playing fucking Achilles. He's playing a completely different fucking character altogether.
And I've got to tell you, Keith, I came home the first night after seeing it, and I said to Sinead, I said, I'm kind of fucking embarrassed now.
Yeah,
Sinead will tell you. Because I know my friends, I don't have to be, but I was on such a moral, windy high ground about it that I'm kind of embarrassed now that I jumped on it without fact checking things myself.
Look, me and Steve said it on the last stream when we started talking about Odyssey, and the two of us said the same fucking thing. Fucking shut up and watch the movie. Shut the fuck up and watch the movie, and then voice your opinion.
And have an educated opinion about it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
The guy said a couple of days ago on internet, he was talking about it, and we will move on, and he was complaining about Ellen Page and running in these battle scenes, and I said, mate, Ellen Page doesn't run in any battle scenes there's no battle scenes with him. And then guess what? He deleted his comment and mine.
Yeah, of course.
I haven't watched the movie, man.
Yeah, never watched the movie.
I actually think Ellen Page's character, holistically in the movie, fits in very well. And I think one of the best actors in the whole movie, and I'm happy to be shot down here, is Patterson.
Yeah. Okay. I look forward to
Patterson. Is that his name? I can't remember if that's his name or not. He was in the Twilight movies.
Yeah.
Keith, for me, I think that guy's got a lot more under his bonnet than he lets on half the time, and he was bloody good in this. And I think he almost made disliking him enjoyable, which is a rare talent. It was enjoyable.
In that film, he's the panto villain. He's the one you want to hiss at.
But he plays so well, man. He's so good at it.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of weird.
Look at the lighthouse.
The
lighthouse.
Absolutely.
Did he?
Yeah.
Listen, my mind a bit. He did play Batman in that other Batman.
Yeah,
movie,
that's of course he did. He was fantastic.
Which I really enjoyed.
Really good.
Yeah. Right, look, we'll move on from the Odyssey.
Yep.
So we got Luke's Blade here just saying they're very much looking forward to 88 films of Mothman prophecies. Yeah, so fucking high. Steve, sorry, mate. I know I asked you. You haven't seen it yet, have you?
No.
Oh, Conor, have you seen Mothman prophecies?
I can tell you that movie frightened me for a long time, and one scene only, and it's got chapstick to do with it. And that movie frightened me for a long time because when I finished watching the movie, I read into it. But that scene with the chapstick doesn't mean much to people who haven't seen it, and I'm not spoiling it for those who haven't. It's a very, very, very enjoyable, eerie thriller. I wouldn't call it a horror, but definitely for me, a deep thriller. But that's when you watch it, just think of chapstick.
Yeah, look, it's if there's ever one movie that you want to see the importance of a score, Mothman Prophecies is it. Oh my God, I don't know. I think it might be Marco Beltrami that does the music for it, but my God, holy fuck, he contributes massively to the eerie atmosphere of that movie. It's quite amazing. I hope you give it a go someday, Steve.
Yeah, I'm definitely up for it, despite the fact that I'm not a massive Richard Gere fan.
It's a different movie, by him. It's a very that's the only thing I will say about it. It's you definitely won't see another movie like this from Richard Gere. The only thing I will say is, like I said in my video, is do not read up anything about the Mothman.
Like we were talking about earlier on, though, Keith, I've got to the point now where I read after I've seen a film.
Yeah.
Or look at stuff after it.
I fucking hope it's on the special features. But I have a DVD of the Mothman, and there's a documentary on it. And it's basically them talking about the events of that day and exactly what was going on. And I was like, my God, when you hear about some of the facts that came out on that day, it's fucking chilling. It's chilling. But I'm going to say no more about it.
Okay.
The only thing I will say as well is, Steve, this might sound fucking so stupid. I posted up a picture of that edition today. If you did decide to pick that buy that version of it, don't look at the artwork too much. That's all I'll say. Because there's a monster. There is a monster spoiler on that fucking artwork.
Do you know what? That reminds me of because obviously Arrow just recently released Soylent Green.
Yeah.
I was chatting to Paul, to Brum Horror. And he's got I'm sure he said it was a Steelbook version that he got, or it's an American version. And he said, whatever you do, because I've not seen the film. He said,
which film is that?
Soylent Green. And he said, whatever you do, do not look at the artwork of this because there's a huge spoiler in the artwork.
He's
Why
right.
do people do that?
Yeah, no, he's right. There's a fucking colossal spoiler.
Yeah. So I'll keep my powder dry on that one, Keith.
Yeah, absolutely.
I managed to find the steelbook for that, which I already had. I live, as you know, guys know, in a very small country, rural Victorian town in the Alpines, and I managed to find in a charity shop in town the steelbook. That's I think it was Zavi that did it years ago, Keith.
Yeah, that's right, Jack. That's right.
Very honestly, on eBay, like brand new, it was like not silly money, but I paid like $8 for it, like £3. And I sent it to Keith. I think it was still plastic wrapped and everything.
It was plastic wrapped and everything. Yeah, it was a simple fucking steelbook. My God, it was a beautiful one.
It was from a deceased estate. And I bought like 5 or 6 movies from this deceased estate, and that was one of them. But Soylent Green is Soylent Green's a great 70s. Great 70s.
Looking forward to seeing that one.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Daniel here saying, I'm looking forward to Biohazard 2026. So he's talking about Resident Evil. So
yeah.
I made a prediction after
filmed in IMAX. It's filmed in IMAX.
It was a film in IMAX. Happy days.
I only found that out today. It's filmed in IMAX. Yeah.
I think that's going to be the best Resident Evil movie ever made.
I think you're right.
I think it's going to be. He is doing what everybody should do when it comes to making a video game adaptation. He's basically ignored every fucking story, every character that came from the games, and he said, "You know what? This is my game. This is my version. This is what I'm making.
I'm following Mary. I'm following Michelle's adventure in that world. I don't have anything to do with Chris Redfield. Don't have anything to do with Veronica. Nothing.
The only character that's going to be in this movie that's in the fucking games is the city itself, Raccoon City, and that's fucking it.
But I actually don't think he'll even make it to Raccoon City.
He might not. I think so. It's
but just so you know or may not know, it's fully IMAX filmed, and it's going to be
I didn't know that.
In 4K laser IMAX. Yeah.
Do you know something? There's actually a great scene in the trailer. I don't know, Steve. Did you see any of the trailers to it yet? No.
No, I mean the Resident Evil. I when I was a gamer, which I've tuned out of, Resident Evil 2, definitely all over that like a pigeon on a chip. The films.
No. I can't blame you, Steve. I cannot blame you. I get it. I fucking get it. If you have a chance to, Steve, just check out the trailer to this one, and because it's the director of Barbarian and Weapons.
Oh, Zach Kreger.
Yeah, it's Zach Kreger. He's directing it, so it's
his own take on a story within the universe.
He's not, again, as you guys have just said, I think that's probably the best approach, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's a bit in it where, and if Conor is right in saying that it's being shot in IMAX, but there's just a bit in it where you see him. It's almost like he's running down a fucking street, and you can just see bodies. Yeah, it's like they're like bombs dropping on him.
I think that's people who are turning, who just thought, I'm not turning, I'm going.
That's I don't think it is. I think it's zombies. I think it's zombies spun after him. I think they're jumping off the buildings to get to him. That's what I think it is. But
that's another way of looking at it. But yeah, it's fully IMAX. It's fully made in IMAX.
If you actually look at that segment in the trailer, you kind of just say to yourself, you know what? If they do that in IMAX, that scene is just going to look fucking amazing. So that's good to hear. I look forward to
I'm
that.
I'm actually going to have the kids whenever it comes out in Australia. I've already looked into it, I think, but I'm going to send Sinead to Melbourne to watch it in IMAX, and I'll just do normal cinema because she's such a fan of the. I know you guys like. I love the other movies, the Mia Djokovic ones. I know people don't. They're whatever.
She's got the set, hasn't she?
Oh yeah.
She's got that set because I got you a protector for him. Yeah.
Yeah, Sinead. Absolutely loves. Well, obviously, the Protector is amazing, but she loves those movies, guys. Loves them, and I do too. You can just watch them over and over again. To me, they're just great popcorn pictures.
No, I'm the same. Look, they're I suppose it's Paul Anderson basically making his own version as well. Like if you look at the first one, it basically has nothing to do really with Resident Evil. The nods are there, of course, but it's him making his own story. But that's the way I think it should go from now on. Just make your own adaptation of it and don't be worrying about the game. You know what he said, Steve, when he was been interviewed the other day? He turned around and he says, "Why would I ever remake one of the Resident Evil games when they were already done so perfectly?
Yeah.
How can I improve on that? So yeah, he's doing his own fucking take on it.
Do something different. Yeah.
Do something different. We got Sebastian here saying, so Johnny Depp is going to star as Scrooge in Ebenezer. What got me intrigued is that Ty West is directing this film. So we touched upon it earlier. We didn't say much about it, Steve. So what's your take on this one? I know you are a Ty West fan, and I know Paul and Rachel are huge Ty West fans. So what the fuck would they be thinking with this one?
It really surprised me when I found out that it was
Yeah.
Ty West.
Yeah.
And when you see Johnny Depp, I'm so glad that he's back as well. I know he went a bit of a cliche that he was just recycling Captain Jack and all of that, but the guy is a talent.
Yeah.
And well, let's move on from that. But it did look like it's like, okay, so it's kind of, you're basically the Mad Hatter again. You've taken a couple of layers of makeup off and whatnot, but I'm fascinated by this one. The only thing is, I'm not a fan of the whole kind of Winnie the Pooh horror stuff that's going on. You know, Winnie the Pooh, what is it, Blood and Honey?
Yeah.
All of that kind of thing. And I'm hoping this is not kind of down there. If it's Ty West, I'm hoping it's going to have a little bit more intelligence to that.
No, I think it is.
Yeah, but there's potential there for this to be a really, really good
dark
time.
I think they're going to keep fairly strong to the elements of Ebenezer and the ghosts and the
ghosts, the four ghosts.
I think embellish on them and make them probably more grotesque and horrible than what we perceive them to be. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think
Ty West is a smart guy, so you know.
I think if you look at the trailer, I think they show the ghost of Christmas Present, a past. They do, and it definitely, it's definitely not the, like in the animated movie with Jim Carrey. It's like basically a candle, and it looks very cute. And then in the movie that I love, the one back in which George C. Scott, my favorite adaptation. It's a woman that plays the part, and she's
shoving shit in Louisiana.
Yeah, but this fucking thing in this movie, there's nothing fucking
and
cute about it.
I think Keith, the reason I think you're 100% right is right. I think the trailer and the perception that they're giving to the movie is adding weight to me to think it's going to be quite grotesque and horrible, because they're almost adding this airy fairy, lighthearted. He's showing up at Comic-Con. It's all funny. And he's making funny jokes behind people's backs. But that's, the essence of the story of A Christmas Carol is the joke's on him at the end.
Yeah.
Not on everybody else. And I think he may be seen within that world as being this person of, we all know what Ebenezer is to be. But I think Johnny Depp is, I think there's two things about Johnny Depp in this that I know it's going to be great. Firstly, he's a great actor. Secondly, he's been on a hiatus for years. He's criticized Hollywood, the way it's gone. He's had that court case going on. He's turned down other roles. And I think that opening scene where he says, I'm back, and it's kind of a smile, I think he wouldn't have taken this without having some either artistic input to it or definitely feeling comfortable that he can walk away from it at the end going, hey, I've had a rough few years. I made some decisions, but I'm here, and here's what I'm good at, and here's why you come to see me, and here's why in 50 years you'll still watch me. I think it's going to be a great movie, and because the story of Ebenezer Scrooge is, it's a gotcha story in the end, isn't it? Really, I said it. I spoke about it so many times on a stream. I don't know if you've watched it yet, but do what me and Ellen do. Every Christmas we get our favorite adaptation, which is the George C. Scott.
Yeah.
Before we watch it, we knock on Dan Stevens, the man who invented Christmas, because that movie is all about Charles Dickens and how he came up with the concept of A Christmas Carol. Watch that movie, and then watch Christmas Carol after it. Special, very, very special. That man who invented Christmas is
such a good movie.
We'll watch it. We'll watch it numerous times over Christmas, guaranteed. It's fucking amazing. It is.
Yeah,
Dan Stevens is.
Yeah.
My God, he's a talented.
When does Ebenezer? It's coming out. When does it release in the cinema?
Thanksgiving, I think.
So do you think
you reckon with how quick media is, do you reckon they might do a Christmas release on physical?
No, they won't. But the plan there, Connor, is it's quite simple. They're releasing it on Thanksgiving, so the end of November, and they're obviously hoping that the Christmas period will carry that movie in the cinemas to make a lot of money. You know, so
15, you think it'll be 15 rated?
I think it's going to be 12.
Okay.
I'd say it's probably going to be at 12.
I think it's going to be at 12. So no, it's Ty West. My God, he is definitely branching out here. So I'm very intrigued.
Will he ever do another Pirates of the Caribbean movie again? Do you think?
No, Disney won't go near him, and I don't think he'd go near Disney again.
He wouldn't go near Disney, I don't think. But it's a great cat.
I thought they asked him and he turned them down. Is that a myth? Is that not true?
I think that's a myth.
Yeah, you've got Rupert Grint in there, Ian McKellen, Daisy Ridley. So
Ian McKellen, right? Rupert Grint. Now, like I did say to Ellen, I wasn't crazy about his casting in it because he's playing Mr. Pritchett.
Bob Cratchit,
Bob Cratchit. Sorry, Bob Cratchit. So I'm not quite sure if he suits it. I'm hoping to be proven wrong. I think Ian McKellen, he's playing Bob Marley. I thought Bob Marley.
Bob Marley.
Marley and Marley, yaman, Marley and Marley, yaman.
He's playing
that could be problematic.
Yeah, that could be that's a very Ty West version.
A full soldier, heart of
so no, they've got a good cast together. I'm intrigued. I am.
I'm very intrigued for it. And Sinead and I watched it with in the room, and you know what? Sinead was that excited to watch it. Because normally, like, I show her trailers and she's like, "Oh, yeah, we watch that." She actually said, "No, put it on the TV. I want to see it because it's the first Johnny Depp trailer in years. You know, since everything's gone on. Whether you are into that or not, I just love movies, and he's an icon of movies to me. From Ebenezer, from Edward Scissorhands to Jack Sparrow to Barbara Demon of Fleet Street, all these different movies. Nightmare on Elm Street. He's done everything, and some people say he's a bit one-dimensional, but I don't. Again, it's like people telling me in the past week they got bored at Odyssey, and I'm like, "The fuck are you on about, man? You must live a great life. If you're telling me that you were bored at Odyssey, your life must be."
No, wait a minute. Don't mind the Odyssey. Did you just try to say that people says that he's one-dimensional? Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Probably
well, of course, that's the joke. That's the joke in the when he appears with Ricky Gervais on his episode.
Yeah, just the greatest.
I'm doing it in a movie. What are you doing it with Tim Burton? Has it got Helen Bowen Carter in it?
One of the greatest character actors, and he's one-dimensional.
You and I might think that, but there's some people out there who think that he's the guy that does what Tim Burton tells him to do and wears what Tim Burton tells him to wear, and it's the same stuff across a plethora of movies. I'm not saying I think that, but there is people out there who think that Johnny Depp is not as great as you and I think he is. Like, I don't think Tom Cruise, I think he's amazing. Or I don't think, for instance, as good as he is, Woody from fucking Toy Story is a great as actor, whatever you call him, is as I would say somebody else is. I don't know. I'm just saying that's what some people think that he is.
Mm. But I understand that people have their opinions. You can't call Johnny Depp one-dimensional. That is the most ridiculous comment.
Listen, I wouldn't.
No, I'm not saying. I know you're not saying it. That's like.
But I can see. I'll argue the point. I can see why they would.
Why?
Because I've never seen him do something. I'll say I've never seen him do something that's him as he is, in a role that I would take serious.
I don't know. If you look, I don't
like
often.
Him as a demon. This is just my opinion. I like him as a demon barber of Fleet Street. I like him in Sleepy Hollow as Ichabod Crane. I love him as, but I couldn't ever imagine him in a movie where I'm talking about D-Day, or I'm thinking about a courtroom drama, or I'm thinking about maybe an assassination in the Roman Vatican Church, or something like that. I'm just being hypothetical. And I'm just slightly seeing what other people see is that I could never see Tom Hanks, because of his voice, be Freddy Krueger. I'm just saying that to some people, there is a one-dimensional side, of some movie people to Johnny Depp. And I know mates of mine that say, I like Johnny Depp, right? He's good. But I wouldn't go out of my way to watch him because, what's Edward Scissorhands? A bloke in white cream going...
Yeah, but then why are they focusing on them movies for? Why did they not look at Chocolate or...
Donnie Brasco.
Donnie Brasco, the one that he done, the gangster movie that he done as well. What's it called?
Oh, where he was Whitey Bulger, Black Mass.
Thank you. Look at them movies and then get back.
Do you want to know what I think? Do you want to know, in my opinion, his two greatest movies he ever made was Donnie Brasco and the one about Jamie Bulger White. I can't remember the name. To me, they're his two greatest movies. So all these other characters he does. I'm just saying to you that there is people that can look at things different ways than we do. Like 4 weeks ago, I looked at Odyssey as the biggest load of trash that was going to fail, and I've been proven wrong. But there is people out there who think Johnny Depp is, on the holistically, a one-trick pony.
Right. Okay.
Hence the fact, genuinely, he appeared on Ricky Gervais's episode, where Ricky Gervais more or less says to him, "Oh yeah, he comes there to take the piss out of Ricky Gervais." Have you seen that episode, Ricky Gervais?
No, I didn't see it. No.
Right. So basically, in the extras, he comes in, he starts getting up him about, "You took the piss out of me at the Emmys. I don't like you. No one likes you. Your teeth." And then he says, "I'm doing a new movie." And of course, Ricky Gervais goes, "Oh, yeah." He goes, "You don't know who the director is, though, do you?" And Ricky goes, "Oh, is it Tim Burton?" He goes, "How did you know?" And then Ricky Gervais, and he says, "Ricky Gervais, I bet you don't know who my co-star is." Fantastic actress. Ricky Gervais goes, "Helen Bonham Carter." And it goes on like that for a few minutes. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying even himself, he played into the perception that some people have.
Yeah, but then by saying that, then aren't you not technically saying that Tim Burton is one-dimensional?
Well, you might be. You might be saying that his movies are. Tim Burton hasn't done anything outside of a. I mean, look at all the movies he does; they're all amazing, but they're not like Batman, Nightmare Before Christmas. He's not done Gladiator, or 2001: Space Odyssey. And where has he been for the past few years?
Yeah, no, look, I get what you're saying, but no,
I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying I guess some people have different reviews. I'm delighted to see him back. I think Johnny Depp's amazing, and I would watch him in anything. And I'm so delighted he's back because I feel a little bit of myself in him that he whatever happened between him and his wife is none of my business, but it ended up in a court case that we all had to witness that cost him a lot of contracts. And he said in some interviews that he wanted to leave Hollywood because he was sick of standing in line behind other people who wanted to stand in line to be, told stand in line and obey the guy in front of you and behind you. And I don't want to be part of that. And him coming back now to me is a little bit of a relief. But then again, seeing Odyssey for me recently has reignited my love of cinema. And to hear 300 or 400 people going to see Spider-Man a couple of days ago and Steve saying his was so just is, to me, is amazing stuff. Like, I love Johnny Depp, don't get me wrong, but opinions are opinions, and some people think he's a one-trick pony.
That's fair enough. I'm not going to question it.
If you looked at it, like, would there be much of a difference in his acting between Edward Scissorhands, what do you call it, where he's like the one-headed horseman, and a couple of other ones? Look at all the roles, right? There's not a mass. Fleet Barber is Fleet Street. Apart from the outfits changing, I'm just being pragmatic. Apart from the outfit changes, in my opinion, there's not a great change in the acting direction between all of them. If you took Edward Scissorhands, took the fingers off and the white skin off, and next minute put the Ichabod Crane hat on, he'd fit in. I'm just saying. When you look at it certain ways. Not for you.
No,
not for you.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Edward Scissorhands and Ichabod Crane, just two very different characters, completely different characters.
I know the different characters, but to me, I don't think he's exceptionally different as a person in all of them. That's just.
I find when I watch Edward Scissorhands, he's shy, he's very timid, and I know he kind of has them. He has them elements in Sleepy Hollow as well.
he's awkward.
Um,
Can't
but
fit in.
my God, the way in terms of delivery, they're just two very different things.
I know the
Yeah.
difference, but maybe we see different things, and that's the
Yeah,
great thing of art.
look,
We all see
absolutely.
different things.
Absolutely.
To me, I see great art in all of those characters, but there's 3 or 4 of Johnny Depp's characters that I don't see. I can see a little bit of mist between each of them. I don't see a great cosmic change
Okay.
because each of our grade is still shy, awkward, inverted, and views world different than we do. That's what makes Ichabod Crane an interesting character. And I don't know. We could argue about it all day. It's not an argument; it's a discussion, isn't it? It's why we're here. But we all see things different, and that's the beautiful thing of movies. Because if we all like the same thing, fuck me, Hollywood would be even more boring than it is at times.
Yeah. Look, we'll move on. We got Max Shots here just saying, I have a new way of watching Evil Dead films now. He said, I think the original 2013 Rise and Burn feel more like their own series. And 2, an Army and the TV feel like their own separate timeline. That's actually
That's a good way of looking at it.
That's a good way of looking at it. I like that. I get that. And I get why you would put Army, Part 2, and TV series together. Like, sorry, Steve, have you seen that first Evil Dead?
No, it's one of those things that I mean, when it first came out, somebody I didn't have access to it because I can't remember what it was shown on, and somebody gave me a pen drive with it on, and I never watched it. But it's funny, when John was doing his ranking video the other day, and the way that I've always seen the Evil Dead, particularly since Rise and Burn came out as well, is that you've got a trilogy, which is 1 to Army of Darkness.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a second trilogy that's going to be from Rise through to what's the latest one that's going to be out in a couple of years? What was that one?
Wrath.
Yeah. And then you've got a bridging series, which is Ash versus the Evil Dead.
Yeah.
The remake, I'm not too sure where that might fit, but I think that's a really good way, chances onto something there. Yeah.
I'm very confused by Wrath because it's going back to 1972. It is. So this is technically going before all of the Evil Dead movies, well, bar Army of Darkness. So
that's the 14th century, isn't it? So.
Yeah. So when you watch Evil Dead Burn, both of you, and you watch the end credit sequences, which you absolutely should, particularly the last one.
Yeah.
It looks like it's setting something up, but then you turn around and say, well, wait a minute. How can that be when they're going back to 1972 in Wrath? It won't look. It'll make all the sense in the world when you watch it, when you watch Burn, but you will literally turn around and go, "Well, that's not going to work at all." So it begs the question: the end sequence that they show after the credits, were they setting something up, or was it just pure fan service? I don't know, but look, I'll say no more about it. And I'll say no more about it.
It's funny because I'm not as big as O'Fay fan as you guys are on the Evil Dead series, but I own all of them, not in as nice formats as some of you guys have. Some of them I still have on Blu-ray. But if someone said to me, "You're locked in a room and you got to pick, some Evil Dead stuff to watch," I go the movie Rise over all the other movies, and I go the TV series. I love the TV series, and maybe because I don't know, I just found it more modern, and I like the kind of feel of it. But Rise over, it's funny how we all look at things in all different ways. Like my mate Chug is obsessed with Hellraiser, right? And I said I can't watch them for the life of me, but I love the recent one where it kind of gives you the history of things. It's like starts off in the war or something, but Evil Dead Rise for me is my favorite out of all of them so far.
Evil Dead Rise
Evil Dead for as long as you guys have.
Yeah, it's climbing the charts.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, it's climbing the charts. It's definitely climbing the charts for me. You know what? It's weird when I watch Evil Dead Rise, but we touched upon it earlier. And you know something? I really should know the actress's name because she was so good in it. But the main that Rise,
so good.
If you took her out of that movie,
I don't think it'd be as good.
It wouldn't be near as good. I would nearly go as far as to say that she is the best Deadite in the series, in the entire
she's
series.
fantastic, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely
Yeah.
fucking phenomenal.
Can I ask
And
you guys, if I haven't asked you before, what's the story with Hellraiser? What's your guys' feelings on those movies? Am I not seeing the artistic value of it? Is there something that I'm not missing that you see? What is it
Do you know
about
something?
Hellraiser?
I tell you, just before I'm going to let Steve answer that question now in 1 second. I just want to go back to a question that we were asked before. Someone turned around and asked us, "What movies have you not seen in your collection for years?"
Years, yeah.
Hellraiser. No,
Wow, that's yours.
that's for Hellraiser for me. The first 3 movies I'm talking about here. I'll watch them. I kind of, I'll tell you the best way to sum it up. I bought them on DVD and I watched them.
Yeah.
Never watched them again. They came out in Blu-ray. I watched them on Blu-ray. I never watched them again. Came out in 4K. I watched them, and I'll probably never watch them again. And that's the way I am with
Can I
Hellraiser.
ask you, Keith, then, before I get to Steve, can I ask you, what is it about them for you? Because I know my answer, but what is it for you that hasn't made those movies that are obviously have an immense wide audience worldwide that they keep making them, and people, I know people that swear to God they're like the greatest things in the world.
You know, you know what? It's a cheesy. It's not a cheesy answer. It's a simple answer, and I say it a lot on my channel. The heart loves what the heart loves, and I just don't love them.
Okay.
I don't
I don't
like.
pick 'em.
I'm not. You know something? And I don't mean to sound bad here either, because he's a great actor. He help me here, Steve. You know,
Doug Bradley.
they're not Doug Bradley. He's the villain in Dirty Harry.
Oh, Andrew Robinson.
Yeah, and he plays the father in that movie, isn't it? Yeah. Other than him, I don't like the cast in it, particularly all that much. I don't like. This might sound odd as well. I don't like the erotic side to those movies either. If that makes sense, I don't know why. I don't like it.
The first one's really weird, I think. The brother in the apartment in the house in London, and it's odd, man. I think it's odd. Thank you. Yeah, that's what put me off it.
It's just there's just look. I don't know. Look, there's things that I like and there's things that I don't like. You know, why do I not love Texas Chainsaw Massacre as much as I want to? You know, I want to love these movies more than I do, but I go back to what I said.
It is what it is.
The heart love.
What do you think of them, Steve?
So, for me, Hellraiser 1 and 2 are really great horror films for me.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
At the time that they were released, obviously I was very young, but they seemed actual dangerous films to watch for a kid because they were horror films that were aimed at an adult audience. They had adult themes. The stuff that you mentioned there, the erotic stuff, it's basically like BDSM stuff that's in that, you know. And I think that they were kind of dangerous, and then the practical effects of it, the fact that they were, you know, it's a British company that did it as well. Yeah. I think they're absolutely fantastic, but the things that don't help it is it's ambiguous as to where it's set. It's quite clearly in England, but we've got lots of characters with American accents. It's never mentioned where they live. I think the original novella was set in Liverpool, like most of Clive Barker's stuff, because that's where he's from. But they dubbed Frank's voice, who is Andrew Robinson's brother. And that looks a little bit odd. It's a little bit out of sync.
Yeah, right.
So I get that, but when you look at the Cenobites, the design of the Cenobites, and the idea of it, that it is somebody who. Sorry, go on, Connor.
I can't deny that they look amazing.
Yeah,
scary.
And it's that thing of the pursuit of somebody who can't get pleasure from pleasurable things anymore, that they have to go the pain route. And it's pain that brings pleasure and the suffering. And there's some great, you know, please, you know, no more tears. It's a waste of good suffering. That's a great line.
That's a great line. That is a great line.
Those sorts of things. I think that continues in Hellbound, and they're making Julia the main villain of it. It's not Pinhead.
Yeah,
At all.
absolutely.
It's Julia. She's vile.
Yeah,
And it's all about her. And I think that Hellbound's a really, really good sequel. I really do, particularly in the unedited version that's on the Arrow set. But I think by the time that we get to Hellraiser 3, somebody's gone, well, Pinhead looks really good. We need a new slasher icon.
Mm-hmm.
So let's have him turn up in America and kill a bunch of people. And you're like, what? That's not what it's about.
Yeah.
Let him turn people into Cenobites, and we'll have somebody who shoots CDs out of their arsehole, because that'll look really cool. No,
I've never seen any of that. So, yeah.
It doesn't. And basically, Conor, you were saying, obviously they've got they're very popular because they keep making them.
Yeah.
Most of the Hellraiser sequels were spec scripts that people went, this is a detective story, but if we can throw Pinhead in here, we can make it a Hellraiser film. Because we've got the rights to Pinhead, we're going to lose them unless we make a film in the next 18 months. So
I get you.
Here's $1 million.
I have read that before. There was stipulations with producing movies.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, you've got Henry Cavill in one.
Fucking hell.
You've got Lance Henriksen in one.
Yeah, and funny enough, Scott Derrickson directed one of them.
Made Hellraiser 5, I think. Yeah,
5, and he went on to have he was a very successful horror director.
Strange, wasn't it? And Black Phone 1 and 2.
Yeah. No, that's Mike Flanagan. No, Scott Derrickson is. Mike Flanagan was Doctor Strange, and
he was Doctor Sleep.
Doctor Sleep. Sorry, that's Mike Flanagan's Doctor Sleep.
A lot of shows on Netflix.
Sorry.
Flanagan, yeah.
Sorry.
That vampire one I told you about, yeah.
Yeah, Flanagan's the Stephen King guy. He's all over that, He's
yeah.
So I really like 1 and 2. I can tolerate 3. It's the only one that I've seen at the cinema. I've tried watching Hellraiser 4 in the Arrow box set. It's a struggle.
Right.
And I've not seen any of the 5 to 10. I think they're up to.
Right.
Hellraiser Judgment might be the last Hellraiser film, and then there was Hellraiser 2022, which I thought was a steaming pile of shit.
Steve,
what's the one I'm talking about then with the World War One, and it's like
that's Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth.
Yeah.
So that's the origin story of Pinhead. He was an army officer, Elliot Spencer, who served in the
that
trenches.
movie. The rest of them make me feel uncomfortable. I don't like them. Yeah. Not scared, just uncomfortable.
I don't know what way you feel about this, Steve, because you said you liked the first 2. Now, I've always felt this way about the first 2 Hellraiser movies. I thought the second one, it might be a very unpopular opinion, but I thought the second one was considerably better than the original.
It's not unpopular, Keith. I think a lot of people. I think when it came out, it was cut as well. Certainly in the UK, I'm assuming it was in Ireland. But there's since been the unedited version, which makes it a little bit better. But there's such good ideas in there. It's that continuation of the Julia story, making her the villain, and you've also got the way a Cenobite is created in Hell, which is Leviathan in the film, is fantastic, and it's Kenneth Cranham as Dr. Chenard, who's one of the best Cenobites. And there's a couple of cheesy lines in there. It makes it a little bit kind of quippy.
Yeah.
But I actually think it's that classic, here's a sequel, we're going to go darker and kind of a bit more nihilistic. And I think it's really solid.
They done a thing, a bit of a T2 on that movie when you think about it. It's kind of like, okay, we have Pinhead here, who's clearly, a nasty bastard in the first movie, and you're definitely not going to be rooting for him. But then when you watch the second one, you do find yourself you're rooting for them.
All of a sudden, the humanity's coming back out of Pinhead, and
absolutely,
You've got a new big bad with Dr. Chenard and the Chenard Cenobite.
yeah.
Like, yeah, you're right, Keith. Yeah, you are.
Yeah, so that's a
yeah. Look at that, Cameron, you hack, watching Hellbound and going, I'm going to rip that off for T2.
Archie Clown was just asking, are you looking forward to seeing Terrifier 4 and Thanksgiving 2? Now, before I let you go on, I don't even know if that Thanksgiving 2 has even been fucking made. Because Eli Roth was meant to be his next movie, but he ended up doing that fucking Ice Cream Man.
Ice Cream Man.
And that's so
It's
I don't
amazing.
know.
Ice Cream Man looks amazing, yeah.
I don't think that Thanksgiving 2 is going to be coming anytime soon, but I love the original. Terrifier 4, Steve, what way are you with the Terrifier series?
I like Art the Clown. I don't like any of the Terrifier films.
Really? Wow.
So
that's interesting. Wow.
I like what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
The first one is just a low budget one.
Yeah.
That's kind of unpleasant as well.
Yeah.
It's a little bit, it's not. The first Terrifier film to me is not necessarily the slasher films that they become. They are slashers, really, 2 and 3. It's more of that kind of torture porn era, you know, the Saw, Hostel, really kind of grimy sort of stuff. But you've got a really good antagonist in there with Art. Terrifier 2, you could cut an hour out of that film.
Absolutely.
You know, no slasher film needs to run more than 2 hours. You know, and this is like 2 hours 15 or something. And I think that there's some really gnarly stuff in that. There really is.
Mm-hmm.
And then Terrifier 3, they've obviously got more money for it. But fair play, it was kept independent.
Yeah.
And it made a shed ton of money, which is really great. But it was just like that kind of, okay, so we did this in Terrifier 2, and people were going, oh, it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Well, what if now we get a bloke in the shower and we chop his bollocks off with a chainsaw and you see everything? You're like, stop trying to outdo yourself. Stop trying to build a story around set pieces.
Absolutely.
And I know that sounds ridiculous because that's what slasher films do.
Yeah.
But and then they're trying to bring the mythology in, and is it supernatural and all of this? It's I don't really. I will watch them again. I'm sure that I will. Terrifier 4. It's that thing of going, okay, Terrifier 3. You've done 3 films. They've been massively successful.
Mm-hmm.
Go on and do something else. Stop going back to the well. But oh look, here comes Terrifier 4.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Now he said that this is going to be the last one. I don't think. I think we all know that's not going to be.
Who does 4 parts of something and leaves it there? You either do 3 parts, or if you're going into part 4, you're going to part 6.
Yeah, yeah. Now, Steve, can I ask you a question? And Conor, funny if you can answer this as well, and I'll get to you as well, Conor, in terms of this Terrifier. Now, there's something when I watched part 3, I didn't particularly like it, but there's something that I think that me and Ellen missed in that movie. Now, I was told this. I don't know how true this is, but the woman that's with Art during it, right? I was told she's the voice of Art. Is that correct? So every time you hear her speak in the movie, apparently that's
really Art.
It's Art that's saying she's the voice of Art. Now, so you obviously didn't pick up on that. I didn't pick up on that.
No, not at all.
And Ellen didn't either. But I was told that apparently she is the voice of Art.
Oh, okay.
So, again, I don't know if that will change that movie for you if you watch it again. I don't know.
I don't know.
But I just thought it was. You know what? If you were to do anything somewhat clever with them movies, that's probably it. You know, I just kind of when I was told that, I was like, you know what? That's clever. I like that. It's kind of I didn't. You know, it's just I could watch that third movie now and go, okay. But again, this is assuming that the person that told me wasn't talking absolute shit. So I don't know. But that's what I was told anyway.
Bloody hell, Keith, you're gonna make me watch them again, aren't you? No, that's fine. And again, I do think, what's his name? Is it David Howard Thornton? Is that his name? Who plays Art the Clown?
Mm.
He's great.
Yeah.
I think he is to Terrifier what Robert Englund is to Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't think with any other actor, Art the Clown would be, because you are looking at him going, he's putting such stupid faces. It's brilliant. In the first one, when he's in the pizza place and he's kind of all smiling, and then all of a sudden it's just completely dead. You're like, actually, to be fair, that's pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
So I think he's great at that, but I don't. But again, what I really appreciate about it is this was a film, Terrifier 2 now that I'm talking about. So bear in mind that Terrifier was 2016, Terrifier 2 was 2021.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a few years after. It's been independently financed and produced. It was gory as hell. It was released unrated in theatre, and it made loads of money.
Absolutely.
And so you go, do you know what? Fair play. You've brought the limelight back to horror films. Again, horror films at the cinema that we were talking about right at the top of this podcast stream. So I think that's fantastic. So fair play to Damien Leone for doing that. Go on and show us what else you can do, mate. Go and do something else.
Absolutely. Conor, what way are you when it comes to the Terrifier movies?
I thought the first one was okay. I while I was a bit miffed with some of the stuff in it, a bit OTT, I kind of whatever. And then I think the last one really for me was where I'll probably stop with them. I think that it's just chasing its own tail now, a little bit like what Steve said. For me, anyway, I think that when you watch, people would say, well, how can you watch Halloween or Nightmare on Elm Street or Friday the 13th and feel like that? I think because to me, when I watch those movies, right, it's built within an entity of I don't live in Elm Street, and I don't go and visit Crystal Lake, and I don't live in Haddonfield, and it's directed at a very niche thing, and it's always kept respectful. Even when Rob Zombie, who a bit of a lunatic, and we've seen that in House of a Thousand Corpses, hence the fact I walked out of it the first time I saw it. Even when he remade Halloween, he had a scene where Michael Myers stands over a baby, and then I thought, if he does it, I'm actually leaving the cinema and I'll never
check it out. Yeah,
and Michael Myers left. Obviously he left. We see him leave the room, and then we hear the baby crying, because that's, to me, horror is horror, right? That is real, that people see and feel and touch, and then there's horror that's comfortable. Horror that's comfortable in the sense that we understand it, it's tangible, it's not real, and we can enjoy it. And it's trick-or-treating, it's fun to a degree. Like, still, I know Nightmare on Elm Street is not fun. I wouldn't show it to Henry at 5. I get it. I wait till he's at least 6, and deranged at least 4. But what I'm trying to get at is when I saw the last art movie, and we see homemade bombs in shopping centers.
Yeah, I actually remember you contacted me at the day after,
and I told you I spoke to you after that, mate. And I'm a pretty objective bloke, right? And I've seen some stuff in my life, and I to me, that's not horror. Is every time you turn on the BBC News, the ABC News, whatever, real life horror is going on. There's bombings, there's murders, there's hijackings, there's killing. That's real life, right? What's different with what we enjoy is that it's tongue in cheek. It's a break from it. There's lore. There's a bit of history. There's a bit of fun. Season of the Witch, Michael Myers, Disturbed Boy, all this kind of stuff. Drowned Child, mother's, doing the stuff for him, and he's coming back. Whatever. There's a connection to it. There's still a nastiness to it to a degree, but it's tangible and it's exceptionally. Unless you're you got the IQ of a pigeon, you understand that it's lore and it's fun. I just think those movies go, certainly in the last one, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not a prude, I think it went too far and it wasn't fun and I didn't like it. And I probably won't be entertaining any more than past what I have in my collection. And I can tell you, Keith, genuinely, when Henry gets to 9, 10, 11, 12 years of age, and we're on our own here at night, and Sinead's gone to bed, and Forla, God rest her, has gone to bed, and we're like in good health, and he says, Dad, can we watch a couple of horror movies? I will still pull out John Carpenter's Thing, Nightmare on Elm Street. I'll pull out the 13th. But I can tell you, I wouldn't reach for any of the Terrifier movies. And I probably, as he gets older and his ability to conceptually look at things and go, wouldn't mind seeing that with you, Dad. I probably will get rid of that series. I don't think it brings anything past the first one, which is easily arguable. I don't think it brings anything interesting to a genre that should just make you uncomfortable for a while. It should just make you look at a different side of life and make you feel uncomfortable and want to hug your loved ones and want to make you feel a little bit afraid for a few minutes and be happy. That's what horror movies should do, right? But when you have children blown up and pancreases coming across screens and just to be, like Steve said, one up on the last one.
Yeah.
Like when my local cinema in town was, I think I told you this before I got us the 4K collection, Keith, when they were like advertising it in town, it's like they were advertising, they just blew it up, man. They do it for business. IDs checked, you must be this, you must be that. And it just attracts a thing that I think, and it makes a perception of horror movies that I don't like. And I think the movies are I think the last movie was exceptionally distasteful.
I've spoken about this before, and I have to be careful about the way I phrase this as well, because look, I spoke about violence in movies and how a movie should never rely on its violence to actually carry the movie forward. Now, look, I understand. Look, Evil Dead. You watch an Evil Dead movie. The movies need to be violent. That's part and parcel of their DNA.
That's tangible, though, Keith. To me, that's tangible violence. It's acceptable in that world that they create.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, when you're making a movie like Terrifiers, where they're not adding any substance to the stories. It's all about kind of like Saw in a way. It's kind of like, right, how can we up the ante in terms of violence?
Are the ones that they did years ago in like it was like people paying money to execute you. What was that? The first one was good, then it just got silly. Hostel.
That's a Hostel, absolutely. I think the best way to sum it up for me is, look, if you take the violence out of Terrifier 3 and you take the violence out of Halloween, you'll still enjoy Halloween. You won't enjoy Terrifier because it has nothing else to offer. That's the kind of the way I look at it.
And people can say to me, Keith, people can say to me, and they have said to me when I've argued this, they go, "Oh, well, you don't think the Saw movies are bad?" No, I get the Saw movies because whether you agree with me or not, there's an undertone connotation to why he does what he does, and he tells them.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've had a good life, or you were a good doctor, or a good lawyer, and you stole, or you were dishonest, or you cheated on your wife, or you killed your kid, or whatever. You drink drived. I might not agree with what he's saying, but there's a world to it. I just think for me, Punisher, that scene in the shopping center to me, mate, was that was. I just thought that to me. No, man, that was
go back to that because David Gordon Green done it in Halloween, 2018, and it was a scary moment for me. And when I say scary, it was a moment where I was like, right, I'm bowing out if this happens. And it was, you touched upon it there about walking by a baby, and then all of a sudden Michael just turns around and looks at the baby, and I was like, don't you even think about going there and all that.
Yeah, I was the same way, man.
And that scene even still annoys me because that's David Gordon Green's way of saying, "Gotcha." You thought for a second that's what I was going to do, and I was like, "Well,
there is a limit. There is a limit."
That's the fact that you actually thought that. It's there's places you don't go. And funny enough, Steve, when you were in the WhatsApp group the other day and you brought up Pet Cemetery,
Mhm.
There is a moment in that movie where, and I've spoken about it, and I think they go too far in it. And it's the bit with the child at the end of it, him giving the injection in the child.
Yeah.
For me,
Yeah.
that's a step too far. That child's reaction is fucking scary to look at. That child looked like he was actually fucking dying. The way he falls, he trips first and he falls, and it's just. I said that, and every time I watched that movie, I actually, the last time we watched it, I skipped it. I didn't
Is
want to
that
watch
right?
it. I actually skipped it. I did not
Okay.
want to watch that scene again. It's that child screaming when he puts the injection into him.
I like that.
Despite
Yeah,
despite what,
he's saying not fair, not fair. Yeah.
not fair,
Not
not
fair,
fair.
not fair.
Despite what the
Yeah.
child done during it, he's only a fucking child.
Child.
And that scene fucking sticks with me.
See,
big time.
that's always
My kick
traditionally
at
where
Henry
the
for
line has been
injections
drawn,
is
isn't
like
it?
inoculations. And Sinead will tell you this story in Sydney when he's getting his compulsory inoculations, which I was against anyway, but I went along with it. And, and he was like that. So I thought of that. And he
Right.
knew then at 6, 7, 8 months of age going into that doctor's surgery, there was no walking around, none of the stuff that I'd seen him do in other buildings. He knew when he got there, he was getting the same thing he got 2 weeks earlier. And I agree with Keith there. I didn't like that scene, and it kind of upset me. And I'm not listen. I'm not a fucking prude, boys. I love pictures like you guys do.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
there's some things. Don't do things just to up yourself the last time because it doesn't add value. Give me a background story to why Art is. You're kind of playing with who Art is. She's doing the voice, whatever. There's a bit of a dynamic. Give us all that. Don't give us children being blown up in a Christmas party in a shopping center.
Yeah. I get that.
What does that give you?
Well,
How is that entertaining? That's not
enveloping.
I know.
That's
not making me go, I want to know. I want to see number 4 because they touched on, gee, is Art actually, we know he's a demon, and he was he a clown originally? Was he a nice guy? You see him in the pub with those 2 guys. He's pretty amicable. He's interesting. They're cool guys. Then he gets upset. So what's going on? Is there a psychological mental health thing? Is he real? Is he not? There's so many areas you can explore there to make it interesting. And you could do 60 movies.
That's why I said that I wanted to be careful in terms of what I said, and like when it comes to a movie relying on violence, because again, I can go back to Friday the 13th, which I fucking love, and they kind of built a series on that where the deaths became a more elaborate, and but it was,
to me it's different, Keith. It's a tangible plastic, not real stuff. It's, I don't know, maybe I'm being silly. But I just look at Friday the 13th, and to me, it's like, I wouldn't show it to Henry at 10, 11 years of age, but 13 or 14, I go, hey, do you want to have a glass of beer tonight and watch maybe the first and second Friday the 13th together? But I wouldn't say, let's watch Terrifier, man.
There's a kind of cruelty to it, I think, and it relishes the cruelty. When you look at the classic slashers, we're talking about violence can't be the sole reason for the film, whereas it really is for a lot of the slashers. You want to go and see these elaborate death scenes. You want to see the makeup effects and all of that kind of thing. And it was, they built the characters up like that, and they do it so often that you have a character or characters that you think, you're such a knob that I cannot wait
absolutely
to see how they're gonna the Terrifier films. I think I don't know. I think we're probably getting really deeper than we need to on this one. But I think there's an element in there where they're probably just a little bit too cruel, and it relishes in that a little bit too much. But again, being the horror head that I am, and the kind of gorehound that I am, I appreciate it and I can get it. But I don't know, maybe I'm growing up, Keith. I don't know. But I, like you, I need a little bit more than that. It's not giving me, in the Terrifier films, I haven't got a Laurie Strode. I haven't got a Nancy Thompson.
Absolutely.
I haven't got Ginny from Friday the 13th Part 2. Where you're like, Jesus Christ, please don't you die.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
absolutely.
So
I
anyway,
like the way, I love the way you went to Jenny there, by the way. I like the way
best
you went there.
for me,
Yeah,
Friday 2, Jenny is the best. She's the best final girl in the Friday series.
I absolutely 100% right behind you on that one.
Yeah.
Hands down. Oh, the Amy Steele is our name.
That's her name. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
she's wonderful.
And if I remember correctly as well, she's the kind of the main heroine in April Fool's Day, if I remember correctly.
Is it April Fool's Day? I'm
Yeah.
sure she has done another slasher.
I
Yeah,
think
you're
it
probably
is.
right.
I think it is April Fool's Day, yeah. And she's actually
Yeah.
quite good in that movie as well.
Yeah,
Um,
pretty good.
Yeah, look, we'll move. What we went way too deep on that one. We did. As a matter of fact, we're going to be wrapping it up very soon. I didn't actually.
I was going to
realize.
say if anyone's still watching, Christ.
Yeah, get our good nights in now because we are going to start wrapping it up. We'll finish. Well, we'll get to one, will we, as per usual?
Oh, there we go. Look.
What's that?
Yeah.
That's Stranding. That's not bad as well. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, Matt Katz is just saying After Dark Club from Vamp. What a great shout! I'll definitely be in for a few After Dark piss holes in my time. And
Sorry,
gone
guys.
home and a few Grace Jones.
I had to use the flap. I had to get the flap out.
I'm sorry, just reading Dave's. Yeah, I think we've all been there, mate. Sorry, Sue. I know we touched upon it earlier about Vamp. But I never asked. Like, are you a fan of the movie? What way are you with that movie?
Which one?
Vamp. Yeah, Steve. What way are you with that one, Steve?
Do you want to know the horrible truth?
Uh-oh. No.
Never seen it.
No.
And do you know why?
Why?
Because it was one of the very few films in the video shop when I would pick it up, my mum would go, no.
Really?
Really?
And so I've gone past that period and almost forgotten about it. And what I really should do is wait for an Arrow sale to pick up Vamp on Blu-ray for £8.
Oh.
Get my Grace Jones on, because I'm sure it's going to be because the imagery, I think that was part of it. It looked more dangerous than a lot of other films, and I think because of the setting, it's that typical thing of your parents. You can watch people being torn apart. That's absolutely fine. But if there's a nipple in this, no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
That kind of thing. If it's set in a bar like that, it could be very corrupting to you.
It's not like, it's not a violent movie. It's not like, oh my god, there's fucking guts galore in this. It's not like that at all. I touched upon it there. It's Steve, you have to see the lighting. The way
What's
the
it
lighting
called?
is done.
Vamp?
Vamp.
Yeah, I've always thought it looks. I mean, Grace.
I'll order a copy of it. Yeah.
Look about her anyway, hasn't she?
Yeah.
She's got a very striking look. And at that time, obviously, we knew her from her music and seen her. It was after A View to a Kill, wasn't it? It was 86.
That's right.
Yeah. So she's very, very striking, and the imagery in it looks fantastic. And when I've seen that, and we've spoken about this, Keith, you're looking at it going, Vamp and 4K is just.
I gotta get it. I gotta watch it.
Oh man, look. You'll watch it and you'll understand why From Dusk Till Dawn.
I'm gonna order it. Yeah.
Was just.
And it was that really great mid-80s period, the Fright Nights, Vamp.
Yeah, absolutely.
Elvira.
Yeah, like there's even a bit in Vamp. There's actually a bit in Vamp. This is no lie. This is how much From Dusk Till Dawn took from it. But there is a segment in it where Grace Jones does a dance segment, just like
Salma
Hayek does in From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
Like that's the lengths they go into. It's
wow.
But no, it's when you see the retro lighting to it all, Steve, where it's the foreground will be lit in red lights and the background will be lit in green lights, and it has this retro look to it. It fucking. I love the cast. Chris Masterpiece is the main star of it, and he plays the character Keith. Right. I think that's the only time I've seen my name feature in a movie. By the way,
strong name.
Is she in the Bond movie where she played like the villainess with
That's right.
Yeah, View to a Kill.
View to a Kill. I did say it to Ellen though. The last time we watched Vamp, and when she done her transformation scene, and you see this most horrendous looking vampire, and I just looked at Ellen and I went, "Okay, so she looks better now."
What is she doing? What is she doing with herself now? Is she doing any movies anymore, or is she like?
No, I don't think so. That
fired
she
from it, or
fucking scares me. That woman, she fucking scares me. And
I remember her on. I
She's
remember
terrifying.
her on Parkinson.
yeah,
I remember her on Parkinson when she turned up.
There's a scene in that movie with her and Robert Russell, and I was like, if she fucking shags you, she is going to shag you to death.
Robert Ross is so Nightmare 2 and Weird Science.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. And he is fucking amazing in the movie. Fucking amazing. Lads, you have to check this fucking movie out. You do.
Yeah, it's one of those that I do regret not seeing before, and I think that it would be a really nice nostalgic little Saturday night back at a video shop kind of thing. Yeah, and I must check that out.
Yeah, Dee Dee Pfeiffer, by the way, Michelle Pfeiffer's sister is in it as well.
In it as well.
Yeah. Absolutely great casting. I love the casting. I do.
That's great. Yeah, she's in Falling Down as well. Yeah.
That's right. Fucking hell. And House 3, if I remember correctly.
House 3.
Horror show.
3, yeah.
I think it's House 3.
Yeah. With Lance Henriksen. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. That's actually a good movie, though.
And that's
really good.
You know something? Some people would argue that that's the best of the House movies. Really, some people
I'd
would
be
argue.
one of them.
I like the first one, but I like the third one immensely. I think I've spoken to Keith about this. He's got that amazing addition. Keith has. It's amazing.
The thing about the third movie though is, Conor, it actually wasn't. It was never meant to be a house movie.
No, it was only over here. I think it was in the US. It was released as horror show. Yeah,
horror show. Yeah, that's right. They just put the house logo on it in the hope that it would sell.
Just to attract attention to it.
Yeah, that's it. You know, so it's a good movie. It's a good watch. Very Nightmare on Elm Street when you watch it.
Yeah,
big time. You know, so it's a good watch. Mac was just saying, I've watched some great docs on my docs for my heroes recently. Steve Martin, John Candy. That was a great one with John Candy. Eddie Murphy, Chevy Chase, Lauren Michael last night, and I saw a Martin Short documentary. Loved it. Any of you seen any of these now? I watched the John Candy one, David, and fuck me, mate. I actually said to Ellen, fuck, we actually lost an angel. There was actually an angel amongst us. We never knew it, and it was fucking John Candy. It was heartbreaking to find out that people were taking advantage of him, which was horrible because he was a people pleaser and he could never say no. And they delve into that in that documentary, which was very fucking sad. But when you see everything that he's done for actors that's worked with him, and he was just it's an angel. He's a lovely, lovely man, and it just made his death even that fucking harder. After watching that documentary, he really was one of the good ones. So I didn't see any of the other ones now, if I'm completely honest, David. Steve, have you seen any of those?
No, I haven't. But funnily enough, when I was away with my mate recently, he was talking about the Eddie Murphy one and was recommending that and sort of saying it's amazing how kind of Eddie Murphy avoided all the usual trappings of fame. Because I actually thought he was really quite a flamboyant character through the 80s and whatnot, and was a little bit flash and all of that, but apparently that wasn't the case. So these are something that I really should check out, and I know that you've spoken before about the John Candy one. So I really should watch that. But sorry, Dave, no, not from me, pal.
Yeah, Steve, surely a lot of that was up your street, Conor. I'm sure you've seen probably a few, have you?
Well, you know what I'm like with documentaries, because if I like a movie or a TV show, I then delve into that side. So yeah, you're 100% right. I've seen all of them except the Lorna Michael one, which is on my list. And I can tell you, I'm going to be, while I enjoyed all of them, and all of them gave me something, and I agree with the John Candy one more than anything. It's for me, I will watch that now with other John Candy movies. The one person that I came away with a different point of view, a different love for, a different perspective for, a different understanding for, and a different kind of feeling sorry for, Chevy Chase one.
Oh, really?
My mate said the same thing because apparently he's always been portrayed as an arrogant arsehole.
Right.
But
That's what I
even
heard
by
the
his
same.
own admittance, even by his own admittance and his own thing. But when you find out what he went through growing up with abuse, physically, mentally, psychologically with his mother, his escape from the house, he went through, and even his brothers said what he took to protect his three brothers growing up when his mother divorced and remarried. Not only did he have his father beating him up, stepfather, and a father who disowned him, but he had his mother would just like turn up in his room in the middle of the night and just like punch him or pour boiling water
Jesus
over him.
Christ.
And he did, and he took it all in some areas to protect his brothers. So, as someone who's been in a lifestyle, who's grown up not in what you would call ideal, not ever went through what Chevy Chase went through. I'm not saying that, but could be perceived as arrogant. I could now be, when I was what perhaps maybe contributed to the end of my career. My, arrogance, belligerence, difficult to work with, difficult to be sociable with, my way or no way, unapproachable, cold, all those things that he's described as. I tangibly could watch that documentary and I felt like hugging him. And when I watched his daughter's homemade movies about him lying in bed for weeks on end, not getting out of bed, he was that depressed in between making some of the greatest comedy movies that we've seen of our generation. Sometimes not leaving his bedroom for months, but never like in any way harming his children and kids because they love him. They were in the documentary, but so depressed and sad that he kept up this constant veneer of arrogance. And what really pissed me off is, right, as much as I love Bill Murray, they had a fucking 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live. The man that basically gave it to us was Chevy Chase, and you didn't invite him to even speak.
Wow. Yeah, that's bad. That is fucking bad.
I don't care whether you like him, you don't like him.
I actually like him.
Listen, I worked with people that I'm sure have opinions about me that I can genuinely heartfelt look back on now, a little bit like Chevy Chase, and say, yeah, I can see I'd be fucked to work for and fucked to work with. Not mitigating. Yeah. These are some of the reasons, and I hope you accept them and that your life is better and my life gets better because one day we're not going to be here. Chevy Chase's documentary out of all of them guys is the one that will touch you the most because he's given us some powerful stuff from Caddyshack to Saturday Night Live to National Lampoons to Fletch Lives. And all of a sudden he reached an age where you never see him anymore, right? And I know he got on that TV show and he ended up being difficult on there because he had perceptions about things and he said things. And again, I'm not getting into right and wrong because it's easy to jump on the bandwagon and I ain't doing it. But, when you've been taught, raised and born to say a chicken's a chicken, sometimes it's hard to get out of that phrase of mind. Yeah, that's not justifying it. That's not justifying it. I'm just saying that when you've got a bit of common sense about you, you can say to people, hey, X is wrong, Y is wrong, and it's unacceptable. But in the back of my mind, I wouldn't say it out loud. I know why you're the way you are, but I don't accept it. Chevy Chase one really emotionally touched me because when I saw those videos of his daughters going into his room and on the Super 8s and all that, and he's in bed for 5-6 months, not leaving his bedroom for 5-6 months, and them talking about it now as older women with their own kids, saying they didn't know what it was. They saw Chevy on TV, and everyone loved him. Yeah. And it must have been difficult. So yeah, guys, but Martin Short's one was Martin Short is this guy, isn't he? Who a little bit like the guy, we were talking earlier on about different actors that touch you a little bit. You could enjoy being. I could see myself having a beer with Martin Short and a burger and chips. I could see myself meeting Steve Martin, John Candy, Eddie Murphy, and Chevy Chase, and not knowing what to say. I could see myself meeting Martin Short and saying, "Do you want a Guinness or a beer?" And him going, "Yeah, I'll have a beer," and sharing the same peanut bowl. He just seems, his documentary is amazing because all of the footage of the documentary, guys, is him hanging out with Hollywood stars. Them hanging out with him. He's not seeking them. It's like Martin Short was thankful that he got anything at all out of life. And he just, and I mean that so respectfully when you watch the documentary, but he never chased things. I think with John Candy, he's an angel, right? But it chased him and he chased it. It was the cat chasing the tail a little bit. And I mean that respect. With Martin Short, when you watch his documentary, it's hard not to like him even more because it came to him. He came to it. It came to him halfway, and he just stopped. And it kept coming enough to give him a nice life, nice house, private school for his kids, private education, and hopefully, he said, my grandkids, decent university paid for with no debts, and I'll go to my grave happy. His home footage is so funny because he's the same guy that you see on TV. I love Jimmy Glick. You know Jimmy Glick he does?
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, guys, I love them all to Mac Chats. But if anyone hasn't seen Chevy Chase's one, everything you've heard about him in Hollywood's true. He's not denying it. But when you scratch that surface a bit, you're gonna you know. We welcome Chevy Chase into our home every Christmas on National Lampoons. And that to me says something. I invite him into my family every year without fail, not 10 times. I want that man around my little kids till they're old enough to whatever. I love Chevy Chase that much, right? And I saw all this stuff about him. Difficult, cocaine, addict, arrogant, belligerent, distant. And he's, when you get him now at nearly 80, 85 years of age, he knows all that's true.
Yeah.
And I'm not excusing it. Here's the reason. When you hear his brothers speak, his nephews speak, his cousins speak, what he went through, you know. I mean, I know John Candy lost his dad and very young with a heart problem, and his stepdad who ended up being very kind. Chevy Chase didn't have any of that. And that's not an excuse to be a dickhead. But I'm saying you are who you are, and what's around you forms you.
Absolutely. Right, look, lads, we're going to have to wrap up because I have a few super thanks here that I really have to address before I cut off here. I'm sorry about that. Dave, $20 super thanks. Unbelievable. He says, hi, guys, made it in. Glad to be here. Many new 4K pickups for me. Many slagging Christopher Nolan and the Odyssey. They want to tear it down and wish it to fail. Not everyone here is positive. I will see it a few more times in IMAX. Yeah, mate, that is great. And thank you so much, Dave, for the super thanks to every fucking stream I do. He always leaves something. He's unbelievable. He really is.
Yeah, it's good.
And then
got a lot of time for David.
You think he was done there? No, because he came back and then done another fucking €10 one. P.S. Maybe old topic, but I watched Obsession 4K last night. Wow, what a movie and what a success!
Is it out in 4K already? I didn't know it was even out.
No, in America it is.
In
America,
the US
no,
it is, but it's only in a slip edition there. It's not like
we'll get it in Australia in 4K in about 2079.
Yeah, we have to wait a while.
$900 a disc.
Absolutely unbelievable. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Where did fucking Connor's one?
Oh, what a nice bloke. What did he say? Oh, thanks, mate. What a legend.
What an absolute fucking legend. And it's kind of I knew Alan Meggs put a super thanks in, and it's when that one came in, Alan's one just disappeared, and I was like, wow, he literally Connor's super thanks kicked Alan's one out of the way.
Fuck off, Alan, you're out of the picture, man.
You're unbelievable, Connor. Thank you so much, mate.
Absolutely love coming on. You know that, and
I know you do, mate. I know you do.
Great to talk about movies, guys.
I know you do, and of course, then we have Alan Meggs there as well, saying €10 super thanks. Thanks for making Friday night special again, guys. Hope you all have a phenomenal weekend. We'll post my thoughts on the Odyssey in the group tomorrow. Well, Alan, I hope you enjoy it, mate. And thank you so much for the super thanks. Unfucking believable, all of you. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my way down to the comments, lads, and we are going to wrap this up. And I just want to take the time now to apologize for not getting through the comments once again.
There's
been a lot tonight.
There's a lot of comments, and there's no way we are getting through them, unfortunately. But we got through a few. That's the most important thing, and we'll keep. And by the way, everyone that's watching now, we are going to continue this trend that we've done, where we just want to dive straight into the comments, get it going. I do think that we once again we treaded a little too long on certain topics, and we probably should have moved on. Apologies for that. It's all about improving every week, and it will
we'll
get
get
better,
there.
and we'll get there. We'll definitely get there.
I think
So with that said,
the kids are coming, Keith. Henry's losing his poop in the kitchen, so the TV's
No
is
problem.
coming. So.
right, so I'm wrapping up here. We got Frank's media. It's just media reviews, just saying evening, Keith and gang. Thank you so much, Frank. We got Michael here as well. A great stream, guys. Take care. You're a gentleman, Mike. By the way,
Cheers,
Mike,
Mike.
I fucking seen your post that you done today of the VHS of Evil Dead Burn. Fucking epic. And it looked fucking amazing. It looked real aged. It looked like it came out in the fucking 70s, the way he done it. It's fucking brilliant. We got Collector Adam here. Thanks very much, gents, for another superb stream. Really enjoyed it. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers. Thanks again, Adam. Always great seeing your name pop up, mate. Really appreciate it. And we got Slipknot just saying, see you later. All the best, mate. Thanks again.
Cheers, Slipknot.
We got Jesper here just saying as well, good night, lads. Another great night along with you guys. Enjoyed it. Take care, and we'll see you on the next one. Thank you so much, mate. And
Catch you on the next one, pal.
Thanks for all the comments tonight, mate. Always appreciate it. We have got Bonzo Dog here saying, good night, lads, and Ellen, fun stream tonight. Mate, sorry, you did leave comments earlier. I'm fucking sorry I didn't get to them. I really need to make a more cautious effort, or make a more just a better effort in terms of getting to people that I didn't read out any comments for at all. So we're learning.
Sort your shit out, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Get me shit together. We got Dave here saying as well, thank you for having another great stream. Really loved it. All the best to you guys, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks again, David. A huge thanks again for the super thanks. Oh my God. We got Christian here as well. I really enjoyed the stream. Hope you all have a great rest of the night. Well, thank you so much, Christian. I hope you're doing well, mate, and I hope things are not too busy over in America there. We got Steve as well. Good night, lads. Shame I missed the start, and we'll catch up for sure after. I met a friend over from Germany. The Conor guy donated was very biased. Thank you so much, Steve.
What a good guy.
You're amazing, mate. You're amazing. We got the Beatles here saying as well, great stream, guys. Thank you for an enjoyable evening. Take care to yourselves. Well, thanks again, mate.
Thank you very much.
Always appreciate it. That's it. We're at the bottom. So with that said, I'm going to wrap it up. A huge thank you once again to Steve, John, and Conor for joining me on another fantastic stream tonight. Thanks again, Steve.
Absolute pleasure. Really enjoy these, and thanks to everyone for commenting. We will be quicker next time.
Absolutely, and I'm guaranteed. And thanks again, Conor, as well.
No, listen, I had an absolute. Hang on a second before we go. Let him say goodnight. Say goodbye.
Bye,
Henry, say goodbye.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks for having me on, Keith. Steve, thanks very much. And John, I know you're not here, but thanks for the chats. I love them as always, guys. And thanks for everyone for watching. Hopefully see you again in a few weeks or a month or whatever.
With that said, it will be. Well, look, I think I'm gonna be back in 2 weeks. I think that's the way I'm gonna do it. I think I've gotten a taste for it now, and I think we're gonna continue this. If everyone's willing to do so, if John, if Steve and Conor are up for it, I think we will continue it. So a huge thanks again for everyone watching. A huge thanks to everyone that donated the super thanks as well. Unbelievable.
Cheers.
And look, we will see you, hopefully, fingers crossed, in 2 weeks' time for the next one. So with that said, all the best. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you all soon. All the best.
Take care, everyone. Cheers.